So my name is Brad Turner. I'm one of the organizers of this event. The event is called the Los Angeles Investor Conference. And then we also have the Los Angeles Cannabis and Psychedelics Investing Forum, which is what's behind me right now. So the schedule, which most of you people have probably seen, was from 12 o'clock to 3 o'clock. That time will change because of where we're starting a little late, but we still will just move the agenda a little further. We also accommodated for getting a late start, so there's always open slots, and hopefully we'll catch up on time. A couple things. How many people got the raffle tickets? Please raise your hand. Okay, so I want to talk about the raffle tickets. Is that we have a lot of products. We have probably $20,000 worth of products, VIP bags, we have drink tickets, we have dinner tickets. So for everybody that, one of the things that will happen is if you go to every one of the booths and you pick up a raffle ticket there and accumulate there, the idea is that we want you to interact with the people in the booths. And then everybody that sits through a session will get a raffle ticket too. And if you accumulate these, you can redeem these. We have, let me have a show of hands. How many people drink, like alcohol, vodka maybe? So the reason I'm asking that, the last one we did, people were just like barnstorming to get that bottles at the end. I apologize, let me turn that off. All right, sorry. So again, we have these different tickets. So we have VIP tickets. So people that purchase the VIP tickets, you can come see me. The idea is I would have already had this all organized and handed it when you came in. But anybody that's purchased a VIP ticket, we want to make sure you get all your tickets, which is great. And then for other people during the day, like I said, you can actually win the tickets for lunch and dinner, and also there's drink tickets too. So there's 4 different items there, and then we have a lot of products. So in between each one of the sessions, what we're going to do is we're going to raffle off whatever products we're talking about, and then and then other times when you get a ticket redeemable, you can go over to the VIP bag area and get products over there. Okay, and if anybody has any questions later on, let me know. We also have a tour going on over here to the side, which they actually have their, it's called Spatial Studios, and there's their monitor right here. So they have some state-of-the-art equipment over here for complete capturing, and it's just really amazing. So take the time you can come over here and register to take a little bit of a tour. It's pretty amazing. You want to learn about that. Let's see, what else do I want to talk about? Rex, you got anything you want me to remind them? All right. So again, also people on Zoom and everybody here. Anybody here that actually, we have the hashtag. If you go to the website, we have the hashtag Los Angeles Investor Conference. If you post, you have the ability to also get prizes. If you're out on Zoom and on the webinar and the live streaming, if you go to the website, LosAngelesInvestorConference.com, go to where the venue, not the venue, where the VIP gift bag, you can see a lot of the products that are listed there, and you can actually register right there. We've already had about 20 people register right there, and if you're in North America, we'll actually ship you products. We'll actually probably call you and find out what products you want, so it's just an opportunity of interaction. We actually have over probably about 100 people listed on the website under participants. So that's people helped out with the event, the speakers and everything. So another thing for people out in Zoom and in here, you can actually click on those links, connect to them on LinkedIn, and the goal is try to make as many connections here, and then after, and literally you can just click on the links and connect with people, and then I assume most of you have an email with me and I'll help make more connections for you then. So I think that covers it. If I forget anything, I'll bring it up later. But right now we're going to start with the Los Angeles Cannabis and Psychedelics Investing Forum, and we have a Master of Ceremonies, Ian Rassman. Come on up here, Ian. And I've known Ian for about 5 years. Let's have a hand for Ian. So just briefly, was reluctant to get into the cannabis business, but I had a ticketing platform that was actually selling tickets to all the conferences, all the big conferences in cannabis, and the cannabis companies and CBD cannot market on Google and Facebook and everything, and all of a sudden this particular company had 500,000 registrations, so we had this database, and I was doing conferences, so all of a sudden I got asked to help to do an event down in Cartagena. Carol Ortega, that'll be speaking a little bit later, actually was producing an event down in Bogota, and we put an event down on the Cartagena with over 1,200 people. So I put on one of the first cannabis investing events down in Cartagena, and Carol actually spoke from that stage, the first woman entrepreneur speaking on the stage in Latin America, and this woman's amazing. You have to get to know her. She's amazing what she's done. Let's give her a hand. All right, Ian, so you can start off, and thank everybody. And again, I'll be moving around and taking care of stuff, but if you need tickets, this, that, have any questions, please reach out to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. All right, welcome to the Los Angeles Cannabis and Psychedelic Investing Forum. Good afternoon, everybody. Let's hear that again. Good afternoon. Let's get the energy up here. There we go. All right. So we have quite a schedule of events here for you today. And are we ready to go with the first? Yes. The first panel. All right. Introduce our first panelist here. Okay. This is going to be on pioneering leaders in psychedelics and the cannabis industries. I'd like to welcome to stage Jeff Wolfson. Jeff Wolfson, come on up. Managing Director of TBC Well. And then I'd also like to welcome up Dr. Pega Panahi. And then Mandy Leal. There we go, Lyle. Sorry, Mandy. Mandy Lyle, come on up. And Megan. Where's Megan? Oh, there she is, right in front of me. Okay, so here's our panel. I'm going to pass the microphone down to each one of you so you can give a brief little introduction on yourselves.
All right, I've already got it. Except for the ladies. We'll all use that. Yeah, that's great. Yeah. Thanks, everybody. How's everybody doing? Yeah. Glad to see you all here. We're going to have an exciting panel today. My name is Jeff Wolfson. I'm with a company called TCB Well. I'm an investor and really focus on the alternative healthcare space, help owners scale and exit their businesses for maximum valuation, and really passionate about the alternative wellness space, and so are these great ladies here. I'm also an investor in the Physicians Cannabinoid Council, and we help the council with growing and scaling, and it's an organization full of medical professionals, physicians, and other folks in the industry, medical experts. They excel in their medical disciplines, and they support holistic and functional medicine. We also conduct cannabinoid research, and we independently test products and provide the PCC quality verified seal for brands that meet our standards, and we conduct doctor-supervised efficacy trials for those products, and we target conditions like pain, inflammation, dementia, anxiety, among other ailments. Today we have a great panel of really wonderful female entrepreneurs, and I'm going to introduce each one individually, and then we're going to ask them some questions. So first we've got Mandy Lyle. She's a visionary founder of Potency number 710. It's a pioneering plant-based skincare line incorporating cannabinoids like CBD and CBG. She's got over 20 years of experience in skincare. Mandy has disrupted the beauty industry by harnessing the power of cannabis to create safe, effective products. She has been featured in top publications like Vogue and Allure. Mandy co-owns 2 dispensaries in California, and she makes a significant impact on both the beauty and cannabis industries, as well as being an advocate for the Physicians Cannabinoid Council. Please welcome Mandy. Dr. Pega Panagi. She's a board-certified pharmacist and also a key figure in the Physicians Cannabinoid Council. She has a passion for holistic healing and is a product developer and manufacturer in the cannabis and mushroom industries. Dr. Peggy is dedicated to formulating and developing high-quality products to address medical issues. She also guides aspiring entrepreneurs in starting their own cannabis businesses, providing top-tier products and support throughout the entire process. In addition to her medical contributions, Dr. Panai assists new entrepreneurs in developing and launching their own businesses in the cannabis and psychedelics industries. She utilizes her custom formulations to help entrepreneurs achieve their business goals. Her work has also helped countless humans and animals transition away from highly addictive medications. And lastly, I'll welcome Dr. Panay, also known as Dr. Pega or Peggy. Lastly, we have Megan Bang. Megan is the founder of Trusted Cannabis. She has a bachelor's of science in nursing, a master's in medical cannabis therapeutics, and is a registered nurse. Trusted Cannabis focuses on helping heal the mind and body with plant-based medicine. They teach consumers and medical professionals how to use cannabis and psychedelics as medicine. It's in a way that's safe, therapeutic, and evidence-based. They also have their own formulation of high quality whole plant products recommended by various physicians and practitioners. Welcome. Okay, first question is for Mandy. Hi, Mandy. You got your mic on?
Not working there.
There we go.
Hi.
Okay, are you ready?
Well, I was hoping that Rex was going to be able to put some slides up, but I think that he is still. Email would come from Potency, Mandy, Potency.
Why don't we keep moving and I'll ask
Go
you
ahead.
Okay.
No. Go ahead. It
Yes,
just says slide.
Dr. Benai. Okay, first question for you. Oh,
Well,
we
that's
find
it.
There we got it. Wait, we're gonna go to Mandy.
Hey, that's
We'll just
perfect.
keep it in order for everybody. That way it's
My
simple.
stool's a little wobbly too, so it might see me fall off.
You got this. You got this.
Keep the camera on me. It could be a very good America's Most Funniest Video.
Whatever it takes to make it go viral. Mandy, since your launch in 2018, it looks like you've been collecting quite a bit of your own data as far as how potency is performing while utilizing cannabinoids in your skincare. What inspired you to do so? And can you share with us the details in the images?
Yes, I can. So in this industry, you know, it's really hard to make claims. They smack your hand quite a bit if you say anything good that your product does. So I decided very early on, as an esthetician of 28 years, I've been an esthetician behind the chair, that it was very important to take photos. So on my very first postcard when I launched, at the very top it said, "First take a selfie," which everybody's really good at nowadays. So it said, "First take a selfie," because I wanted my clients to really compare how the product was working to their other products that they were buying and to actually see the results. So what ended up happening is I intended it for this to be a beauty product, and it ended up going beyond beauty. So people started putting it on all parts of their body, and then they started emailing me and telling me, "Hey, I got a brown recluse spider bite." And we can't see the whole photo, I don't know why, but there was, oh, this is hiding it. But the photo on the left is a girl who got a brown recluse spider bite and had been using the Bactroban ointment the doctor gave her, and it was actually making it worse, because petroleum sucks. But it was over here on July 1st, and she started putting it on her spider bite, and you can see 5 days later how drastically it took that down. That is a flesh-eating spider, so that did very well. Another factor over here is a girl who had a little bit of sun damage and a little bit of that stress acne on the cheek area we always get during our hormonal, or our kids are stressing us out and get a new blemish. And she was a little dull over under the eye area. And in 3 days, she utilized the gold serum, the other product as well as the one that did the brown recluse spider bite. The gold serum is made up of 100 milligrams of CBD and 50 CBG, but it also has 20 other plant oils in there that love to play with cannabis. Green tea being one of them. It is also a cannabinoid that doesn't come from the cannabis plant, but is an amazing plant that works very well with the cannabinoids from the plant. This is an acne client who was on Accutane, and I don't know if you know about Accutane, but it comes with some very nasty side effects. Kids are already depressed and upset. They have a blemish on their face. You get one zit, you feel like your whole life's over. And then they go to school and everybody makes fun of it. And then you put them on something that causes depression. And that's what Accutane does. And then it fucks up their liver, excuse my language. And then the other one is rosacea on the other side. And this is another girl who had been using a product from the dermatologist and was getting nowhere. And she's actually a model. And she used it in 3 days. She got more of a result than she'd ever gotten before. And I'm up here on the top because I had a lot of pigmentation on the nose area, and I made my own face better. And then on the bottom page, if he can scroll that up, this is a girl who had a broken leg. So I'm showing you these because I'm showing you the power of what the product's doing as far as fighting inflammation. You may not can see this well, but the girl on the left here was at an event I was at a few weeks ago in Long Beach. And I said, are you putting anything topical on your leg? And she said, no, but it hurts. I can't feel my toes. I've been in this boot forever and I feel like I'm not healing. And I said, well, let me give you a jar of lotion, because I love to give stuff. So I gave her a jar of lotion. A week later, I said, please document it. A week later, she takes this photo and you can see she now has an ankle. She told me she could feel her toes. And she actually feels like it's healing. So if you imagine, if you fall, you swell, which is inflammation, you start swelling. And the bone is here, and if you're swollen out, that can't come back together and heal. So if you can fight that inflammation, you can really do a lot of good things. So that's a week long of just using the Higher Good lotion that I have that has 750 milligrams of CBG and 750 of CBD. But there's a lot of plants in this garden, and I'll let Jeff turn it over to talk about one of the other favorite plants that we're all here to talk about today, Psychedelics. And if you'd like to stop by my booth, I have Rio Sarah here, a very famous artist who's transforming some beautiful artwork back there as we're sitting here. And Sandy, a very dear friend of mine who's playing sound bowl, because sound is the future of medicine and we are all vibrational beings. So if you want to come check us out, we're in the back corner on the right, and we'll be giving away a lot of potency today with those raffle tickets. So be sure and go around to every booth and get those tickets so that maybe you can win some potency and, feel better.
And Mandy, for the folks on Zoom, what's the best way to get a hold of you?
You can find me on Instagram. You can find me on LinkedIn. I love LinkedIn. I'm under Mandy Lyle. And again, just come by the booth. I have over 400 images of photos that I can show you. They're very fascinating to look at because, again, a picture speaks 1,000 words. So.
That's awesome. We appreciate
Jeff.
Yeah, absolutely. Give Mandy a hand, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mandy. Dr. Pranay, first question for you. What are the main challenges you faced in combining mushrooms and cannabis in your formulations, and how have you successfully addressed these challenges?
Hello everyone. Thanks for having me. The challenges of combining mushrooms and cannabis, of course we know that cannabis plant is oil soluble and mushrooms and psychedelics are water soluble. So combining oil and water, they don't go together. At the formulator, we've been utilizing the nanotechnology to combine mushrooms with cannabis to be able to take advantage of the benefits of both. So which is very amazing. I mean, it's amazing because a lot of products are made of oil and our body is also water. So we get a lot more absorption and viability with the water-soluble products. And also the dosing, with a lower dose, you get a lot more benefit. Like we get the same benefit of 200 milligram per unit with the technology of the nanoemulsion. We only need 50, so it's just 50 compared to 200, breaking down the molecules from 4,000 to 25 or 50. The body gets a lot more absorption.
That's awesome. Megan, with the majority of psychedelics still being illegal, what are the potential revenue streams in the psychedelic industry for investors?
Thank you for the question. Excited to be here. I will tell you what we are doing as a team of nurses in both the cannabis and psychedelic space, is we are offering microdosing programs for people. So, if anybody's done psychedelics or microdosing, it's not a replacement for like a Zoloft or Prozac. Just take it and go about your day. you take it and then your brain is starting to make changes and you need help integrating these changes into your life. And people want this help, they want the guidance. They don't want to go on Instagram and be scammed with, you know, the scam supplements that everybody's advertising for. So what we do is we offer microdosing programs. People come to us, we determine if they're appropriate or not, based on our judgment, to be microdosing, and then they sign on for a one-on-one program or a group program where they are working with us to integrate this fantastic medicine into their life and make these incredible changes. And supplements are included in our program, and then once they finish the program, if they want to, they can continue to purchase from us. But we aren't just supplying the supplements, because there's so much more that goes into psychedelics and integration than just popping the capsule. So the microdosing programs and the one-on-one and group support is like, that's where it's at with psychedelic medicine.
Thank you. Dr. Benaghi, how can companies ensure consistent product quality during the development and the manufacturing process?
The quality of the products, absolutely, it helps if you have an option to try out, and sampling definitely helps. If you're working with a company that are manufacturing a larger scale, you may want to make sure that you check the product, you know, prior to the production, and that's very helpful. We also have a PCC that really helps, which is the Physician Cannabinoid Council, and it helps to ensure that you get a high quality products. So I don't recommend, I don't know how many of you have been thinking about, you know, maybe you want to be in the cannabis industry or mushroom industry and want to develop something new. Wonderful. I've been working with clients. You know, I've had clients walk in and sometimes they tell me, create me something, you know, or I want to be in it. So we get into, do we have another question about that?
Right. Well, okay, so that being said, so what challenges do investors and entrepreneurs encounter when developing and manufacturing new products? And then what advice do you have for them?
The question I have when somebody comes to me, I say, why do you want to be in the industry? Because you don't want to fall behind? It's cool, you know, let's do cannabis. But if this is the intention, you know, it's not going to work. This industry, there's a lot of regulation. You really have to be passionate about it. There are days that, you know, you have to think of what I'm going to do the next day. So do you really have a mission, and is this a right fit for you? So this is the first question. I've had some clients very successful, and some others, you know, very excited, but it didn't work out just because they were not prepared for the challenge. So I always advise, do you know your market? You have to have your buyer prior to developing a product. Do you have a buyer? You just walk in and say, hey, I want to make something, but, you know, understanding that not every product fits every entrepreneur. You know, we have a lot of good companies out there. They develop amazing products, but is it a good fit for you? Does it resonate with your personality? You want to talk about it, being excited about it. I'm excited about what I'm talking about. You know why? Because I'm a pharmacist. I gave up my degree. I got my degree, but I gave up my pharmacy license to help patients to wean them off from medication. So I have a mission. You know, do you have a mission?
Can you feel the excitement? Wow. Awesome. With that being said, Meg, how have you overcome the strict advertising challenges of cannabis, specifically hemp-based cannabis and psychedelics? And you kind of hit on this earlier, but why don't you expand on that a little bit? Because I think it's really important. It's one of the things that we need to do as an industry, and that we need to better formulate a plan to advertise.
Right, so my advertising, I'm a nurse, I'm an educator, and that has always been the way that I advertise is by going after education and empowering consumers to make their own decisions. So what I have done is organic social media. I don't pay for social media ads, I don't pay for Google ads, you have some email marketing, but organic social media marketing is 100% how I have grown my business in the last 2 years. I will put out educational content on things like, I'm doing a cannabinoid series right now on social media, going through all of the cannabinoids, what we like and don't like about them, education about the difference between psilocybin and Zoloft and how they work differently in our brain to empower people to make their own decisions. And if anybody, I'm all over LinkedIn and TikTok and Instagram putting out this content and educating people on how to use these medicines appropriately.
Yeah, and I think Mandy does a really great job at marketing as well. Why don't you speak to how you market and some of the things that have been successful for you?
Well, I certainly don't hide behind the turkey bag. I've been doing a lot of photo shoots and a lot of different campaigns, and one of my favorite I create campaigns and create a lifestyle around my brand, and we did one recently called Unlocking Wonderland. I don't know if you were at one of Brad's events in Newport where I actually had the investors walk through a 7-foot rabbit hole to get over to my booth. But I went down and saved Alice from the wrong rabbit hole. So I create all these cool stories and go pretty in depth, but I did a lot of cross marketing. I think that bringing and talking to other brand founders like Megan, once Megan and I met, I was like, you're with me, we're gonna do some cross marketing together. And same thing with what Brad does for me, same thing that Sandy and Rio do, and we do a lot of cross marketing. Just make sure that your people are resharing and that you're doing a lot of campaigns together. And we write a lot of blogs and include other brands and lead people to those other brands as well. And I have a little marketplace that I built on my website that kind of puts my favorite things on there. But I think just really keeping that intention high, keeping your mission going, and just not letting the bad things that you're not allowed to do or the things that you're not allowed to do get you down and let it define you. And just to keep moving and shifting with the wind, because it'll take you where you're supposed to go if you're supposed to be here.
Great. Dr. Bernani, you can leave our audience with one tidbit, one thing to take away from this. What would you leave them with?
A joint.
Way to break the ice, Mandy. Didn't take her long. I think 13 minutes.
So have your buyers lined up prior to developing a product, and test your first product. Don't have a large order, especially the first order, knowing that they expire in a year. Test your market. You don't know your market and the product already expiring. I had that a lot, just test that, the small, test your market, learn about this business, and then go from there. I wish everybody success.
How can people get a hold of you?
I have a hemp clinic in Huntington Beach. You can find me under Hemputics, which is coming from therapeutics, HEMPEUTICS, and hemp pharmacy in Huntington Beach. You can search my name. I can't hide myself. Or you can call me 714-596-0808.
Beautiful. Megan, how about you? Any parting words? Any advice for aspiring entrepreneurs or investors in this industry?
Yeah, eat some mushrooms so you can get out of your own way and have the confidence to throw the noodle, and it may or may not stick, but at least you have the confidence to do it.
Excellent. How can people get in touch with you?
Trusted Cannabis on all social media platforms, and then my name on LinkedIn.
Awesome. Everybody give a hand for the wonderful ladies on the stage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we move off here, we have a presentation, Denise. Small presentation here.
Hello everyone, my name is Denise and I'm with the International Cannabis Businesswomen Association, one of the vice presidents with the organization, and we have a little spot over there in the corner, and we'd like to take an opportunity right now. One of the things that we do in the organization is to create that leadership relationship at a legislative level, as well as providing resources and providing educational concepts to the industry in different ways. We had our first Physician Council conference where Mindy participated, Dr. Pega participated, as well as Megan participated and a couple others. And one of the things that is very imperative for us to do is to leverage this to get the voice out at a legislative level, because they lack the knowledge, they lack understanding why what we're doing today and why it's so important. So without further ado, Senator Bradford has been a very supportive senator with the cannabis industry, with our organization. It has also been the only organization that First Citizens Bank has funded as a nonprofit women's oriented cannabis industry. So relationships there are solid with the organization, and it's something that we offer people that become members with our organization. Therefore, Dr. Pega and Mindy, I just handed hers earlier. On behalf of the 35th California State Senate District, I proudly present this proclamation in recognition of your valuable, sorry, I get emotional. I knew there's always a purpose in our mission in life, and I think I found it. Valuable contribution as a panelist in the 2024 Medicinal Cannabis Experts Conference. I commend your dedication and expertise in advancing the knowledge and application of medicinal cannabis. Your insights and leadership in the industry have been invaluable to the progress of this important field. Thank you for your commitment to educating and empowering others through the participation in this esteemed conference. Best wishes for all your future endeavors. Senator Stephen Bradford. I will not further how to do that. Thank you all for being here today.
Fantastic. These are the moments right there, right?
Thank you, everybody.
All right, one more quick announcement before we move on to the next panel. David Lee, where are you? Oh, there you are, right here. Okay, so David Lee, come on up. David Lee is celebrity photographer to the stars. Who we got? Kardashians. We got a whole long list of people that you have been celebrity photographer for. So today, anybody here is able to come and chat with David. David, let me pass this to you to tell a little bit about what you got going on today.
So if you guys need a headshot or a portrait, I'll be taking them right in the corner over there, right after this. So yeah, I've done a lot of photo shoots for Vogue and Style, Rolling Stone, lots of major magazines, and I've shot hundreds of celebrities, and I'd love to take your portrait. So,
Go follow David, get your headshot taken. He did some photographs of me and my father recently, and I got so many compliments on it. Thank you so much. That was special too. It was with my dad.
Real quickly, is Greg here? Next presenter?
Greg Ellis.
There you go.
All right, so let's move on to our next presentation here. Bringing up to the stage Greg Ellis, co-founder, Breakthrough Biosciences, and we're going to talk a little bit about vaporizable DMT, dimethyltryptamine, and therapeutic clinics. So, Greg, please take it away.
Thank you very much. Do we have a little?
Virtually tap the air. Somebody in the magic crowd will be able to work.
Thank you.
Good job, Greg.
So psychedelics, as we know, they're new and exciting. But currently, next slide, ketamine is pretty much the only psychedelic that is widely available, and that's because of its Schedule III status. Next slide, please. There are these psychedelics that are starting to emerge in sort of this patchwork of state regulatory frameworks. But most psychedelics have the same problem. Anybody know what the big problem, the big issue with psychedelics, or at least according to me?
California?
No, just in general. Psychedelics. Outside. Yes. DMT is set apart because we believe that psychedelics, the duration is just too long for many of us. Like we've all done psychedelics. Many of us have done psychedelics. I've done psychedelics, but for therapy, like a whole day-long session. Can you go to the next slide, please? There will be an increased demand for new psychedelics having very short durations to accommodate busy schedules. Next slide. The solution is vaporizable DMT. It's fast-acting, it's powerful, and it's got a uniquely short duration of about 10 to 15 minutes. So to illustrate how this is an advantage from a commercial point of view, next slide please. A facilitator can probably only do about, well, you probably can't see this, but just over the a little bit. A psilocybin facilitator might only be able to get one session in per day, right? Because it takes the entire day. Whereas the same facilitator might be able to get 8 DMT sessions in per day. So it's got clear commercial advantages. Next slide. It also benefits the patient too. This didn't turn out completely right, but the point being, you can get the whole preparation, administration, and integration session. Sure, I'm sorry. Okay, there you go. So it helps patients as well because the entire session can be done in an hour. Like for example, during somebody's lunch break, right? Individuals are accustomed to hour-long, not day-long therapeutic sessions. And this is really important to remember, right? Because it's all about the patient. And we have a lot of people that could utilize psychedelics that are just scared of psychedelics. You know, they may not have had the same college or 30s or 40s and 50s experience as I have. And, you know, they may be scared to spend an entire day tripping, right? But this might help bring them to psychedelics. And again, and they can do the sessions. They don't have to worry about, you know, putting a whole day aside. Next slide, please. We have some intellectual property. We have an issued patent that broadly covers vaporizable DMT devices. Next slide, please. And as we're all aware, it's becoming more and more popular. Internet is replete with illegal and infringing sales of these DMT vape pens, but at least it's kind of showing, you know, that people can do adopt to a minimal viable product. Next slide. Okay, so what are we going to do? So we are going to create a franchise of DMT clinics, and what we're going to do is we're going to establish the brand with our own vertically integrated DMT clinics, and we're going to supply the devices and everything ourselves. So this is to establish the brand. Once we do that, we're going to grow the franchise that are going to be independently owned. We're going to partner with all these other individuals. Right? So this is great because this allows others to be able to also participate in the clinics, but we're gonna license our IP and provide the devices in the DMT. Next slide, please. So we're gonna start in states that have the regulatory framework. First state is gonna be Colorado. Additional states are gonna start building on top of that. There's already, I think Massachusetts and Washington have ballot measures approved. I think only Massachusetts is actually gonna be in November, but the point being it's gonna be like cannabis. Once Colorado allows DMT therapy, more and more states are gonna start allowing it. Next slide, please. After that, the next step will be, depending on how and when and if it gets rescheduled, is to expand nationwide. So it'll be a lot like the ketamine clinics that we see today, but instead of ketamine, it's going to be better because it's going to be DMT, and they're all going to be under our franchise, which will be supported by our IP rights. Okay, next slide. You can back up really quickly. Sorry. We got to point out that another thing that DMT is safer. We all know about Matthew Perry. I recently had an acquaintance that died from liver failure from ketamine abuse, so it is killing people. You know, the only thing that I know from my use of DMT is it makes me crazy enough to try to start a business off it. But I think it's a lot safer than ketamine. So next slide, please. And ketamine isn't the best comparable market. Currently, ketamine is a $4 billion a year industry. That's almost $100 million per state. Next slide, please. So we're going to disrupt, our plan is to disrupt the ketamine industry, and it's important to know that the total psychiatric mental health market is almost $500 billion. And psychedelics are going to start playing a larger and larger and larger role as we get, you know, more accustomed, more used to, more comfortable with it. Unlike cannabis, psychedelics have broad bipartisan support because of the efficacy it's shown in helping veterans, among other items. So I think it's going to really explode. Psychedelics are going to become a big part of the short duration psychedelics like DMT. Are going to play a very, very large role in that. Next slide, please. So we predict that per state, within a few years, based on our franchise licensing and our own DMT clinics, that we should be have about probably close to $10 million per quarter per state, is what we expect within a few years. Next slide, please. And this is our 2-year investment ask. You know, Colorado, the go live date for DMT therapy in Colorado is going to be 2026, which is about a little less than 2 years from now. So this is our funding ask. We have about $3 to $4 million, and this is going to allow us to, you know, get the greenhouse, get the farms, everything we need to do to source the material and to produce it, and also to create our own DMT clinics for them that will help establish the brand. Next slide, please. This is our team. I'm Greg. I'm currently leading the company. I'm also going to be the Chief Legal Officer. The former General Counsel of Fliqs Bioscience, which is in the cannabis space. We have an extremely intelligent, amazing Chief Scientific Officer who is currently going by a Silhouette. She is an industry drug discovery chemist, and she's a former organic chemistry professor. Nelson, who's here today, there, hi Nelson. He's our Chief Regulatory Officer and our Chief Operational Officer. He's got decades of VP level regulatory, quality, and operational experience with 4 successful MedTech startups. He also, in another country, not the United States, was a former 5-methoxy DMT facilitator trainer. So he would actually train those that would do the facilitations for 5-methoxy DMT. We have just an absolutely amazing team. We're very experienced, we're educated, we're experienced. I've got my cannabis experience. We have our scientists, our chemists. We have Nelson, who's going to be in charge of operations and training facilitators and everything. I couldn't be more happy with my colleagues on this team. Next slide. And this is just to sum up. So, ketamine presently enjoys monopoly psychedelic therapies for a couple of different reasons. Other psychedelics are emerging to disrupt the ketamine clinics, billions of dollars in market share. But we expect DMT easily to become the most successful psychedelic to emerge, mostly because of its short duration. It's also popular, powerful, very quick acting. And to some, basically our broad IP rights and franchise model will easily position us as the dominant leader in the emerging psychedelic therapeutic space. Thank you, and if you have any questions.
Right, do we have any questions from the audience? We do, let's go right over here. Let me bring you the microphone.
Hi, so I'm just trying to figure out, in Colorado, you guys are not, there's no passing of like a Congress bill for the DMT for you to even start like your grow house and everything else, even though you're asking for the investment?
I'm sorry, the question?
Is there like a law that was passed for the DMT to be harvested?
So the question being, is this actually legal in Colorado? The answer is yes. Colorado passed the Natural Medicine Health Act, Proposition 122 in 2022, and it's starting out with psilocybin, sort of as the test. Once psilocybin, that's actually just starting right now, and then in 2026, other psychedelics are going to be open. DMT, again, is not unfortunately part of the DMT is not part of it, but there's going to be a couple other medicines. So yeah, that's going to start in 2026.
So you're trying to gear towards
Yeah, no, that's a great question. Why now, right? And we have, like I said, a lot of work to do. We need to get the greenhouse. We need to get our growing protocols down. We need to get our extraction protocols. And importantly, we're also going to be working on the protocol, like the actual therapeutic protocol. So fortunately, we have Nelson, who's got a lot of experience with 5-methoxy, and we're basically going to take that and we're going to incorporate it into DMT and make sure that it's working. And then we also have to get the clinics going, get them built up. A lot of work to do in the next couple of years. So that's why it's important to see now.
Good question. Let's go right over here. I got a mic for you.
Hi, I have a question for you. Have you looked into Utah for expanding into Utah as well?
It's funny you ask that because I live in Utah. So
I was looking at the regulatory framework for psilocybin list today and what's going on there. So of course California's stagnating again with me.
Yeah, I know that they're not going to be having DMT in Utah anytime soon. great if they did, but we're right next door in Colorado, and now we're gonna be relocating and everything to Colorado to kind of help this. But
I had two questions, so I'm
yeah.
sorry.
No. I have 12. I only give a 5-minute presentation for a 12-minute slot, so anytime.
The clinics themselves, are they by state or legal framework for the state of Colorado? Are they required to be in medical grade real estate, or can they be, let's say, next to a Chick-fil-A or a Joann's Fabric? I mean, can it be in a mini mall?
Yeah, it's going to be a lot like cannabis. To answer the first part of that question, it is going to be under the state regulatory framework. We all have to remember that today cannabis is still federally illegal, can you believe it?
So will there be a special zone? Like
They're presumably they're still in the process of making the rules. But one thing that towns and municipalities cannot do is they cannot prevent a natural medicine therapeutic clinic from emerging, unlike that, which many municipalities do with cannabis. But yeah, there's going to be, clearly not going to have a probably be next to a school, but there will be some restrictions, but they're trying to make it as open as possible.
Hold on, I got another question in the back, and then Chauncey, I'm coming back to you.
So I'm very interested in hearing about your competition, and I think the best way to frame the question would be to say, what barriers or hurdles have you guys crossed that you think competitors are going to falter with?
Our IP rights for one. Our biggest competitor are going to be those selling illegal DMT vape pens on the internet. It used to be where you'd have to go on the black web, dark web to get it, but now people are just blatantly selling DMT vape pens everywhere. They're extremely popular. I see them all the time at parties and stuff. That's going to be our biggest competition. So what we're going to have to do is, basically try to work to shut those sites down, because we have our IP rights, but we're not going to try to enforce our IP rights against those individuals. If they're not respecting criminal laws, they're not going to respect civil laws either. And we don't really want to again, going back to the franchise model, we don't want to enforce our IP rights. We want to use them to invite others to join us, so that as many people as possible can try DMT. I first tried DMT back in 1999, before probably some of the people were even born here. I've done it a couple hundred times. I've found it to be extremely a huge part of my life, and I basically want to get as many people as possible to be able to experience this. It's not going to be for everybody, right? But to those who want to try it and can find benefit from their life, that is kind of like my goal, and that's one of the reasons why I started this company, is just to have as many people, try it as possible and to be able to benefit from it. We all have bad experiences, everybody's had bad experiences in psychedelics, but I think in the right setting, with Nelson's guidance, we can have, amazing therapeutic sessions to benefit people. So, and then our other competitors will be, DMT that's not vaporizable, right? So you can have like oral, but that kind of defeats the whole purpose of having the short duration, and that's what we're really trying to stress, is the short duration. And then of course the ketamine industry. But I think once other psychedelics start coming online, we're going to start ketamine is still shooting upwards, and it's going to continue to do so. But I think that a lot of other psychedelics are going to kind of play a role in taking away some of that market share from ketamine.
Fantastic. Okay, we're running very short on time. We got one last question here from Chauncey. We'll try and move through this quickly.
Thank you. Greetings. I just had a question, and it's trying to determine, are you following the lead on some type of I want to say it would be maybe microdosing, and are there clinical trials that lead into this?
There are clinical trials. There are multiple clinical trials, right? And that's from both companies and academic institutions. Both, natural DMT, deuterized forms of DMT, but there are clinical trials. Is microdosing? I'm not quite sure, but we're going to try to stay. We're not going to get into the microdosing space, because we do kind of want that sort of that outstanding experience to be able to help with the therapy that we're going to be treating.
The DOC brought DMT into its whole therapies allowed their channels for
The what?
the DOD.
Oh, the Department of Defense? I don't think that is no. But I think there's a lot of interest, there's a lot of research. The DEA is actually trying to promote research in psychedelics because we're reading the wall, we're writing the wall with bipartisan support and everything, and like the potential that it really has. And we have like veterans who are saying, I would have committed suicide if it weren't for my psychedelic therapy. That's like opening up a lot of ears to people. So, all right, thank you everybody.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Greg Ellis. Everybody, DT Bioscience. Check him out. Greg's going to be around today. You can catch up with him. Okay, so next up, Dwayne Hirsch, president of Georgia's first hemp farm, which is a pit stop to fuel your life's journey with premium wellness products to keep you moving forward. Dwayne, welcome.
Thank you. All right, how's everybody doing? All right, so what I want to do first here, there are 3 people in this building that we need to all recognize right now. Rex Wong, Sylvia, and of course Brad Turner for putting on this event. Give them a big round of applause. For anybody that's ever had a business and you've been out there trying to raise money, we need events like this. We need these type of forums to be able to come together and find ways to work with each other to build the future that we're all looking to build. So my name again is Dwayne Hirsch. I'm the president of Pit Stop Diesel Corporation. Who's on the slide? Okay, great. So this is our flagship prototype facility that we're building right now in Metter, Georgia. It's actually a building that's being renovated from our previous facility that we had there. Now, to qualify myself to have this conversation with you, Dwayne Hirsch, I'm one of Georgia's hemp industry pioneers. I was among the first to cultivate hemp outdoors in the state of Georgia in 2020. That was the pandemic year. It was the first year for the state of Georgia. It was a very good year for us. But along with that came the establishment of a dispensary, a post-harvest production facility that included high-volume pre-roll production and packaging operation that was featured on PBS Nova in 2021. Now I know up here right now I look nice, cool, pink, blue, I'm good, but this is me. Just a couple of short years ago, in the middle of a field of hemp that was about 3-4 weeks from harvest. That was the first season. I did 2 full seasons there, and then we built that facility. Now, what I want to know today, a quick question. I want you all for a second to think of yourself as an automobile. Not the car you drove here on, but the car you're sitting in right now. How many of you are running on all cylinders? By show of hands. You feel like you're running on all cylinders right now? All right. Now, who's not running on all cylinders right now? Who's got a little something missing? Whose spark plugs are missing? Misfiring right now, right? That happens to all of us, but it happens sometime today, might happen to some of us tomorrow. But this is what the design of our company is. So, as both the race car and the driver all in one, we have to be able to convey our needs to the pit crew that can offer speedy relief to us to get back on track. That's what Pit Stop Diesel is all about. So you're in a race and you're running around an oval in NASCAR, you're running around in F1, you're feeling your tires go low, you're feeling your gas get light, you're feeling your oil need to be filled. What do? You call into the pit, you deliver a message, they make a diagnosis, they bring you in, they fix it and get you back in the race, right? That's what this concept is all about. However, it's conveyed in the form of CBD. It's conveyed with the health and daily wellness products that we offer, because what we want to be able to do, we'd like to have you to be able to call into our store 5 miles down the road. Tell us what you're dealing with, what you're going through. We can make that diagnosis. You come into our drive-through, get what you need, and be back on your way. It's just about that. Because what we want is, we want this industry to level itself out. We want to help to remove the stigmas that were attached to it, and we want this medicine, if you will, that we're taking to be fun. It doesn't need to be pharmaceutical. It doesn't need to feel therapeutic. It doesn't need to feel like you're going to get your teeth pulled when you go in to buy a little bit of oil or a little bit of smoke to help yourself. In F1, a pit stop takes an average of 2.2 to 3 seconds, and the world record is 1.82 seconds by Red Bull. NASCAR pit stops take around 9 seconds, with the record being at 8.4 seconds. Now, when a driver calls in and come into our store, they can get everything they need. They can get the oil, the wax, the gas, and even the glass that they need at our store. Now, a wide variety of products mean that we can service your hood, your fenders, your bumpers, your tires, your axles, and the armatures that connect them all. Slide. So when we started looking at this, we said we're gonna make a franchise out of this concept. But there's a few obstacles there. So we wanna know, we wanna be able to convey to people, why does it make sense to do it? A lot of people believe that the CBD industry is saturated. I would say otherwise, as a person being in it from its genesis, at least down in that part of the South, you have a lot of people that know the business, that have started these businesses, but they did it with a lot of business models that were not sustainable in the beginning. And so you've seen some of those fall off. Now, how many people in here know enough about CBD to be able to explain it to the person next to you in 20 seconds or less? 1, 2, 3, 4, a few people, right? Until everybody's hands go up on a question like that, this market is a long, long way from being saturated. And there's also no household names yet in the industry. Some companies are kind of approaching that, but none have met that yet. Not in my opinion, I haven't seen one. If anybody knows of any, please feel free to tell me. So now we've seen a lot of competition in the hemp industry, but it's still very small compared to the size of the industry and the size of the country and the amount of the people that we ultimately have to serve. From 2014 to 2022, CBD sales, as you can see, steadily on the incline, right? 1,918 million in 2022. Advance the slide. Now, our key features is that as a company, any company that we're talking to today, you want to have sustainable corporate governance, cooperative advertising fund, internal brand building mechanism for our franchisees, store size and locations. Our location sizes are ideal between 700 and 1,500 square feet. Could be more if you need to be, depending on where you are, but at an ideal annual rent per square foot of about $20 to $30. Location features, street traffic, places where you could have a drive-through, places that used to serve people quickly, drive-throughs, gas stations, and so on. Now, in brand development, our brands come from in-house. They also come from franchisees throughout our partnership. We offer them the opportunity to be able to develop their own brands, which we would house and run through our company, a white label firm, which is designed to help to develop the businesses for the brands that you would create. So franchise locations will be independently owned. They'll be operated as DBAs, with each franchise unit being owned by a separate individual or organization, and each business operating contained within the respective business. So Bob Smith, DBA Pit Stop Diesel of Nashville, of Los Angeles, of your city, of your town. Next slide. So, keeping you in the race, the advantages of owning this store would be, first of all, bringing alternative daily wellness options presented responsibly to your own communities, aligning with the cannabis industry in a way that can provide you early advantages in terms of knowledge and experience. Everything in this industry is coincidental to what goes on in cannabis. So if you can roll a hemp joint, you can roll a cannabis joint. If you can recommend a CBD oil, you can recommend a THC oil. Same thing. So as it's very expensive getting into recreational cannabis, CBD stores are seen as a viable alternative, and they offer you the experience that you need on the applications to ultimately file for medical and recreational cannabis. Comprehensive training from these industry pioneers that include, of course, myself and others that we have at our disposal with a modest cost. Financing options are available for our franchising applicants, and in a lot of communities right now, you still have a first mover advantage coming in, particularly with a model like this that is a themed model with a full scripted layout of how it's going to operate and run. Of course, we have cooperative marketing, cooperative advertising fund, celebrity and influencer commitments, and that helps to do a lot, right? So everybody wants to know who's going to say that they love my store, my products, or my brands. Well, we all have that built in for our franchise owners. Working within that theme model and an efficient system that helps to alleviate the industry stigmas. We are not smoke shops. We are not head shops. We are wellness operations, daily wellness operations. Slide. Big cities and small towns. It's a tourist attraction in our town. In Redding, Georgia, a town of about 4,000 people, it's a very big deal to have an operation where you can employ several people, bring lots of people in that are spending money, but that are coming off of Interstate 16 to see other businesses that they would not have seen and spent money at before. It does a lot for the town for us to be there. The loyalty that brings, the word of mouth that it brings, fast, efficient services. So the total area that we're in is about 40,000, population about 40,000 people within about 15 square miles. And so the difference with that is that people, of course, in a big city like here in LA, they just want to get in, get it, and be gone. And that works fine for what we're doing. So the advantages of owning a franchise, competition doesn't really exist. I'm a firm believer that creativity trumps competition every day of the week. And because we are in new industries that are constantly evolving, it's hard to tell someone what cannot be done. So creativity is always at the forefront of these businesses. Your CBD store has they're like the biggest, they have 290 stores right now, Miracle Leaf, Franny's Pharmacy, Discover CBD, and these are where their franchise fees are at. With your CBD store being at 20,000, Miracle Leaf being at about 55, and Franny's being at 40. Next. Now, for investors, we offer you the opportunity to join us in flexible ways. Investment in Pit Stop Diesel Corporation as an entity that we work for, corporate management talent, establishment of our corporate stores, and launches of our corporate and cooperative marketing programs. For us, our greatest benefit is going to be to start with not just our flagship store, but a couple more few corporate stores that'll set the tide in different markets for people to be able to come and join us in. So one of our secret sauces here is because of that experience that I had, it connected me to a large group of farmers in the state of Georgia and beyond, manufacturers all over the country, to give us the partnerships we need to develop an internal ecosystem of brands that run through our stores. And so what that means is that our Pit Stop Diesel gummy line, produced, owned by us, I can take that product and sell it out to your store as well. So there's a wholesale component, of course, that comes along with this. Next slide. So our executive team, aside from me, the gentleman in the middle that you see in front of you, is our founder and CEO, Malik Youssef, who you guys will be meeting here today, a little bit later on, and Burundi Partlow, our vice president. Our franchise establishment team is a team that has over 100 years of cumulative experience in developing and building franchise and selling hundreds of franchises and then thousands of their unit stores, and then also offering them exit strategies along the way. Next slide. Franchisee performer, a franchisee in this model at these numbers would see from year 1 to year 5 from 17 to 49% return on their investment, annual return on their investment, 169 total. Next slide. And this is how you can contact me before they throw me off the stage. Again, my name is Dwayne Hirsch. I represent Pit Stop Diesel. He's gonna take some questions.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take some questions. I'm going to leave this microphone. Dwayne Hirsch, everybody, right here. Give it up for Dwayne. All right, do we have any questions from the audience? That's an amazing presentation and no questions left.
Is that a good thing?
That's a good thing.
Good.
You slayed it.
All right, good.
All right. Thank you, Dwayne. Thank you. All right, if I can have Brad Turner come up for just a quick second for a quick announcement. Carol, we're going to let Brad make an announcement. Brad Turner, calling Brad Turner. Brad Turner, calling Brad Turner. To the stage, Brad Turner. All right. I think we're just gonna go into it. All right. All right, moving on to the next one, I would like to introduce you all to Carol Ortega. She's going to come up and talk to us about global investment outlook for the future of cannabis. Please welcome Carol Ortega.
Hello everyone, thank you for being here. A special thanks to Brad Turner for putting together such an amazing event. This network is very special and one of the top of the line in cannabis. My name is Carol Ortega. I'm the founder and managing director of Muisca Capital Group. We We focus on fractional CFO services. We have been fundraising for the industry for more than a decade already. Wow. And as of today, we have been able to mobilize $250 million in the Americas, mainly US, Colombia, and Mexico. And we have become experts in exit strategies, M&As, and liquidations. And I welcome you guys to follow us in our academic blog, Psychedelics Invest, and a newsletter that comes twice per month with very helpful insights for the industry and in general investments, finance, and accounting for CEOs, CFOs. Psychedelics Invest, please follow us, our newsletter in LinkedIn. Well, today we are going to we are going to explore the global investment outlook for the future of cannabis, the current market growth and projections. Well, cannabis is being valued of about $28 billion back in 2021. We are expecting a compound annual growth of 24%, reaching an estimate of $197 billion by 2028. This is fueled by the increase in legalization efforts globally for both medicinal and recreational cannabis, also for the evolving consumer preferences, educations, and science. And well, the growing awareness of cannabis-based products for, once again, medicinal and recreational purposes. Next. Thank you. The medical cannabis market, with more countries recognize the therapeutic potential of cannabinoids, and with the scientific understanding of our system, of our cannabinoid system, the expansion of medicinal cannabis is being tremendous. In US, this market is expected to surpass $33 billion by next year. In Europe, the market is forecasted to grow at a compound annual growth rate of 67%. This is a lifetime opportunity. We don't see this happen probably since the .com era. So this is a tremendous opportunity to expand your operations if you're in cannabis in Europe or Latin America. In Europe, countries like Germany, Italy, UK, and Luxembourg are leading the market. Next, thank you. Regarding recreational cannabis, the most developed country is US, despite the federal illegality that we have still existing. Canada and Uruguay are set to reach about $97 billion by 2026. North America is currently the largest recreational market. In Europe, countries like Germany and Luxembourg have just legalized recreational cannabis. However, there's still a lot of limitations in the space. We are going to take a look into those markets further. And in Colombia and Mexico are the two markets that mainly are leading the LATAM efforts regarding medicinal cannabis, recreational cannabis as well. Colombia and Mexico are working really hard towards the recreational legalization of cannabis. In Colombia, we're expecting to legalize cannabis by the end of next year. Medicinal cannabis is legal in Colombia, but recreational is still illegal. In Europe, let's take a look at Europe. The emerging cannabis market has a substantial growth with a rapidly evolving regulation. As I said before, countries like Germany and Luxembourg has just legalized in 2023 recreational cannabis. However, possession is still illegal, and they are facing a lot of challenges, just like any brand new industry does. In 2022, the industry was valued in $3.5 billion and is expected to reach $13.4 billion by 2027, with a compound annual growth rate of almost 30%. That's a major growth as well. Key markets Germany, UK, and Luxembourg. And we are going to explore why I recommend to take a look into these markets in Europe. Germany. Germany, well, is Europe's largest economy. Germany is considered a key player in the region. Significant strides in medical cannabis regulation has happened with a robust medical cannabis program since 2017. The recreational cannabis was legalized in 2023 in July in Germany. You can possess up to 25 grams. This is the equivalent of 2 dozens of joints. You are allowed to smoke in public since April 2024. Still, it's super difficult to buy, even if it's legal. It's difficult to buy legal cannabis, so still the illegal market has the biggest market share for the recreational industry in Germany. Of course, these new legalizations have been driving a lot of interest from investors, and the market in Germany is projected to reach $8 billion by 2028. United Kingdom. The UK, well, UK have been established itself as a leader in the pharmaceutical level medicinal cannabis, with GW Pharmaceuticals Epidiolex gaining global recognition. And recreational cannabis, unfortunately, is still illegal in United Kingdom. Cannabis is still under Class B drug since 2007. Making illegal to possess, supply, purchase, or do pretty much anything at the recreational level in United Kingdom. The flower is still demonized, if you will, in UK, which brings another set of difficulties to enter within the the possible recreational cannabis legalization in the UK. Medicinal cannabis, however, is expanding rapidly. And UK now is the largest Europe's importers of medicinal cannabis. Colombia, for example, is one of the countries that is fueling these markets. Mexico has entered the market as well, mainly with flower and GPM extractors. Luxembourg has legalized recreational cannabis also in July 2023. This is a very interesting market because they have an incredible financial system, financial industry in place. So actually what legalization did in Luxembourg helped tremendously all the Americas. A lot of institutions start learning about the opportunities in cannabis, and in US, the investment, they have invested more than $200 million in US, specifically in California, from Luxembourg, which brings a lot of opportunities for entrepreneurs that are looking for financing options. Luxembourg is the prime institutional market for fundraising for you guys as of today. Of course, there's new investment opportunities for cultivation, distribution, retail. Still, the regulation lacks a lot of paths for investment, but is opening a big opportunity. There's the opportunity to self-grow cannabis. You can grow up to 4 cannabis plants per household. It's still illegal to purchase, to consume, transport, or possess cannabis in public. There's prosecution, depending on the amount of cannabis that you have. And there's mainly a penalty, a fine between $25 and 25 to 500 euros. The Americas, well, particularly North America, is the leader epicenter of global cannabis investment. US and Canada are markets that have been maturing to sophisticated operations and sophisticated use of financial instruments. Back in the day, 10 years ago, the only financial instrument that we used to see in cannabis is a typical convertible note, but as of today, we're seeing more sophisticated, more robust instruments and vehicles for fundraising and to attract capital. And this is generating big opportunities, including futures for the commodity. Key markets, well, North America, US and Canada, and Latin America, Colombia, Mexico, and Uruguay. In the United States, well, despite the federal illegality, US is the largest cannabis market globally for both medicinal and recreational. Sales are expected to rise up to $41 million by next year. States like California, Colorado, Illinois are becoming cannabis commerce hubs. And while the Northeast is emerging, New York and New Jersey are becoming the next significant markets to invest. Rescheduling cannabis is an important barrier that we can overcome probably within the next 2 months. If rescheduling cannabis happens, we will have the opportunity to see more banking services, more affordable prices. Also, we are going to get rid of 280E, which is huge for the entrepreneurs. During my 20 years of experience as an accountant and CFO, I've never paid as much taxes as you guys pay. I'm sorry. So hopefully this is going to help everybody's cash flow here. We need it. Stimulating all these changes and rapidly evolving regulations is going to increase investment in the industry, and hopefully with federal legalization, that is going to create a huge opportunity growth for the industry. Canada was the first country that legalized cannabis back in 2018, recreational level. It's a market that reached $5 billion in sales back in 2023. It still faces challenges regarding, once again, regulations, product oversupply, and unfortunately the illicit market is still leading a lot of the market share. Colombia. Well, Colombia has positioned itself as a low-cost producer of medicinal cannabis. Colombia has attracted up to $550 million as a foreign investment, making this commodity bigger for the country, bigger than coffee, bigger than banana, and bigger than flowers. Cannabis is now the top commodity for Colombia's economy. In Mexico is another jurisdiction that is placed to be a key leader with the proximity with US, the experience that they have with the sin semilla cultivation outdoors, and the low cost. We are going to probably be importing most of the flowers that we consume here in US from Mexico and South America. Okay, I think that I have covered my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Carol. Do we have any questions in the audience for Carol? Fascinating overview on the international cannabis outlook. Really great. Let's see, Brad Turner. There we go. We got a couple of announcements for you here from Brad.
All right, we're going to start the raffle after the next speaker. So for now, just a couple things. We have lunch tickets available that can be purchased for $15. Dinner tickets are $20. They have drink tickets, $1 for water, $2 for beverages, and $8 for the cocktails. And then again, we've got a special deal right now. You can get all the VIP bag and everything that was regularly $249. You can get all of this for only $49. So that'll be over there at the table in the middle over there. and they're starting lunch right now, so making you aware of that. And like I said, we're going to do we're going to start the raffle. We're going to collect the raffles and do that after the next session and start giving away some products and everything else. So anyway, I want to thank everybody for being in the audience and coming today. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Brad. I like those announcements. Food, gifts, right there. All right, so I am pleased to introduce yet again another friend of mine from within the industry. Pleased to introduce Davina Kaunohi, CEO and founder of Element Appetique. Element Appetique merges eco-friendly practices with cutting-edge cannabinoid science to promote holistic health and environmental sustainability. Thank you so much, Davina.
Thank you so much, I appreciate it. Well, hopefully you stay for lunch. You can have lunch after to listen to the presentation. But I'm Davina Kaunohi, the CEO and co-founder of Element Appetique. So Element Appetique is a consumer health and well-being brand. We're really focused on helping people live their best lives through quality products, education, and resources. We really have an idea that we envision a world where the oneness of nature and science come together to help people live their best lives. And as you can see through the presentations today, it's an incredible market. And as someone said earlier, although a lot of people say the CBD market is saturated, we think that we're only at the beginning. So this is our origin story. This is my great aunt Lola. She was really sick, diagnosed with multiple medical conditions, autoimmune diseases, and was given a prognosis of not many years to live, bedridden for the years that she had left. And like many of us, she thought life should be better than this. How many of you here have looked at alternative remedies or looking at integrative approaches and supplements in your current health regimen? And I think through COVID, as we can see, also a lot of people really understand that we can take our health into our own hands, that we have the ability to look at remedies that not only help to manage the symptoms, but they can actually look deeper in terms of regulating our bodies and helping bring homeostasis back to our bodies. And that's what Lola did. Her kitchen turned into an apothecary store, essentially. She was constantly mixing different ingredients and helping people support many multiple conditions. What she did is turn that over to me so that I could then build Element Appetique. What we did is partnered with medical doctors, practitioners, my co-founders at Integrative Pharmacists, and said we could do better with these products. Let's reformulate them and let's bring something that's really high quality to the market. So this is our current team that we have. We've been around for about 4.5 years now, which is in this industry a really long time. But there's myself, Dr. Chloe Gibbons, as I mentioned, is our Chief Scientific Officer. She's an Integrative Pharmacist. David Crowther is our COO. Charlene Estrada is managing our organizational strategy. Tim Arnold we have serving as our Chief Fractional Officer. And our newest addition is Melrose Wild, who's serving as our Chief Investor Relations Officer. We have behind this an amazing support of business development advisors and a team that works relentlessly to support our mission. This is what's really important to Element Appetique, the idea of being backed by science. There's many products that are in the market that people can't trust. It's been unfortunate because there are products that people have used and they've not been effective. For us, it's been really important to have products that are backed by medical efficacy and continue to the research and the studies to help support that. This is an esteemed panel. Some of these doctors are highly regarded in their space. Dr. Sahar Swiden, if any of you are familiar with A4M, which focuses on longevity, manages all of the education for A4M. Dr. Marvin Singh is one of the only triple certified gastrointestinal doctors in the United States. And this goes to show you how important the space of cannabinoids is when you start to get doctors behind us that really believe in what these products can do to help the support and health of people today. So the problem, and many people have talked about this today, but it's the idea that it's sick care versus wellness. Are we treating the symptoms, or are we really looking to understand the human system and how we can help support that? There's fragmentation currently in the market. People are unaware. Consumers oftentimes don't know what cannabinoids are. They don't understand the endocannabinoid system, and they're only now finally teaching about this in medical schools. We were at Princeton maybe 6 months ago, and we asked the question, who knows here about the endocannabinoid system? And very few doctors were able to raise their hand. So this is really something that we've taken on as our mission, not just to create good products, but understand that part of the problem is a lack of education that exists. Also as well, like I said, it's a reactive approach, and the healthcare system is really disconnected. You ask your doctor about cannabinoids and what products you can take, but they really don't know how to support that or understand what products, what companies, and how these even work within your system. Also continuity of care, right? Because there are things that you have to think about with pharmaceuticals that you're taking and the drug interactions that happen when you might take cannabinoids. So it's really important for doctors to have an idea of how these products work within your system. So the solution, as I mentioned, elementopathic, right? We really look at the idea of consumer health and bridging the divide. Our biggest focus is working with healthcare practitioners to bring the awareness, to bring the education to them so that they really can support these types of products. We integrate with them looking at alternative and conventional approaches. And the thing is, we're not saying no Western medicine, right, or no traditional medicine. It's just understanding where you need that and where you can supplement your health with other products that can help support it. That's really important because oftentimes people say just take this, but there are conditions that really do need the support. So how can you integrate those two functions, both traditional as well as alternative? It's also about empowerment, right? You need, as a consumer, to have the education and the awareness to really understand how these products work, just as the practitioners need that support and that education. And it's about being proactive with our care. How can I think of myself in this whole system I have, and how can I take better care of myself, have better health? That transpires into longevity, better days, happier lives, just living a better quality life for you and your family. And it's the synergies, it's bringing it all together as one, like basically cohesive treatment. So this is our current product line that we have. We have a line of tinctures, we have topicals that we're very excited to have won Clean Beauty Awards. We're very particular about the ingredients that we use, which is really important for everybody using these types of products to look at the ingredients, look at the COAs, make sure that the product that you're getting is quality, whether it's cannabinoids or supplements. There's a lot of things that are out there that people are putting in their bodies that are not helping them and actually hurting them. We have our transdermal patch, which a really cool story is a manufacturer that we work with that patch used to do opiate patches. They felt like they had a responsibility to move away from opiates. They're now using, though, the patent technology that they developed for those opiate patches now with cannabinoid-based products. People use them and they say, oh, it works. Well, it works because they're using great technology and research behind it. Our newest product that we're actually launching October 1st is a CBD mushroom coffee, specifically to support gut health. Incredible ingredients that are in there. And we're going to launch a capsule, but we decided to give people a better experience as they're integrating these types of products into their regimen. And we're currently developing dissolvable tablets and capsules. A big reason for that is a lot of the practitioners we work with are looking for products that are similar to the form factor that their patients are used to taking. Patients are often used to taking a capsule or a tablet. Even my grandma, who takes our products, continues to ask me when she can have another capsule that she just lines up in the morning with her supplement. So we understand we want to have products that are really familiar to people in their normal usage. And again, I know we've talked about it, Carol talked about it right before, but it's a massive market opportunity. And as we think about cannabis starting to move into the wellness space and the global health market targeted at $4.3 trillion by 2027, and then breaking that out into some of the nutraceutical markets, sleep aids, the cannabis pharmaceutical market, clean beauty, it really is an incredible opportunity. And I think, like I've said, we're really just at the beginning of what this market is going to look like as more and more people start integrating these products into their daily regimen. The way that we approach business is an omni-channel approach, and we kind of have a unique business model because not only are we direct to consumer, we're also working in wholesale retail expansion but we also have the healthcare practitioners as a third vertical. And that's a really important vertical for the entire industry, because the more we can get doctors behind this and supporting this, the more that helps build the entire industry. We also continue to build new products and dive deep into marketing, obviously managing the challenges and regulations that exist within this space. But we have a great team around us to really help support what marketing efforts look like. In addition to that, we have some incredible strategic partnerships that are coming to look to us for research and development, including Reckitt, Green Street Pharmaceuticals, and AmerisourceBergen is one of our now called Crestor, that are looking to get into this space, and they are looking for trusted companies to be able to help support the development, the clinical research and studies, so that they can support these type of products from a pharmaceutical perspective. And these are some of the other key partnerships that we have. We're really excited about TrueMed. If any of you have used HSA or FSA before, that allows you to use pre-tax dollars to be able to buy products. We're one of the first CBD companies which we're excited about to be able to get this. But again, it's something that helps to normalize this industry for people, so they're not thinking about these products as something so far out of reach for them. Crestor AmerisourceBergen, as I mentioned, we will be leading with education for them, which is an incredible opportunity with their thousands of doctors across the U.S., and then being able to support that with products. And we recently partnered with our test management group led by Meta World Peace. He's very focused on mental health and wellness and how he can help support not just athletes but consumers to live better lives. Many athletes go through significant challenges with their bodies, mentally, physically, and it's really important to be able to support them in their health with these types of products. So just quickly, I just want to go through our growth. I've been told I'm out of time, but I'm going to run through this really quick. But we have really strong unit economics. Our average order value is around $88, which is pretty strong. A really high retention rate, 68.75%. Customers buy our products and come back. And we have high gross margins, which allows us to have flexibility to be able to work with patients and offer different programs. We have an aggressive, but we believe reachable plan in terms of where we expect our revenues to be within the next 5 years. And then just quickly, we're raising $1.5 million on a safe. We see that with a post-money valuation of $6 million. And this is the distribution, putting heavy portion of that into our retail growth, obviously marketing, but especially our life sciences division that's going to continue to expand on clinical research and studies. That's it. So I really appreciate you staying and waiting for lunch.
Fantastic. Thank you, Davina. Do we have any questions for Davina? You covered everything. Thank you so much. That was fantastic. Sorry, we do have a question.
Nice presentation, Davina. Have you considered doing a crowdfunding in order to raise capital?
When we first launched, we actually did a crowdfunding through WeFunder. We raised just a small amount of $120,000. It's definitely something for us to consider because we have such a great support group around us. So it is something that we're considering at this point. Anything else?
We're gonna have you hang on for just a second because you're gonna pull some lucky winners for us out of the box here.
All right, if you're in the room right now, we're gonna do a little bit of a raffle. So Davina's gonna pull out the raffle tickets, and until we have somebody winning, we'll just stay at it. Prior to the first announcement, we actually have another event on next month, October 5th and 6th, HealthSpan. UCLA bought a facility, a church retreat up in Palos Verdes. So HealthSpan is going to do their event up there. It's a beautiful location. And if you go over and register over in this booth over here, you can sign up for this event, and I think it's free. So that's October 5th and 6th. So you might want to do that, okay? What's our first ticket?
It is 508419.
All right, if we don't, I'm gonna only do 3 of these. If we don't get a winner, I'm just gonna choose somebody. All right? You got it? Go for it, Davina. This does happen, but we're gonna give away some stuff.
5084024.
This is for a VIP gift bag valued at $500. Got it? Oh, we've got a winner. Right on. All right, we're gonna pull a couple more. We're gonna have a winner no matter what.
All right, 5084061.
Okay, to speed this up, what women in the group like skincare products? All right. Well, this young lady right here gets to win skincare products from Davina. Right, so she's got the VIP bag, and so anyway, you can talk to her directly or get the ticket from me, okay? Anyway, we're gonna keep doing that. I'm gonna actually bring up the products and just hand them out right here. But anyway, I appreciate your participation. Oh, we got vodka. Who likes drinking? All right, this young lady just won a bottle of vodka. Right on. Anybody else? Tequila? This gentleman in the back. Tequila. Just go to the thing and go see Davina, okay? What else we got? Just name something. Drinks?
Yeah, we have beverages.
What? Give me a beverage name. Give us a brand. Body IQ. Who would like to get some Body IQ? This gentleman right here. All right. And Alan's a winner. Alan always shows up. Alan's a winner. He gets a VIP gift bag. All right. Thank you very much, everybody.
Yep. Thank you, Brad. Next, we have Malik Yusuf and Dwayne Hirsch. Come on up. Dwayne, come on back. Malik Yusuf in the house. I saw him a little earlier. Bringing him up on stage. Yeah. How's everybody doing? Whoop. Yeah. Malik Yusuf, welcome. Dwayne Hirsch, welcome.
Check. 1, 2, 3. Check. Microphone check. 1, 2. What is this? Come on back. Where's everybody at? Yo! Hello! Ladies and germs. I always have to diss the dudes. Ladies and germs. My sons hate when I do that at my house.
Revolution, can you let folks know to come on back in? Yes, sir. Thank you. All right.
Hurry, hurry, hurry. Hurry, baby, don't be too late. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Hurry, baby, don't be too late.
Yeah, that's right.
Everybody.
Come on back. Come on back now. Everybody's got their lunch. Come on back now. We are going to be talking about the green balloon, the rising tide of cannabis tonight.
Yes. Yes. That is right. The Green Balloon, The Rising Tide of Cannabis is a book that we co-wrote together.
And also, if you're not gonna join in, please keep your table conversations to a minimum level, volumelistically. Hello. Take the conversations to the other part if you're not part of our conversation. Thank you very much. I don't mean to be rude, but we definitely want to hear ourselves speak.
Yes, we do.
No question.
We got a lot to talk about. In a short time.
Why do you have a book and I don't have one?
Because the other gentleman got it.
Okay, all right.
So he can introduce it properly.
That's outstanding. Okay.
All right. So this book right here, this is The Green Balloon, The Rising Tide of Cannabis. This is a book that we wrote. It was your suggestion, actually, Malik, that we put this book together.
Yes.
Under some inspiration of some things that you have been doing in the past in the environmental world. For those of you guys that don't know, this gentleman, Malik Youssef, is an 8-time Grammy Award winner, 10-time ASCAP Award winner, 3-time Emmy Award winner, also a Peabody and Tony Award winner.
Man, that's a lot.
Yeah. He's our business partner. Yeah, give him a round of applause. Hercules. But it being an honor to be a partner in such a wonderful work and an important work as this, at his inspiration and suggestion because of his environmental work that he's done. Talk a little bit about it.
I'm one of the world's foremost environmentalists, especially in entertainment. I go to all the cops. I was there at the Paris Accord Agreement. I work with, should I say the name? It feels weird saying the word. Leonardo DiCaprio and Mark Ruffalo and
talk about it.
Jessica Alba and a slew of other people who are also environmentally conscious and understand the effect that humans are having with our own footprint on the planet Earth. So when we have the opportunity to engage in a product or a good that does good, we do so.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is going to do a lot more than good. What this does is, for those of you you might have heard in my presentation earlier, I asked everybody how much do you know enough about the cannabis industry to be able to teach it to the person next to you in 20 seconds or less. So just to give a remedial explanation, and most people's hands didn't go up. This book and the information in it would put you probably ahead of 80% or more of the American population when it comes to the knowledge of this emerging industry that we all can agree is here to stay, and it's only going to grow in spite of some of the difficulties some of us are having, regulatorily, with some of the regulations in California, Georgia, and other places. This is still an industry that's here to stay and that we have to stay, engaged in order to get the benefit out.
Yeah, and it's also, I'm a natural do-gooder, and that doesn't make for good TV, doesn't make for good media, but what does make for good television and good media is the financial benefits of doing good, because most people only can see where petroleum companies get to come in, do whatever they want to the planet, extract what they want to from the planet under the guise of government authority, and hurt everybody.
Right.
We should be able as humans to go outside, drink the water from the ground, breathe the air, harvest edible fruits and vegetables into our mouths with little to no production.
Right.
So washing, treating, that shouldn't happen. But the companies have made it very hard to do. There's a very, very, very good reason why you don't have in your area a mulberry bush or wild blueberries don't grow near you, or wild blackberries or strawberries, especially in a place that's climatable as Los Angeles, California. Let's be serious. You have a 365 day growing period just about. It's a reason. That's called capitalism. Capitalism obviously was a trick to create a billionaire, a gilded society. 100 years ago, you didn't see that. Now you're seeing it. The money pool's at the top. It's not healthy, it's cancerous, and it's cannibalistic in nature. So what we're doing, we can't tell the politicians what to do because they're on the payroll of other people. We know this, right? I'm Republican my whole life. The party's disintegrated into just a money grab, which is ridiculous. What we do here is allow people to come in and have a fiduciary say in their lives through a product that also treats well the earth.
Yeah, and the way that cannabis is coming in, and those of you that are in the psilocybin arena, dealing with mushrooms and such, you understand it kind of the same way. That the industry is here to stay, and everybody in this room right now are part of that early adoption, right? In cannabis, in hemp, in CBD, we're all experiencing all of these difficulties, and a lot of our lives could medically be better today if we didn't have all these, like he's talking about, the capitalistic imprints that sit on top of our business and that infect our politics a lot of times and make it hard for us to do things that are logical, right? None of us are in here asking for anything illogical in the world. We just want it to be right. We want it to be adjudicated properly so we can all earn and of course make the people well at the same time and heal the planet too. One of the things that hemp does, of course, you know, is phytoremediation, and you can take it and help to repair soil that's been damaged by the use of pesticides and so on. So that's a part of the fibrous side of what the hemp plant does as you get into its industrial uses, like, which are all listed here in the book, of course, clothing. You can make curtains and wood, hardwood floors. You build whole houses out of it. Cars have been made out of hemp by Henry Ford back in the 40s. Google it, you'll see it. It's an amazing thing. He built a car out of hemp bioplastic that was powered by hemp biofuel. So the things that they've been telling us for years were not available to us. They were available a long, long time ago. And so once we figure that out, when we have that moment of clarity in life, it does a lot for us to help us start to see into opportunities like these, right?
Here. Dwayne's 100% correct. Also, we speak about the medicinal properties. There's two creatures on the planet Earth that have cannabinoid receptors. It is the plant itself and human beings. This is an indicator that we evolve together. We do know the properties of hemp that sometimes satiate your appetite, fill you with nutritional values that you can't get from any other plants on earth. There's certain nutrients, and the denser the nutrients, the healthier you are. The more you're nutrited, the less hungry you naturally are. So when we talk about weight loss and so on and so forth, obviously that's some impossible body standards that we have to adhere to. That's capitalism as well. But we're not talking about being the fittest person on your kid's soccer team as a mom. We're not saying that. The shit we're talking about is, do you have quality of life without the intervening of Western medicine? Can you live without having a $72 a week doctor prescription? Can you live? Yes. So cannabis and hemp and CBD solve a lot of this. What we're offering through this book is really a step-by-step, ideological, beneficial structure for humans that live on Earth.
Yeah, and one of the things, I give Malik a lot of credit here too, guys, because one of the things you helped me really see as we were putting this together was the value of understanding the history of cannabis by other cultures, in ancient religions, in other national societies around the world for thousands of years. And so it makes us feel a little less important in our arrogance here in America about the product and how people treat you when you walk down the street or they smell that smell or whatever. And those of us who identified as medicine and as adequate wellness treatment, we see it a lot different now, and all of us are here as a part of changing that stigma, and we're very thankful for your participation in that, Malik, through this book as well.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm a veteran, and
thank you for your service. Give it up for the veteran.
Oh, man. Thank you. And I have cohorts that are going to the VA weekly or semi-monthly to get medications to treat PTSD, which is why we came with the company PTSD.
Right.
Post-traumatic stress disorder affects about 89%, reported 89% of veterans, and about 98% of combat veterans. So meaning that even if you were not actively in the theater of war, hearing this from your basic training friends, your advanced individual training friends about their horrors, and coming in contact with men and women who have been wounded in the battlefield, it gives you a certain trauma by association. PTSD works like that. We understand that people witness or hear about the trauma, they can become traumatized through that.
Yes.
So this is a solution to my friends that are Marines, Air Force men, Navy men, and we coalesce all the time, and we definitely try to take care of our wounded veterans and brothers and sisters, because we know this: all gave some, but some gave all.
That's right.
And as we work through the processes of how do we heal our body, how do we heal our minds from these traumatic experiences, hemp is the most prevalent answer. This plant is the most prevalent answer.
Yes.
In different forms of intake. Combustible, obviously, which is what they'll show you on television most, but there's also oils and tinctures and drinkables and edibles and ways to infuse this beautiful plant that was given to us, that we grew up with as a creature on the planet, as a living creature on the planet, to put into our culinary, to put into our children's lives. And we have been amputated from said process because people with a different agenda, with a whole lot of more money than me, have told politicians to thwart this process. Yeah. And the book also talks about that as well.
Yeah, and so by his definition that he just gave of PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, I'd venture to say that a lot of us in this room that have not been in the military may have post-traumatic stress disorder of some type as well. Speaking for myself, I can say that I do, if the definition is as simple as receiving information from somebody conveying traumatic activities to you, and you internalizing that emotionally, then I think we've all probably done that, even on an unconscious level. And so sometimes we kind of wonder why we feel a certain way. And that's what leads us to do the things that we do to relieve that, and to find ways to relieve our anxiety. You know, one of the things that I didn't mention when we were talking about Pit Stop earlier is this. Right now, in the United States, speaking for just the United States, but I really say the whole world, this is the most anxious time that we've ever had as a nation, meaning there's an anxiety all around us in every facet of our lives, right? We talked a little bit about politics, what's going on with the election, the wars, and all these different things, and we're all in the business of selling things that relieve anxiety. So we gotta know just on that basis alone that we're all in a good place. And now figuring out the best way to deliver this to our communities, to get it to our people, and to influence and encourage regulation that's fair, that allows us to continue to do that effectively, is what we're really after ultimately, right?
Yes, and I thank you for that. We don't have many moments left here, but I will say this. I don't really believe that a politician makes decisions. I believe we tell them what to do. We've lost that ability in our world to influence the people that come from our community to represent us through legislative terms. I mean, when I say representation, not that they walk around and they're us. But we have to put the power back in the hands of the people, and the best way I know is through this flower. This flower is what gives us power. We can share this flower. People that don't want to create the flower or create the products, they can purchase from us. And it is the best way to create community and fiduciary solvency for so many disenfranchised people around in America, and like you mentioned, around the world. So I thank y'all. Appreciate you guys a lot.
Now the book, just a quick note, the book sells for $24.99 on Amazon. Today we have it out front for $10, and you'll be able to get it.
$10. I said $20
a day. You said how many?
I said $20.
But we said we was
I'm
gonna
gonna give y'all your money back. I'm
said
sorry.
we was doing half off today though, right?
My fault.
Right.
Everybody that bought the book from me, I'm gonna give you $10. Damn.
But no. He's gonna give you an autograph of the book. Did you give him an autograph yet?
I'll give them an autograph, but I'll still give them their $10 back.
Okay. All right. Thank you guys.
Thank y'all.
Appreciate you.
Malik and Dwayne, thank you guys so much. Fantastic.
Did you get that book for free, man?
No, I didn't.
You paid for that?
I'm gonna come buy it after the show.
I'm just checking. Stop trying to beat me.
I'm coming to buy it after the show.
You good? Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you. That's fantastic. I'm skimming through the book. I can't wait to read the whole thing. Yeah. All right. Moving on to our next topic. It's going to be a little fireside chat here with myself and Harry. Come on up, Harry. How are you? Let me grab you the microphone. All right. Hello. All right. So we're going to have a little fireside chat here with Harry. And just super briefly, Harry Azagian, right, has a lot of experience in the legacy cannabis industry. And we're going to get on to talking a little bit about that today. And so the goal here being to highlight some of your journeys and challenges and experience in this cannabis industry, concluding with the exciting things that you have going on. So very briefly, Harry owns 2 vertically integrated dispensaries in Needles, California, and has been in the cannabis industry since 2008. Harry, you've had a really unique path in this cannabis industry, starting from the automotive world and transitioning into cannabis retail. Can you briefly share what sparked your interest in 2008 to make that big leap?
A total accident. I bumped into a friend of mine at a nightclub, and he was telling me that he's got pounds of marijuana that he couldn't get rid of. And I told him, what do you need? He said, I needed to get a retail store. So I was at the Board of Equalization, hanging out. I heard a gentleman speaking about when you walk inside, just don't mention cannabis. All you gotta do is say general retail stores. And that was like, whoa. Come back out, I got his business card, and he set me up to go ahead and get a cannabis, it was called the post-ICO back in the days, because they had the pre-ICOs and the post-ICOs in Los Angeles. So he set me up, that was my start to my journey.
Amazing start. I mean, and everything taking off on just one happenstance comment that you heard. That's wild.
Exactly. Yes, sir. Is it hot or is it just me?
No, it's a little warm, and we're sitting here under the lights. But you are. And with a big fan base in the audience too. So let's talk about some of your early challenges and your growth. So I know you faced some significant challenges early on, especially with high cannabis prices. Can you tell us about your first experience setting up a grow, and how did you turn things around from that?
So my experience in the cannabis industry was I had a partner, and we partnered up, and we weren't making any money. So I had to go ahead and start getting more creative, and I got into growing cannabis. I set up an 8-light grow, and back then pounds were $4,800 a pound. That's where we were making money. 8 lights versus 800 lights today. So that was pretty much an interesting time for me, and my wife was telling me that, hey, I don't want you getting into the cannabis space because you're following my father's footsteps. And that's her right there.
So when we chatted recently, you told me about a very interesting pivotal moment at the Needles City meeting where you thought everything was about to be over. You thought everything that you were working on was done. What happened in this meeting?
So I had a call from my employees, and they said, Harry, you better get down here as soon as possible. There's a city meeting. They're going to shut all of the cannabis companies down. So I drove 4 hours from LA to Needles. I got to the city meeting. I sat down and there was a full audience. And what came out of it was something very positive. And the positive was we got grandfathered in. So that pretty much started my career in becoming legal.
So you go down to this city meeting and you think they're basically going to cancel your
I got down to the city meeting. I thought I was going to get arrested. There were so many sheriffs sitting on the front. I was like, are you going to take me in? And like, nope, you guys just got grandfathered in.
Wow. All right, so speaking about all this law enforcement, you've had some pretty intense encounters with law enforcement over the years, I believe. Can you tell us about that time the DEA came to your grow, and what did you tell them? And what year was that?
So this was back in the year 2010. I had just sold 4 pounds of cannabis. I had $19,000 in the back of my pocket. And on camera, I'm watching, I see there's 4 guys in the front with masks and AK-47s or AR-15s, whatever you want to call it. These guys were just ringing the bell at the door. I'm just looking, I'm like, what did we do? He's like, hey, let's just let him in. I'm like, no, don't let him in, don't let him in. So they ended up breaking the glass, getting into the dispensary, and arresting all of us. And they said, hey, what do you do here? I said, I cultivate. They said, how much money do you make? I told them, I don't make any money. In exchange, I get cannabis. And guess what they did? They let me go. They said, that was the right answer. So prior to that, I had a meeting with an attorney, and the attorney said, if you guys ever get in trouble, what you need to do is just tell the police enforcement that you're not getting any compensation in cash. It's all cannabis. And guess what? That gave me a free get out of jail card.
Yeah. That's the way to go. That's an incredible story. So you also mentioned that some of your, you've had some close calls at some of your retail stores. I believe that's not the first time, the only time police came and showed up outside your door.
Yeah, so this one time I was in North Hollywood. It was my first store. And about year 2009, I had the police department show up at the front door, ringing the doorbell, trying to get in, so I had patients. I had patients in there. I had my staff and myself. We stayed inside for about 3 hours until they decided to leave. Once the coast was clear, we were out that door and we didn't show up for 2 days.
Oh my goodness. I can't imagine, right? You being a patient back in the day and you come to get your medicine and then while you're in the store, lockdown.
Lockdown, that's right. But at least everybody got to feast. They were smoking, having a good time.
I mean, yeah, I guess it's not the worst place in the world to get stuck for 3 hours in your dispensary, huh?
Exactly.
Yeah, way better than the dentist. Let's see. We had such a great conversation, Ray, so I want to make sure I get some more of these great stories out of you. So you've managed to keep your doors open despite numerous regulatory and legal challenges. Can you explain this strategy on how you kept businesses open when you were facing shutdowns? They would come and they would tell you to shut down your doors. What would you do?
Very simple. So I hired an attorney, and the attorney would just keep on putting in lawsuits, and those lawsuits would actually make me very exclusive to be able to keep my doors open. There was at one point where the post-ICO clubs were better than the pre-ICO clubs because everybody was getting shut down. And the post-ICO clubs were the ones that I was involved with, and we had lawsuits, so the lawsuits kept us running for a few years.
So basically, you would just sue the city.
We would open up we would sue the city and just ride it out as long as we can.
Because as long as the lawsuit's going on, they wouldn't shut you down. Operations would stay up and running.
Exactly.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing to run headlong and jump into a lawsuit, right? Like most of the time people are running away, but you saw it as a strategy for keeping the store open.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's amazing. I remember you telling me that you had, in addition to this incredible resilience here, what would you do when you got shut down? So eventually you would get shut down. They would shut it down. What would you do?
Well, I have instances where I would get raided, I would get shut down. They would come down and cut down all the fixtures, and the next day I'd come back and restart everything all over again because I knew they weren't going to be able to come back and get me again. So I've done that a couple of times in my career.
Amazing, amazing. All right, give me another great story. You know, something that people wouldn't experience today. Something from the old days in the industry.
Something from the olden days.
Yeah, like you know, an experience that your average dispensary owner today, who's maybe new in the game, had not experienced because they were not coming from the old legacy side like yourself.
Very good question. Well, I'll tell you what. Today's market is a completely different market from the medical days. So we had the newcomers that come into the industry today are faced with taxes, just like we're faced with taxes. But back in the day, there was no taxes. You just got away with everything. So that's the one thing that I really miss in this industry, is not paying taxes. Or
not paying taxes.
Yeah.
But perhaps not getting arrested too. I mean,
well, there's always a solution when you're arrested. You could always get bailed out. But not paying taxes, you know, you can shut you down now.
Yeah. Nowadays, you don't pay taxes. That's exactly how
You're
you
out the
get
door.
arrested. Yeah. All right, so Harry, you've clearly demonstrated some incredible resilience and adaptability through your journey in the cannabis industry. So you successfully navigated some of the toughest challenges out there, building your business from the ground up, managing multiple operations, and overcoming regulatory hurdles and hurdles from your local city. And many of these things would have stopped most people in their tracks. You are a true operator who knows how to make things happen and under the most difficult of circumstances. And now you're looking to take your business to the next level, right? So you're seeking strategic partners who share your vision and passion for growth. And Harry, what might you say to any potential investors out there that are looking to get into the business, and what can you bring to the table for them?
Well, I'll tell you what, I've done all the hard work. I've done all the arrests, all the DEA raids. So what they bring to the table today is just a walk in the park, my friend. Easy peasy. So I'm looking to expand, and I'm looking for a great strategic partner right now.
Fantastic. So anybody looking to get into the cannabis industry you actually have much more than retail going on. You got fully vertical operations.
That is correct.
Yeah, so real
We have the
opportunity.
cultivation, distribution, manufacturing, BHO, extraction, and 2 retail stores at the moment.
So there's a lot of opportunity up here. So if you are an investor out in the audience, come up and have a chat with Harry.
Thank you very much.
Harry, how can people reach you?
You could give me a call, or you could go through that lady in the pink right there. She's potency number 710. She's got the boots. I ran out of business cards, but you can definitely. I could give you my I could give you my phone number.
Go for it. Give your phone number. Give your website, because we have a big Zoom audience out there.
Absolutely. I'll give you my digits. 818-262-9937. Harry Izajan. Thank you.
And what's your website?
Potency number 710.
Potency number 710. All right.
She said if I don't say potency number 17, she's gonna beat my ass. So
I know, it's worse than the police showing up at your door.
Hey, thank you so much, Ian. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Harry. Do we have any questions for Harry in the audience? Legacy operator right here.
Yes, ma'am. The freedom.
What do you love the most about what you do?
The freedom, the time. I have a lot of time. It's not like any other business. Any other business, you're a slave to it. This business, you set it up once, you put your grounds, your SOPs in place, it's running for you.
Fantastic. Harry, thanks so much for your time here.
Thank you, Ian. I appreciate it,
chatting
man.
with you.
Very well.
Thank you, brother. All right, you just put it down there.
All right, we have some more giveaways. We're waiting for our next moderator, so if you're in the room, you're going to be able to get some good prizes. I'd like to, again, if you can get some more of the people outside here talking to come on in, ask some people to come on in here. So, who has not had lunch that would like a lunch ticket? Anybody? All right, these 3 are going to get a lunch ticket, so come right up. All right, you're in the room. You're in the room, you win. So we're going to now give away a couple VIP bags. This is like a $500 value. It will go to someone new. So who likes skincare, alcohol? The last person that just spoke actually has cannabis. So who likes all three of those products? This young lady right here, Megan. Well, you're both going to get it, okay? All right. Great, great. Let's see, what else can we give away? Okay, who thinks they're going to be hungry by dinner? We have some dinner tickets later on. No takers? No takers. Oh, right here, we have one. All right. So I'm going to start. I'm going to start when he gets here. Okay, great.
Okay, we're going to get started here. I'm going to fill in for just a moment for Lynn Mack, who's going to come back and take care of this next fireside chat. But anyway, it's my pleasure here to introduce Nick Kovacevic. Nick recently stepped down as the CEO of Green Lane Holdings, a leading provider of ancillary cannabis products, following an impressive career building and leading companies that have shaped the industry. Prior to Green Lane, he served as the CEO and chairman of Kushco Holdings, where he transformed the company from a small packaging provider to a multi-million-dollar leader in the cannabis space, expanding operations across the U.S. and internationally. Under his leadership, Kushco grew its revenues dramatically, and after nearly a decade of innovation, it merged with Green Lane in 2021. Nick is a serial entrepreneur with successful ventures across different industries, including Big Rents, an online equipment rental company. And beyond his business achievements, Nick serves as the chairman of the Orange County Fair Board, continuing his commitment to leadership and community. We are excited to dive into Nick's journey, his insights on the cannabis and psychedelics industries, and what he sees as the future for these fast-evolving markets. Please join me in welcoming Nick Kovacevic.
Thank you. Good. I got you another.
You got me some more
there. Yeah.
All right.
While we wait for Lynn.
While we wait for Lynn, I'm a quick fill in here. So let's jump into. Hold up.
Well, I've actually met Nicholas a few years ago, and he just started out, and I'll just kind of curate this. Your first location. Well, first off, talk about your background in real estate before you then entered cannabis. Is that accurate?
Well, somewhat. It was kind of simultaneous. But
okay.
Yeah, I started the funny part about my background is my dad was an assistant district attorney, and he used to put people in prison for a joint back in the 1970s. So I thought, what a way to be a good son and get into the cannabis industry so I could talk about that at all the family parties. And we've had our debates, but I think I've moved him quite far over to the at least to the center. So, but I graduated college in 2009. I was captain of the basketball team. So it came from sports. I didn't really know anything about cannabis, but my business partner, he did, and I remember he said, "Oh, you got to go get your medical card," and I was so scared. I was like, "Am I gonna get it?" And I brought all I had 3 knee surgeries, and I had chiropractor notes, and I go in, and the guy's like, "Okay, here's your card." I'm like, "Oh, I didn't need all that." But I get in, I started learning, right? And then I started to see the medical, effects of it. I saw literally firsthand people that were just, different after they consumed. And that's when I was like, there's really something here. And we started the company in 2010, but we weren't making a lot of money, right? And so that's where the real estate thing came in, because we were young and we wanted to make money. And so we were kind of doing a lot of different things and kind of slowly growing this cannabis packaging business. And if you guys remember, we were selling all the Pop Top bottles. If you remember the Pop Tops, you go into a dispensary, they pop it open, put it on a scale, weigh out your little 3.5 grams and, write out a label on handwriting and slap it on the vial and then put it in a pharmacy bag and staple it shut. And that was your, Prop 215 dispensary experience here in California. So that's really where we started and how we started growing it. And I'll just keep talking since Lynn's not here.
All right, so let me I want to ask you this because I think it's important because he's had to build this team around his company. So he starts in 210. I want you to mention your school because in building, as an entrepreneur, you have to build a team and you go through a lot of trial and error, which I'm sure he has done. So when you started off, I looked at your background. You're from Orange County. I started going to events south of the 10, and I'm in a whole other environment. And there's a certain reason certain people succeed, but you obviously went through the trials and tribulations. So in building your teams, your background, where'd you go to college?
I finished at the great Southwest Baptist University in Bolivar, Missouri.
Okay. And so
got some Bearcat fans in here.
So in building a team over the years, now my understanding is one of your first locations was in Gardena. You had 10,000 square feet, so you can clarify if I'm not right, but why don't you explain how quickly you grew that? And again, I just kept track of you went from 10,000 to 400,000, you went from X amount of employees to what? So why don't you kind of tell the story, and then I'm going to bring Lynn up to take over from that, okay? So go ahead.
All right. Well, I think you were close. It was Garden Grove is where we were, but we, I think the interesting thing about the story is, we're building the company. It's all about getting the right team. We actually hired a lot of people that we used to play basketball with, just because we knew them from the team sports and knew that there was a camaraderie, and that's what it is early days. When you're starting a business, I mean, it's really less about the business than it is about the people, right? The people that are going to be out there hitting the streets and making the business happen. I mean, you got to make it happen. Everyone has ideas. And the difference between that and building a business is the work, right? So, we were doing that as entrepreneurs, and funny enough, one of our customers had told us that he had a friend who had this idea. We met at a Claim Jumper for lunch, and he told us that nobody was creating basically like a Travelocity model where you put all of the airlines and all of the hotels onto one platform. For this construction equipment rental industry. And our first question was, what's construction equipment rental? And he said, well, it's a $60 billion industry. You'll probably see these lifts everywhere you drive now. And so we're driving home, we're like, oh, there's a boom lift. Yeah, forklifts, scissor lifts. So for whatever reason, we start the business. And it's called Big Rents. And it's a leader in the space today. It's a pretty sizable company. A platform for construction equipment rental all around the country, and we had them both together in the same office, in the same warehouse. So we got this cannabis packaging business, Kush Bottles, chugging along, and we've got this online technology business that is just taking off like a rocket ship. And I think we did $500K the first year, $4 million the second year, 20 the third year. No, 30 the third. Yeah, I don't know. It grew fast. And then a business broker walks in, not Lynn, but a different one. You would have got the deal done, probably. And he's like, hey, if you guys consider selling this packaging business? And we said, well, it's a really tough industry. It's Prop 215 cannabis, and nobody cares about regulation because it's totally unregulated. Sure, what can we get for it? Oh, a couple $1 million. Let's put it on the market. So we're interviewing these buyers, and Colorado all of a sudden is the first regulated market, and of course they require child-resistant packaging. And so we get these orders start coming in, and next thing you know, our business doubled overnight, and light bulb went off. Well, I think this is going to happen in other states, right? Washington had just voted it in. They're going to have regulations. All the states that do it officially, right, are going to have some sort of regulation. And fortunately, we canceled the deal. We had a buyer coming in, and we told him, hey, we're not going to sell the company, but you look like you want to run it. And so we hired him. He was our president. And he was a great hire, and he's kind of what catapulted us to the next level. And I actually got back involved in late 2014, really to help take the company public, and that was going to be my kind of focus. And I had this other guy, Ben, who was kind of running the company. But again, we wouldn't have been able to really do that if we didn't have this, because we had a team of guys that were, we were friends with, that were kind of doing whatever was needed, right? And you know that when you're starting a business, like if you got to clean the floors, you're cleaning the floors, right? And we just had guys that were like, we want to make it happen, and we're working on two businesses at the same time, and they both blew up to essentially 9-figure businesses, which is pretty incredible.
So 5 years ago, actually in August, we did the first Orange County B2B Cannabis event, and I had the pleasure of interviewing Nick then with Kushco Bottles, and I believe we were talking about China and the tariffs, and through his Trump tariffs, and so through his journey, I'm so thrilled to actually speak to you again and take your journey into the next level, which was an acquisition that he had built up after taking Kushco Bottles internationally. And that acquisition was Green Lane Holdings, which Nick became CEO of that company. So I'd like to just have you chat about that merger and acquisition, since we have investors in the room. What made that deal happen? Because the majority of these business brokering deals don't happen.
Yeah, I mean, we've been fortunate. I mean, I've been on both sides, right? We've done some really accretive acquisitions. When we were at Kush Bottles, which became Kushco, we bought, I think, there was the main ones were like 3 companies, but they were all for diversification. So we were selling packaging, and we bought a vape distributor to sell the vape hardware, and then we bought a gas company that was selling the butane. And the idea was this would help us cross-sell and essentially kind of build bigger moats around our customers. And it was very effective, and that's why our sales were able to grow as fast as they did. But we were publicly traded, and of course, a lot of these companies went public out of necessity. We were no different, right? It was the only way you could really access money at the time, and we really shouldn't have been public as a standalone, but we tried to grow ourselves into that, and then we saw mainstream coming. Companies were now on NASDAQ, and it was like we felt that need. We need to get even bigger, and also our story, as a distributor, it's not really that sexy in the capital markets. And so Green Lane came along. I knew those guys well. We've been kind of talking on and off for years. It's all in our S4 if you want to read 250 pages. Gives the whole history. But we finally, after a couple, we got close once, but the last go around, I mean, it just made sense to me because I wanted to get the company listed on NASDAQ. We were on the OTC market, so the transaction was going to allow for that. And they were more of a consumer business. And I thought that, long-term, a NASDAQ listed company as a consumer company is a lot sexier than a distribution wholesale company. And so that was kind of the rationale. And then again, it's funny because when I think back on this, our timing was really good, but it ended up not being really good, right? But from our perspective, you can only control what you can control. So if you guys remember in 2021, we had, 2020 election, Biden was in the process of winning. I think they confirmed it, January 6th. But January 5th was the Georgia runoff, and this is after Biden, right? So this was 2022. The Georgia runoff, January 5th, that was when the Dems took control of all 3 branches, right? And everyone's like, oh, now they're gonna finally legalize, right? And we're just thinking, how about this timing? We've got this NASDAQ merger lined up right when the Dems take control and everyone's knowing it's gonna legalize, and by the time this deal closes, we're all billion-dollar companies, right? Well, 6 months go by, we have to go through the antitrust review, the HSR, and so that takes time. And by the time we close the deal, 6 months later, the whole market's already now on this downtrend, and we could probably use a lot of money, and thought, well, now's not a good time. Well, wait, the market will rebound. I'll relook at this in January. And unfortunately, right, if you look at the public companies in the cannabis space, it's kind of been downhill since. So again, you can control what you can control, and I think the rationale for our merger made a lot of sense. The timing we thought was perfect, but we can't control the markets, and capital markets are tough. It's a whole other business in its own, right? You have your business of running your business, and you've got the capital market side of your business. You're raising capital. If you're public, reporting, all of that stuff, it really is kind of two different businesses.
So he's still in the industry. He stepped down from Green Lane, and I want to have you talk a couple minutes about the new role with CCELL that you're participating in now.
Yeah, so I mentioned we got into the vape distribution business in 2018, and we ended up partnering with the largest vape manufacturer in the world, which is parent company is called S'more, but their cannabis division is called CCELL. And CCELL we kind of helped grow it to, at one point I think we were 80% market share. And of course a lot of, other Chinese competitors came in and started making similar products. And now it's a pretty competitive environment, but CCELL's still the leader in the space. The parent company has like $1 billion of cash, publicly traded on the Hong Kong exchange. And so, I see that as the big issue in cannabis, right? The companies are selling product. The demand is there, right? Demand only grows every year, but margins have been under pressure, certainly in states like California, and capital has dried up, right? And so I think that's what makes it so hard to build a cannabis business today. And obviously you got to be out, as you guys know, that businesses out hustling to bring dollars in, right? And I did that for a long time. So I took advantage of an opportunity now to work with a company that's very well capitalized. It's we have our challenges, but it's very different, and it's a lot easier for me mentally right now to kind of not have to worry about that piece. So I'm helping them kind of retool their U.S. Strategy and get in the door with some of the bigger customers that I have relationships with. And I think there's still a big opportunity for innovation in that space. And CCELL, especially with their parent company, they spend a ton of money on R&D. So I'm excited about some of the stuff that we can be bringing to the market here soon.
So they're asking us to wrap up, and I'd like to just have you give some words of wisdom to the people that are investing in the cannabis and psychedelic industry today, and we'll wrap up with that.
Yeah, I'm not in the psychedelic industry, but I love it as a consumer. So I'm following it a little bit. But I think, it's obviously there's a lot of comparisons to cannabis. I think the big thing in cannabis is, if you look back, right, we had a window of like a ton of capital. And so companies that took advantage of that in that window, and then, focus on running a really good business, a profitable business, those are the leaders in the space. And so I think now we're obviously in still a bit of a downturn for capital. And so I think the advice I would give is, use less, right? Get your business plan to where it's the least amount of capital. Go find that capital by knocking on doors. You got to do hard work. And just focus on your business, and then wait for that window, right? Because there will be a window. We've got Schedule 3 potentially going down. Of course, things like safe banking constantly kind of get into the cycle. At some point, there will be one of these catalysts. At some point, there will be capital that flows back. There's just too much demand for investors to ignore this industry. But I think you gotta capitalize on that window and bring the capital into your business. And if you're an investor, right, that's the number one thing you're looking at. You're looking at what's the burn rate, and is this company go out of business? Or are they going to come back to me needing more money? And so if you can demonstrate to the investor that that's not going to be the case, because you're going to fully capitalize your business and you're going to execute and get to profitability, then that could be a good match there. So I think those are the keys.
You got it. Nick Kovacevic from CCELL Advisor.
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you all.
All right, Lynn and Nick, thank you so much. Fantastic discussion. Brad, we're going to do some more drawings.
Tal Navarro will be up next doing a workshop on AI, but right before she comes up, we're going to give away more prizes and do our raffle. Lynn, you want to pull some more raffle tickets? So we're going to... All right, first off, who hasn't eaten lunch? Raise your hand. Gentleman in the back, anybody else? Anybody else over here? Okay, come on up. You got a free lunch ticket. There you go. There you go. Come on up. Come on up and get your lunch ticket. Lunch ticket, lunch ticket. All right. So is Susan Treadgold in the audience? There she is. She said she was missing out on this. All right. So what do we got there, Lynn?
Last 4 digits, 3968. 50839. I'm sorry, 88.
All right.
3988. Nope.
All right. Well, we're gonna pull a winner because we're not gonna wait.
So,
who wants to eat dinner tonight? All right. Okay. Okay. Susan, you've got a dinner ticket. This young lady right here, you have a dinner ticket. Come up and get them.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Come on up.
Gotta come up and get the ticket. All right. Pull another number.
Okay, 5084098.
Who's got that one?
4098. 4098. For $1 million.
All right, all right. Who smokes cannabis? Whoa!
That's a lot more hands than smoked
All right.
out than drank
Clay,
alcohol.
well, you're already getting a VIP bag. You gentlemen, you're going to get a VIP bag. And when you get your VIP bag, tell them you want Harry, who just spoke, has his product in the bag. All right, who else? Back here? You and you. Okay, great. Pull another ticket.
Okay, 5084109. 109. How about 4110? Yeah, yes.
All right, you get one, you get a VIP bag. Who else? You back? Well, you already got something. You gentlemen, let's go. You too. All right. All of you come on up and get your tickets. All right. VIP bag. Got yours. Okay, we're going to have Tal come up now. Tal. So go ahead and announce Tal.
Right. All right. So moving along here. Okay. Yes. All right, moving along here, I would like to invite Tal Navarro, CEO of Social Lady. Come on up, please, Tal. And thank you. Today, what we're going to hear about is everything AI, how AI is transforming the future of work, content creation, and entertainment. Tal, thank you very much. Take it away.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. Hear me well? All right. Good to be here. We're going to talk about AI. We're going to talk about the future. So everyone is welcome from the other sides, and we're going to dive right into it. Guys, AI has taken over this planet. Are you guys ready for this? Are you ready for this AI generation that's coming up? No, we all not. Woo! But it's here, and it's here to stay. So there's no other choice but to understand and learn the fundamentals and the basics of the AI, the way it works, the way we think, the way we act. I have no clicker, I have a human clicker, and in the future we're gonna have an AI clicker, I hope. Okay, I'm just gonna do this so you know to transfer, but it's so weird. All right, so it doesn't matter. You need to be focused on my finger, okay? Because I'm doing this. Are you with me? All right, cool. Let's go. All right, you guys don't really need to be engineers, and you don't really need to be coders or tech or know anything or have a budget to really understand functionality and really know how to use the AI. At the end of the day, AI, you have to stay with me. I'm very fast going. All right. So a little bit about who I am. Now you can just fast forward all of this, okay? So a little bit about who I am. I am Tal Navarro. I'm the owner of Sociality, which is a digital marketing agency focused on AI. We also have a membership club where people can actually join and enjoy events, educational materials. We have a lot of experts, a lot of people from on our team who are teaching. We do boot camps, we do meetups, we do many things. So I invite you all to join us. Yeah, you can continue with that. And basically, I've been diving into the AI world really, really long ago, because you know, AI is not here just recently. It has been here for a long time now. And you can move forward. All right, you can move more and more and more and more and more, more and more and more and more and more, because I'm already like fast forward on this. All right, so today I want to give everyone a free gift from me, just as a beginning of our relationship. I want to give you our free 10 steps for an effective marketing with ChatGPT plus prompts. So if you want to receive it, all you need to do is either email me, okay? You have the email here, and you have the Instagram here, so make sure you DM me. We also have a boot camp coming up if you want to get more information about that. I'm welcoming you to either scan this QR code or just DM me, or just go to my, again, DMs or email or whatever you want, and join our boot camp and our club. All right. Okay, we can transfer that. Yes, next. Yes, next. Next. All right, can we start, please? Are you guys ready to start learning about AI, actually? Woo! If you bring a round of applause, maybe it's gonna bring other people from the other side. Okay, so what is what is artificial intelligence? Have anyone here tried to play with any of the tools of the artificial intelligence ever? You try it? All right, raise your hands if you did. Great. Well, what is that? When you see a title, it can't be empty. When you see a title, you need to click again to show the screen, okay? All right, thank you so much. So, can you click on that? Thank you. So, what is artificial intelligence? It's a giant supercomputer that actually learns and understands what we do and what we say. At the end of the day, it's very important to understand that the more we are playing with the AI tools, the better it gets to know us, okay? And the more we are utilizing every tool, the better we're going to get in that. All right. Now, AI is in our lives since a long time. It is in our lives when you're scanning the phone with our face. That's AI recognition. It recognizes us. It was in our lives when Netflix came to the world and shows us recommendations of things that we already watched. It's here when social media algorithms are the way they work. Did you notice that on social media, when you go to the search, you see only things that you're interested in? Did you notice that? Because at the end of the day, this AI knows you and understands how that works. Also, Siri, Alexa, and Grammarly, I don't know if you guys played with it, but it's super, super interesting how this has been involved in our lives for so many years. And then, one day, OpenAI came to the world and decided that they're creating a chatbot, okay? And the chatbot is basically the way for us, the humans, to communicate directly with AI. And here, out of the blue, we got a chance to create communication with a robot, to give it a prompt. When I say a prompt, I mean like an order or kind of a request on what we want to do. And from there on, we basically giving it orders and get results. And we'll talk about it in just a bit. Okay, now let's talk a little bit about the AI benefits for businesses, okay? So, what are your biggest expense? What is your biggest expense in the business? You guys have businesses, right? Or some of you. What is the biggest expense in your business? And you have to shout really loud because we hear
Employees.
nothing here.
Employment.
Employment, great. What else? Advertisements, what else? Equipment, okay, what else? Marketing, okay, great. Let me tell you, 78% of our business expenses goes on humans, okay? Now the thing with humans is that you can't really trust them, right? Tomorrow they might have, I don't know, they had a wild night out with their girlfriend, or they had a fight with their husband or whatever. You never know how they come tomorrow to work. Also, they're pretty slow comparing to a computer. So if we give it a task, it takes time for think, for produce, to create. They're much, much less fast. And they're costly. They cost so much money that we can now save. And I'm going to teach you some tools for your business that can save you time and energy and leverage your business to the roof. So, you know, small businesses, now you have to click on all of them a few times, okay? Small business have so many things: salesperson, content creator, marketing person, customer support, graphic designer, more, let's do it, personal assistant, copywriter. So many people that needs to work in your business. But now, AI can actually solve this, because AI can create content easily, it can create videos, it can make more sales, can save your time, and graphics. It saves you lots of headaches, it saves you a lot of people to hire and deal with, and it saves you a lot of money, okay? I want to show all of it, so bring it all. All right, so when we're talking about our business, we have a few components that are main thing in our business. We got marketing, we got support and productive, and we got sales. And each one has different components into it. And I'll teach you now, let's do another one, and I'll teach you now how to integrate the AI tools into your business departments and into your business sections, okay? All right, let's continue on. On. All right, let's get started. The first thing is creating texts, creating content. And the first thing will be ChatGPT. I'm sure a lot of you have heard of ChatGPT, maybe some of you played with it, maybe some not. And by the way, if you haven't been playing with any tool at all, I do recommend not to be afraid. Go home and try one. There are endless tools out there, okay? I don't say play with all of them, but make sure you utilize one tool at least from what we're learning today, because we're gonna learn a few tools that can change your life. Okay, so be ready for that. So, first thing, it's ChatGPT. ChatGPT is, as you know, a chatbot where you can actually give it an order and assign a role to it and give it a task where it's going to give you a result. It has been life-changing. I'm not even gonna go too much deep into that, but I recommend you to assign a role to ChatGPT. That's my first tip. If you assign in a role to ChatGPT, you're not just telling it what to do, it will act as if it was that. So you can tell him, act as my marketing advisor, act as my business partner, act as my design consultant, as my graphic designer, and then it will give you a much better results. Also, the next thing is GPTs. If you guys are not familiar with GPTs, I recommend you to try them. GPTs are personal assistants. It's like a custom ChatGPTs for your needs. So you are able to build your own ChatGPT with your own set of rules, with your own set of instructions, that each time you will get very accurate, very precise results, okay? For example, you have a whole search engine for GPTs. The thing is that it's public for everyone, so you can literally go and utilize someone else's GPTs. As you can see, if you want to do something in marketing specifically, you can go to GPTs and you already have kind of assistants who are ready for you to roll, okay? There's There's an expert. There were different ones. No, it's okay. Don't worry. Don't go back. Don't go back. It's all good. Next. All right. Now, social media post creation. Who is always struggling with social media here? Who is struggling? Not who has. I know everyone has. It's okay to struggle. We all struggle. I'm struggling, and I have a lot of social media platforms, and that's okay. Social media posts are one of the strongest marketing tools. And if we're not utilizing them correctly, we can definitely lose in the game. So AI comes in and it can save us time, headache, give us ideas, create for us the social media posts and so forth. Let me give you an example. One of the most amazing tools is Canva AI. Canva AI enables you to create 100 posts for whatever you want, LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, in less than 5 minutes. Hear me again. You can create 100 Instagram or Facebook or whatever you want posts in less than 5 minutes. I'll show you here briefly how it is, since it's so noisy. There's no way we're gonna concentrate on this thing, but we're gonna do our best. So let's do it. So you go to Canva, you go to Docs, and by the way, everything I'm showing you, I can send it to you later on, okay? So if you DM me on my Instagram, or you can email me, again, you have it all the time here. You have it all the time on the bottom here, my email and my Instagram. So I will send you the full video to show you how to do it. Creating 100 posts in less than 5 minutes with Canva AI. So you go to Docs. Okay, let's roll this fast because we can't hear it anyway. We go to the magic write, we create the magic write. Fast, we said fast. Yes, it creates you the posts themselves. You copy them, you take them into Canva AI. And then you pick a template, and then you just go into the template. You pick here apps, next, bulk creation, next, entry data, you enter the data, and then quotes, and then you put it in the connect data, and it gives you all the options to generate 60 pages. This was in really a nutshell. Of course, I didn't understand anything because I can't really do it quietly and peacefully. So this is in a brief, and I can send you the video and the instructions on how to do it, all right? I'm thinking if I should, yeah, we can go next one. You good? My time is up? There's time here? Okay, thank you so much. I had like a whole presentation, but who cares? It was wonderful. Again, you're welcome to check my Instagram and my email. If you need anything else, have a great day.
Thank you so much, Tal. Do we have any questions for Tal? 100. She can whip out the answers real quick on AI. So that's going to close out the cannabis and psychedelic investing portion of our day today. Thank you all so much for being here. It's really been an amazing morning and afternoon, seeing so many great companies come through and hearing about so many great things. So I'm going to turn this back over to Brad Turner here. Thanks so much, Brad.
Let's give a hand for Ian. What a great job. Master of Ceremonies. Again, today was a little behind schedule, and we have had a number of changes. So that's why we're going to give away some alcohol. All right. So anyway, we have, where's that raffle thing? Well, if not, we'll just, here it is, Ian. So we'll see if the raffle works. Ian, pull what you want and give me a number. And we'll do this a couple times, and like every time, if we don't have someone, I'm just going to pick you because I like you.
5084767. 5084767. Last chance for $1 million.
You can't hear them.
5084767.
All right, well, young lady in the back in the beautiful dress, you're a winner. All right, come on up. Okay, we got one more bottle. Beautiful products. This actually is a friend of mine since high school. And he's been in the alcohol business for 40 some years. So if you ever need any help on sales and distribution of alcohol, which one do you want? Take a look. All right, we got one more bottle.
Looking for number 6084752. 6084752.
Okay, who hasn't been a winner yet? Who hasn't been a winner? This young lady rose her hand quickly, and you get some. All right, so we're gonna have a couple more winners. You win. What do you want, VIP bag or dinner? What do you want? Dinner, okay, she's got a dinner. I thought you already have a VIP bag, Susan. Want another one? Okay, a couple more. This young man over here, VIP bag. Come up, get your ticket. All right. VIP bag, or you want dinner or that?
5084378. 5084378.
All right. So anyway, we're going to start the afternoon, and again, we're behind, but again, I appreciate everybody being here. Just as a reminder, this is being live streamed to 162 countries with the company called livestreamers.com. Their equipment is in the back. If you're doing an event and you want to broadcast globally, that's who can help you do that. We have this facility here, Creator Space LA. If you're thinking about doing a conference or an event like this, you have the opportunity to rent this space and do this. Don't call me to help you. No, I'm just kidding. Call me, I'd love to help you. So anyway, and again, Rex Wong over here, this is his space right here. Let's give Rex a hand.
Woo, Rex!
You have no idea what this guy has gone through. So it's unbelievable. So Rex is an amazing guy. Smartest guy in the room. All right. So today it's the Los Angeles Investor Conference, the afternoon. And I want to bring up Elias Arjan, who is our Master of Ceremonies for the afternoon. And he's going to come up and start our day. And here's your microphone. And he's going to talk about himself a little bit now and then after the first panel.
Okay, thank you, Brad. Hello, everyone. All right, thank you for that round of indifference. That was beautiful. Thank you so much. So great to have you all here, and we're changing the momentum here a little bit. Who enjoyed the Cannabis Forum? Was that fun? Was that great for you guys? So, not an industry I'm familiar with personally. My company, Proven, we do clinical validation for wellness and longevity companies, and I'm running a longevity event next weekend. And I'll talk more about that in a minute, because right now we're going to go straight into a panel, because this region economically, right, when they talk about tech, what is this area called? Does anyone know? Silicon Beach. So we're going to do a talk about what's going on here on Silicon Beach. But you know what's been happening all morning? And I understand this is what happens. People are energized, they're excited, they're talking in different places. But we're going to try, this is a really powerful panel of people that are coming up next. So all of you who can hear me and watch me right now, I need your help for 1 second, okay? What we're going to do is I'm going to get you all to make as much noise as you can, right? I'm going to count to 3. And I'm going to ask you to yell, scream, clap, make a ton of noise. Everyone's going to try to figure out what's happening. Maybe a celebrity showed up. They're going to see me. They're going to be radically disappointed. But we're going to do it anyway, okay? So I'm going to count to 3. You guys do it. Make as much noise as you can. We're going to totally disrupt his phone call. He's not going to hear a thing that person is saying. It's going to be fun. So here we go. Make as much noise as you can on the count of 3. Everyone ready? Is everyone ready? Yeah. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Hey, everybody, check it out. He's naked. Oh, you totally missed it. That striptease was incredible. Incredible. All right, so we're going to just trying to get the room to wake up a little bit here. So here we go. We're going to introduce right now who's going to moderate the panel. Mr. Rex Wong, who's fortunately his space that we're enjoying here today. So, ladies and gentlemen, please do me a favor. It's his space, so we got to be gracious to our host. We're going to give Rex a huge round of applause. So welcome, Rex, as our moderator of the panel, to the stage. Thank you, Rex.
Sorry, and I'm going to call Howard and May. And we're going to talk about Silicon Beach, because we're right at the heart of Silicon Beach, right? So Silicon Beach, we're going to start this off. So Silicon Beach, does everybody know that kind of moniker? Okay, so, and most of the tech companies are like right here, right? So Oracle, you've got like GoodRx here, Activision in the back, Lionsgate over there. And it's a kind of a blend of media and entertainment. And so here, we call this creator space, and this is like a creator venture studio. So we actually incubate a number of businesses. I think if you haven't checked out the volumetric stage in the back, or we have a sound studio. Actually, what you see here is a motion capture system. This actually can be a video wall. So it's kind of the merger of tech and entertainment. And I invited my friends May and Howard, who are LA VCs. Believe it or not, like 20 years ago, I did a little thing called AdSense that we sold to Google. And it was based right here in Santa Monica. And when I went to pitch, and I had to go up to Sand Hill Road and pitch to all these VCs in Sand Hill Road. And one of the guys told me, he said, well, and I'm from the Bay Area, so he said, hey, if you move back to San Francisco, I'll invest in you, but I don't want to fly an hour to go to a board meeting in LA. That was about 25 years ago, right? Now today, VCs are all over the place, investors are all over the place, right? But here in LA, it's a big heart, and we have two of the biggest VCs here, who have been in the entertainment media convergence with tech, right, and the LAC, right? So I'm going to have them introduce themselves. First, Hamay, tell us about yourself.
Say Rex.
That works. When you turn it on, it works. My name is Hamay Watt. I run a venture studio and fund called Share Ventures. I've been here for, how long have I been here? 21 years in Los Angeles. I've seen it evolve and change quite a bit in that time. And I think we're now in a place where the future is very bright for LA. Happy to be here.
You forgot to say that you were involved in a few entertainment, just like movie.
Yeah, when I first moved here, my belief was that entertainment was a sector that wasn't leveraging technology to the fullest. And so my first company I started was in that space, and then when we sold that, I was thinking about what next to do. I started another company that really was a disruption called MoviePass. And it was really an exploitation of the fact that the exhibitor ecosystem really didn't leverage technology at all.
That was when they gave away unlimited, like $9.99 for unlimited movies.
You got to see the movie.
Yes. But if you all remember that, that was like, oh, $9.99, get to go to the movie theater as much as you want.
So my name is Howard Coe. I'm a partner with Morpheus Ventures. We're an early stage venture fund based in LA. We're typically seed, Series A, Series B guys. So we're one of our companies, I think, in this space, Influential, which we just sold. We were, I think, seed investor, one of the first institutional investors in Influential. We just invested in a company who's doing digital distribution, media distribution for long tail kind of content. A company called Recast. So we're pretty involved in the space relatively early on. Our typical check size is like $1 to $10 million type thing.
Okay, so we'll start off, and so what have you seen? Like, how did you guys get into the VC space, and were you guys all originally from LA?
I'm originally from Washington, D.C. I moved here with my first startup and actually met what would become my future partners when I was pitching them. I was pitching a firm called Global Retail Partners, which was the old name of the firm, which is now known as Upfront Ventures. And in the pitching process, I met and created a connection and ultimately joined them as a partner many years later. But I think the first, at that time there were maybe 3 venture firms Upfront, Graycroft, and one other firm. And now I think at last count is, 50 or 60 venture firms here?
Yeah, there's a lot here now.
And that was, I think, so I joined Upfront in 2013. So we're not talking about that long.
I sort of grew up in LA, kind of for the most part, but I've actually kind of worked up and down California. I was in the Bay Area. I was at a venture fund in San Diego. Now the fund I'm with now is in LA. So I've kind of been a tried and true kind of Los Angeles guy, kind of for the most part. I've seen this ecosystem really just blossom over the past 10, 15 years. Frankly, I think 10, 15 years ago, there was a lot of Me Too companies here. I think you're seeing a lot more innovation, like really interesting companies being built in the last like 5+ years. So I think the ecosystem has a lot more capital also now available. As we mentioned, in the past, there was only like 3, 4 like meaningful venture funds now. There's at least a half dozen to a dozen kind of Series A. Guys can write $5 million plus checks now. And there is dozens of seed funds and pre-seed funds in town where you never had that sort of beforehand. Thank you.
So, what do you see as different in the LA startup ecosystem versus, let's say, Silicon Valley or other places? Like, what seems to predominate, like what's here in LA?
I mean, there's some mindsets of the entrepreneurs, and then there's some sectors. Mindset-wise, it used to be that the LA entrepreneurs were just more oriented towards making money. And they were less, and that was both good and bad. It was good because who doesn't want to make money? It's a pragmatism that is really important when you're backing entrepreneurs. But the stereotype was, yeah, we were good at making money, but we weren't really good at thinking big picture, long-term, big vision, big transformational companies. And thankfully, now we have some great examples with Snapchat and Ring. And we're proud investors in companies like Ring, and I think it's an example of early experiment that turned into a really meaningful hardware company.
In fact, this is the original headquarters of Ring. So we kind of like to say it birthed a unicorn, and we'll birth another unicorn out of here.
Many more.
But this was Ring. How about you, Howard?
What, in terms of?
Like, what do you see in LA as kind of the startups that you see here versus in other places?
Yeah, like I think every region sort of has, I think certain areas that they could be fundamentally good at because of talent's there, the capital's there and whatnot. I think LA historically has always been seen as a great creator ecosystem. Entertainment's here, the studios are here, and whatnot. So I think that's always been like the through line over the past even 10, 20 years for the most part. But you're actually seeing a lot more deeper tech, harder tech. I think even the studio in the back of it is really starting to incorporate kind of deeper tech, harder tech into this traditional kind of entertainment creator kind of focused ecosystem. I think hard tech now in LA is blossoming, right? Because the talent's been here, right? We have a lot of robotics guys here, the vision-based guys because of JPL, Caltech. Almost all the aerospace and defense guys are here, but believe it or not, a lot of the technology you see today are all byproducts of a lot of the technology that were invested in over time in aerospace and defense from DARPA, from the US government, and now has trickled down into something that we can actually use kind of literally. I think you're a lot of the VFX type of stuff, a lot of the camera, a lot of the imaging stuff really came as a byproduct of a lot of this research. So you actually see a good amount of talent here for that, and which is why I think LA has been one of the most heavily invested spaces in harder tech and deeper technologies versus a lot of, even the Bay Area. You actually see companies actually want to start here or even move here because of that.
Yeah, it's encouraging. I remember it used to be we'd go to Caltech and go to UCLA and talk to the engineering computer science majors, and they'd look at me like, bro, I'm not staying here. I'm going up. I'm going up to Google. I'm going up to the Bay Area. This is not where it's at. That doesn't happen anymore. It doesn't happen as much anymore. I think that the defense tech space, which you alluded to, in the El Segundo area, really started to blossom. You're seeing a lot of companies raise $20 million seeds, right? That was unheard of, certainly for a defense tech company. We're seeing a lot more of that.
And so, what are you guys focused on investing in, looking at? Like, what are your core focuses? And is it mostly the LA tech scene, or are you guys kind of like wide? Is it region based? Is it more global?
Yeah, we have both a lab and a fund. So most of our energy is in our lab, and we're focusing on a few problems. We call it human performance, but that includes the future of work, that includes digital health, that includes longevity. I was really hoping that this region would become a hub for longevity activity down here, and we're seeing a lot of it, but we want to see even more. And so our energies are focused on identifying problems and building teams in those areas, primarily here. And then we're investing, we have the fund side, invest in the companies that we start as well as companies that we see outside. And we're investing all around the country and the world, actually. We just did our last deal in London.
Yeah, our investments span across North America. We certainly have companies in Los Angeles. We had one of our better exits literally about 24 months ago, a company called Bridge, which we exited for about $500 million in cash, I think altogether. So we've had success here. We've built companies here. We have a number of companies down in El Segundo and I think like Hawthorne area.
Defense tech or
actually, I think one of them is actually on the space side, and then one's a health insurance company, which raised about $170 million for the last round of financing that just happened about a month ago. So you're seeing an ecosystem that's working, but I do think that from a fund standpoint, we're just looking for good companies that are growing fast, no matter where you are. I think it just so happens that LA has a nexus of really interesting companies that you can now build for bigger outcomes, right? To Vince's point, like it's not so much like, hey, I got 2 million revenue, that's great. Now how do you get to like 50, right? It's not. It used to be like, well, I got 2 million revenue, I'm going to 4, I'm going to 5, I'm going to 6 afterwards. Now it's really about that exponential kind of growth that typical venture capitalists like us are looking for.
Yeah, I think you need those to help build an ecosystem too, right? I think thank goodness for Snapchat. It has created an ecosystem, a lot of talent, a lot of other capital. Same thing to some extent with Ring. And lots of other companies, particularly on the life sciences side. It takes a big ecosystem builder to really catalyze and make things happen.
And what's like your guys' thesis on like what you're, how you invest, like what you're looking for, size, what metrics that you have to hit before you're looking at them?
Well, for us, again, we're incubating a lot of our companies from scratch. So we have a framework and a system that we look at. We look at signals across a lot of domains. We want to see the right team. We want to see the right demand. We want to see the right product. I think it's the same thing as we look at external deals. I mean, it's probably not that dissimilar, except that we're doing much earlier stage deals than most. It really does come down to the size of the problem and the conviction that the team has to go after and solve it.
Like for us, we're typically kind of a stage or two after what they're typically doing at the studio and incubation level. For Series A companies, we're typically looking, somewhere between 1 to 5 million in revenue, right, in the past 12 months. But velocity matters, right? For us, it's not a $2 million kind of a year revenue company. May not be as interesting as a $700,000 a year revenue company, especially if they got there within 6 months and it took you 4 years, right, to get to $2 million. So velocity in our world, velocity matters a lot, in addition to the absolutes, right, type of thing. But we're typically looking at companies already with early product market fit versus at your stage from an incubation perspective.
And so, can you tell me like one of your whether it's now or previously, one of your prized, like what are you proud of, like a company you're proud of that you've invested in?
Well, since we're sitting in Ring's headquarters, I'm really proud of what Ring did. I think
other than Ring, that's neat.
Yeah. Well, more recently we have a number of interesting companies, but we're starting to talk about one of them, which is in the oral health space. I have a teammate here who's working on that company. It's called Pheno. We really spent a lot of time looking at the oral health space and realizing that oral health is tied to our brain health, our heart health, our gut health. And despite that, if you look at the innovation in the oral health space, it's been de minimis. And so we tackled that. It's a hardware problem and a software problem. In fact, I called Jamie from Ring before we started the company, and I was like, should we do hardware? He said, hell no, right off the jump. And then I told him a little about what we were doing, and he saw what we were doing and got very excited about it. So I think the things that drive us, and I think that drive most entrepreneurs and founders, funders, I'm guessing, It's just the size of the problem and the opportunity to go after very big markets. I've never had more fun than I am right now. The AI world is just changing everything, as you know well. So I think we're in a really good position here in Los Angeles to take advantage of that.
Look, for me, I think one of the more interesting companies that we have is literally one of that healthcare insurance companies that literally just raised $170 million. What they're able to do, it's to your point about solving a big problem, right? Healthcare in the U.S. is fundamentally broken, right? The costs are high, but the delivery of care, it can be challenged kind of across the board. And that company is really focused on decreasing the fundamental cost of healthcare insurance for everyone, right? They can basically provide better care for 40% less cost than what your typical kind of health plan, like anybody would have in this room. So that's, we like solving big problems, right? And that, for us, hopefully leads to big outcomes. So we like that. So we look for those type of dynamics in any type of company that we do. Look, your company doesn't need to be a $3 trillion TAM type company, right? But we're looking for outcomes that are multi-billion-dollar outcomes potentially in order for us to be able to make a return for our investors, our LPs. So that's what we typically look for.
And you talk about AI. How do you see AI affecting the landscape, your investment thesis? Like, how do you see it changing or affecting or not affecting, like what you're looking at right now and moving forward?
I think people are fundamentally underestimating the impact that AI is going to have on everything. I didn't get that excited about the whole AR, VR thing. I thought it was cool, but I didn't get excited. I think it was going to be absolutely transformative. I didn't feel that way about the blockchain, right? So I'm not one of those guys that is like every hype cycle, everything this is very different to me. And so I think as it relates to disruption for early stage entrepreneurs, the cost to get signal on your venture is going to go significantly down, which is great for entrepreneurs. On the other hand, I'm not so sure what the enterprise software or vertical SaaS is going to look like. When everyone has the same AI stack to build it on top of, what matters? I don't know, is it going to be the UI? No, because they're going to be AI models that generate beautiful UIs that understand exactly what your brain needs to see in terms of a user experience. So what matters? Is it brand? Maybe. Is it distribution? Maybe. So I think on one hand, it's incredibly valuable for entrepreneurs to build products quickly. I love the fact that I don't have to go begging engineers to build stuff the way I used to. Beg, borrow, and steal just to get a small little product built. Now I can damn near build it myself with a small ragtag team of folks that know what they're doing. And so that's really encouraging. On the other side, I'm thinking about the exits, and I'm thinking about what matters most to generate those exits. So it's another reason why we're not afraid of hardware anymore. I think you can't just have software as a moat. I think everyone's going to be able to build great software. Figuring out what are the unique data sets that maybe we can access given our proximity or relationships, I think that's going to become an important part of the game. Who can get unique firewallable data that can allow them to build a product or service that will outperform their competitors. It's a hard thing to do, but I think that's going to be, critical. What do you think?
For you, AI, Howard, what do you think?
Look, the way I think about AI is that it lifts the floor of what is possible that you can do with technology, right? But I really look at AI the way I would look at, in 5 years, the way I look at AI is the way we look at internet today. If I told you I'm in the internet business, right, today, right, how would you respond to that? Of course I'm in the internet business. Of course I'm connected to the internet. The way I look at AI is that AI is just going to be foundational. It's going to be part of every business, right? And 5 years from now, you say you're an AI company, it's like, yeah, of course you are, right? At that point, you're just a technology company, and you just use technology. And AI is something you do use. But it really elevates kind of what you can do to Amit's point. It allows technology to become much more accessible for everyone. You don't need to be a computer scientist, PhD guy, to be able to do a lot of the stuff we're able to do now. So I think it just elevates the floor. I think people need to focus on solving problems, make something functional, right? Go back to what business was before. Like, forget the .ai piece of it. look at the problems that you're trying to solve for. Is somebody willing to pay you to solve that problem, right? And build a business based upon that. Not just because I have AI-fied whatever you were doing before, and that all of a sudden that makes it 10 times better, right? Especially on the enterprise side, what I think AI has done is really allowed for the adoption cycle for these type of technology because of the UI UX aspect to make it so much easier for people to engage and adopt. That has actually probably accelerated a lot of those guys on the enterprise side. Not so much because they can do generative AI or whatever the case may be, but the UI UX has become so much simpler for somebody to be able to adopt and execute on.
So last question, how many in the room are a startup? Okay, so about half the room. And how many are investors? Okay, about a quarter. Okay, so question to you is, if I'm a startup and I'm coming to pitch you, how would I pitch you? And would what would you think?
Show me
is a
the
good pitch?
product.
Okay.
Yeah, show me the product. There's nothing more frustrating than someone just talking, especially when you just had a million pitches in a day. Like, Jesus Christ, show me the product, please.
Where's the beef? Remember, where's the beef? Where's the beef?
Yeah. Which, and I'm joking a little bit. I certainly want to hear from people, and I want to hear how clear they are and how precise they are and what things they care about. But at the end of the day, I'm a product guy. I like to see a really elegant solution to a very well-known, clear problem. You'd be surprised how many people aren't very clear at showing their product.
You mean like a vapor deckware?
Yeah, or just like the product is like, I don't quite get it type of thing, and I think that the clarity around that is such a critical thing, and it can differentiate people.
Absolutely, I think what I said, but I think I'll add one thing to it. Why you? Like, ultimately, we invest in people. Certainly, I invest in people, right? Because it's still relatively early stage. Even at a Series A, you're still really early, right? Like, but why you? Everybody talks about product market fit, right? From that standpoint, I always think about founder company market fit. Like, why are you, specifically you and your team, so well attuned to be able to attack whatever problem set that you're trying to solve for? Why are you so unique at it that somebody else couldn't do exactly the same thing, right? And why? And to some extent, it's also why now, right? Why you? Why now, right? Those are kind of sort of intertwined, kind of like together as we look at kind of whether or not we want to invest in a company.
Okay, so that wraps it up. Thanks. They both have to rush off because we were running a little late, but thank you for coming and yeah.
Check. Okay, that's on. Okay, well, I want to thank all of you for indulging me on my last little attempt to draw more energy here. So we're going to move straight into another presentation, and of course, we've changed direction here a little bit. We're actually, I think the next two presenters, I believe, are both in my industry, which is the longevity and wellness space. I think we just need to clear these chairs off the stage because he's doing a presentation. So I don't know if we have anybody to help with that. But I'm just curious, by a show of hands, who here has ever purchased a supplement or a health enhancement product because you saw somebody you liked online, like an influencer or a celebrity, endorse the product? Who's actually purchased it because they saw an influencer or celebrity endorse the product? Honestly, people, come on, I'm curious. There's only 4 of you? Is this thing on? Right, so, okay, a couple of you. So, I just have another question for you, because I asked this at an event the other day, and I was surprised at the result. So if you knew that the product was not endorsed by a celebrity influencer, but said clinically validated, right, would you be more likely to buy the product than if it was an influencer who endorsed it, by a show of hands? So, okay, so it's interesting. So in my world, that's a big deal, right? A lot of people are doing celebrity endorsements, influencer endorsements. That's how the wellness industry works today. But again, we were talking about AI. Is there someone here to clear these off? I guess I'll do it myself. So because of AI and because of all these new technologies, it's getting easier and easier for us to do clinical research. And so I have a company, that's what we do. We do clinical research for health and wellness companies to validate their claims. And if you care about your health and you want to find out what is actually evidence-based, because if you go online, I'm going to tell you right now, what people are saying is garbage. I'm sorry to say, it's absolute garbage that's being put out there. They all are being run off an affiliate model. That's the business model, right? I say, hey, if you buy this, I'm gonna make money. And then at the same video, they're telling you, we hate big pharma because they're trying to make money off your health. Does anyone see the hypocrisy there? I'm sorry, but that's a total hypocrisy. So the reality is that we're in this weird time, but it's going to change, and there's hope. There is ecosystems and groups of people that are doing clinical grade research and releasing clinical grade products. And so our next speaker is involved in that space. We're in the same industry. There's incredible results that people are getting from these technologies. So if anybody wants to learn about them and see them and experience them, things like hyperbaric oxygen therapy chamber, photobiomodulation, if you don't know what these things are, please join us October 5th and 6th at the Healthspan Summit. It's going to be in Palos Verdes. We're overlooking the Pacific Ocean. I'm actually curating it myself. We have 40 speakers. We have investors coming from all over the world. For those of you watching at home, you can look up healthspanevents.com. But for those of you here, if you come by, you'll see we have a booth there with Smile Body, who's one of our exhibitors at the event. And you can also find out the deals on tickets. And you can also win a $700 gift basket of validated longevity products. So we're doing a contest there. No purchase necessary. Just come enter the contest and you don't have to be present to win. So on that note, I would like to introduce our next speaker, who is going to talk about some technology that I've been very fond of, and at Proven, my co-founder, and you're doing more photobiomodulation today, right, Clay? Is that correct? Yes, so my co-founder at Proven did his PhD in photobiomodulation. So if you don't know what that is, I'm not going to steal his thunder. I'm going to let him explain what photobiomodulation is and how it works, but why it's something you definitely should know about. So please welcome Clay Womack to the stage. Give him a round of applause, please. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Elias. Appreciate that. Thank you all for coming out today. It's a great crowd. It's always fun to be back home in Santa Monica. I lived here for 16 years and raised my 9 kids and decided tax burden was a little too strong, so I moved to Austin, Texas. I've been in the longevity and the anti-aging business for about 14 years. My wife's a Harvard-trained physician and is board certified in anti-aging regenerative medicine. And quite a few years back, one of our patients had a miraculous healing with hyperbaric oxygen therapy. And for those of you who don't know, hyperbaric oxygen therapy is about 380 years old. And all it is gas physics. Henry's law, gas under pressure goes into solution. And so we're flooding the body with 2,000% oxygen load for healing and dissolving the oxygen into your blood, and it goes 5 times deeper into your perfusion, into your tissues. So it goes past the blood-brain barrier, and it's an incredible baseline healing mechanism for any other biohack you want to do to extend your lifespan. Along with that, that's my favorite baseline biohack, and then you add photobiomodulation on top of oxygen therapy, and that's what we're going to talk about today. Is the new, well, this company is about 8 or 9 years old, but they have the top-rated bed in the industry. And we're going to talk about that today. I've known Mike. I've been coaching him for about 7 years. We use his light beds in our hyperbaric therapy clinics. We have 3 clinics in the Austin market. And I'm a retired investment banker. I used to raise money for companies for about 25 years and got tired of that and went into the health space to help my wife build her practice. And then we ended up having that miraculous healing with one of her patients who talked us into getting a hyperbaric chamber for one of our office spaces. We did that. We've built that into 3 clinics now. We've treated over 6,000 patients, and the health benefits we've seen with stacking a high-powered light bed on top of hyperbaric oxygen therapy is just a game changer. I mean, you're going to be sharper, you're going to be better looking, you're going to have more fun. It's, you know, all the things that you've been promised through all this anti-aging stuff. So I met Mike, like I said, about 9 years ago, about the time I was getting in hyperbaric business, and I bought a couple of his beds for my patients. I sell hyperbaric chambers and light beds to our patients to put in their homes. And he was building a kind of a Chinese knockoff, and I said, Mike, you know, here, I'm gonna give you a little friendly advice from a retired investment banker. What you need to do is raise your prices 50% and take that margin and invest it in something that'll give me a Thor killer for half price. So he took 8 months, did that, built a completely new bed that looks like this, and the sales just took off. I mean, he had a very, very powerful bed that had, instead of 900 to 1,000 watts. He had 5,000 watts of power. He had 4 different colors of light into his bed, and that's a lot of. If you want, the hard copy of that is at my booth over here. If you want to pick that up, let's flip that. One more time. All right, so we have just gotten this bed installed in Dave Asprey's new Biohack and Upgrade Labs franchise. This is now their de facto baseline bed. We have a new bed that we prototyped over the last 3 years, and we've made our first installs of it. It's called the Elysium machine. Made our first 8 installs in 24-hour fitness, because we're taking the bed from just selling it into clinics to building a revenue share model on this bed, because it's $180,000 sticker price, and we're just getting a small deposit from the clinic owner, put it in and doing a rev share. So what we're going to be talking about today, let's see. It's been self-funded so far. It's got a run rate around $7, $8, $9, $10 million right now. Probably $2.5 million in EBITDA this year. We're deployed in all the special forces. They're doing testing on it. The Army's offering to give us a grant to make sure we have production for their special forces units. We're in. I mean, you can look at our logo wall back there and see all the people that are customers of ours. Next slide. So this is a production facility down in Lake Forest. We actually build these in the United States with German engineering and American innovation putting those together. We're trying to expand our production space down there right now, and the company who's currently building these for us is now building another factory in Texas, and we'll believe to be doing a lot of our production out there as it scales up in our revenue share model. So price points on the equipment, the equipment that I have in my clinics right now are run about $90,000, and we see anywhere from $15,000 to $20,000 a month in revenue on these light beds, based on per treatment revenue model. And we're also starting to see people that have these beds do membership basis, and that's where we're seeing a jump in revenues at the clinic level, and why we decided to go into the revenue sharing model with our Elysium machine. Next step. So we're doing a $3 million convertible offering. Mike's never raised money for his company before. Like I said, it's about 9 years old. It's on about an $8 to $10 million run rate right now, and profitable. And we're doing a convertible debt for $3 million, 8.5 coupon. And it's convertible at any time along the strata. It's an LLC, so we're going to be making distributions. It's convertible at any time before the 3-year expiration on it. And it'll be convertible into 20% of the company, so you got a pre-money of $12 million on a $7 million run rate, which is pretty fair, I think. Go ahead. Oh, it's not, and yeah, it's not a 6. It's an 8.5 coupon. Sorry, that was before I built the book. We just went to print today on the offering memorandum, which we have in our booth. Next one. Okay, that's it. So that's the offering on ArcLED. It's actually called the Charging Station. That's the new company we set up to put the revenue share in place. And like I said, we've got 8 units out in 24-hour fitness. We're building more. The purpose of the use of proceeds of this offering is to build 50 more units to go put into the revenue share model. Our actual cost of production is somewhere between $55,000 and $60,000 for these high-grade units that we'll be doing revenue share on. The payout is like 11 months on the revenue share, and it's it's quite profitable. I was fighting with Mike a little bit about it. I said, let's just build beds and sell them. We got a 50-60% margin, and let's just sell the heck out of them. He says, you got to look at this revenue share. And when we modeled it out, I was converted. I was converted right then. let's talk a little bit. This is the bed I have in my clinic. Let's go next slide. They come very well packed. Keep going. All right, so I'm gonna talk a little bit about hyperbaric since I got a little bit of time left. That's my chamber that I have in my house. So I get in it, 3 or 4 days a week, and it's changed my life. I've got over 600 hours of hyperbaric. I dropped 60 pounds. I'm sharper now than when I ran my capital markets group, my investment bank. We did my last year in the business. I ran about $4.25 billion through the firm in transaction value, and I'm sharper now, 20 years later, than I was back then because of all the hyperbaric. I'm feeling it. Next slide. This is what I will be debuting at A4M. Are y'all familiar with A4M? It's the oldest anti-aging regenerative medicine certifying group. They do board certifications in anti-aging and stem cells. I'm debuting this chamber. This is the world's first titanium chamber, built out of titanium. I've got 2 prototypes in the build process right now. They're at the polish lab. We're doing interiors, things like that. But so we're going to be showing that product to the world when we get there in December. Next slide. How many of y'all know whose logo that is? Nobody? Anybody hear Joe Rogan? That's the chamber I put in his garage for him. He did me a real solid favor during the COVID days, and I gave him a chamber to put in his garage. All right, next one. So it's Joe's Wellness Mothership, kind of a takeoff on his comedy mothership that he built in Austin, which is a whole lot of fun. If you come to Austin, you got to go to that. Next one. This is a typical customer installation for our old school chambers, which look like propane tanks, but they're very functional. They go up to 2.4 ATA, and you get all the longevity treatments you need for those. This is our clinic in Round Rock. We actually have 6 chambers in there now. We're opening up our 3rd clinic in Lakeway, out into the suburb outside of Austin, in about a month and a half once we get our gas permit. All right. That's it? All right. So, in a nutshell, hyperbaric is the best thing you can do for your body and your brain and your longevity. The Israelis came up with a study a few years back that showed that they can extend your telomere length 25 to 35% and get rid of your senescent cells, and that's the holy grail of anti-aging. That is a literal time machine. My wife calls these time machines now because they will give you more time on Earth. And so if you got any questions about hyperbarics, you want one for your own, you'll get light bed. We've got a home model, the new price point's at $49,000 for this light bed. And it's an amazing piece of equipment. We're going into lots of wellness clinics, so lots of chains are coming and talking to us about volume purchasing on this. And I think the company is going to be a very good success. So the only way you'll be able to get into that anytime soon is this debt offering. And then when you convert to equity, you should be seeing dividend income off of it because it's a cash flow positive company. Thank you for your time today. Appreciate everything. Come by and see me at the booth. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Check. I think the other right here. Right. Okay, I think we're good. Okay, so we're gonna go into our next. We're gonna continue on the theme of wellness. But for those of you who are investors in the room, I want to talk a minute about what Clay was talking about with longevity. So for those of you who don't know, the longevity industry is predicted. Anybody know what the longevity industry is predicted to grow to in the next 5 to 10 years? Does anybody have any ideas? Any investors following this? $14 trillion. $14 trillion industry that doesn't yet exist, basically. Right now, as of this year, we just surpassed the amount of money raised last year. So in the first 6 months of 2024, the longevity industry raised $4.86 billion in investment. So the previous year, that beats our previous year. Our biggest year for investment in longevity was actually in 2022. And you may have not know why, but the reason was because there was one company that was launched for $3 billion. Altus Labs, you win, ding, 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 you win the prize, yes. Oh, you worked for them. Okay, so yeah, so Altus, and of course, he hasn't, I think, actually, maybe I don't think it's actually come out publicly, but it's pretty much understood that Bezos was in for about $1 billion of that, right? From what we know, what we think. He's like, well, you worked for them, so you can't say it. That's right. So it's a really big space, and when we talk about what is happening you know, I often say this in my talks when I talk about the longevity industry. The 3 industries of the next decade that you should be involved in as an investor, of course it's AI, right? But everyone's already there. So it's a crowded space, right? If I say longevity is the second one, because there's still a lot of space, that bed that Clay was talking about, those things are gonna blow up. You're gonna see those, people are gonna have them in their homes, they already do, a lot of professional athletes do. Hyperbaric chambers, photobiomodulation, PMF therapy, these things are going to become ubiquitous. You're all going to go to clinics when you get these treatments in the same way you do anything else on your daily basis, like you go to the gym. It's just going to become a normative thing in the next few years. So, and of course the third one that again is also a big opportunity that I think a lot of people are missing out on is robotics. I don't know if you saw this, but Elon was talking about that the world could absorb somewhere between, starting at about next year, about 1 billion robots a year, doubling almost every year. So he thinks that in a couple of years, that's why Tesla actually is building Optimus, because they're planning that's going to be a bigger business model, way more cars. They could build way more robots than cars. So AI, robotics, longevity. Okay, so on that longevity note, if we can get another chair up here, we're going to go into our, if I can get a hand with that, that'd be great. We're going to go into what's we're calling these fireside chats, where we're going to talk about wellness. Perfect, thank you. And we're going to talk specifically about some things that you all should be. Who here invests, say, more than $1,000 a year in your personal health, of your own spending on longevity or wellness in some capacity, right? So, okay, so Howard, come on up here, because a lot of you may be spending that in supplements, nutraceuticals, but what's the most important thing you should do if you're taking a supplement, using nutraceuticals, doing hyperbaric oxygen therapy chamber? What's the most important thing you should do with that? Anybody know? Test, right? Yeah, you can't improve, right? You can't improve what you don't measure. So a lot of people just randomly throw a supplement in their face every day and they don't know if it works. And so I know, Howard, you've done some work on the testing side as well. So everybody please welcome Howard Simon to the stage. Give a round of applause, please.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
So Howard from Rejuvenation Science, and we'll talk about the book in just a minute. But I want to start with that idea of testing, because that's something I know that you like me, we share that is an important value, that people should be testing and measuring their health, so if they want to improve it. So tell us a little bit about the type of testing you've done at Rejuvenation Science and how you approach that.
Thank you. We are raising money to develop a test of microplastics in the blood, and this test is currently available in scientific research, but it's not available to doctors and the public. The test will evaluate the types of plastic in the blood and count the number of incidents of those plastics in the blood. This allows the doctor to manage the therapy, and the purpose of the therapy is to prevent or reduce plastics in the blood.
Okay, so that's fascinating. Who here has read about microplastics in the news recently? All right, trivia question. How much microplastic does the average American ingest in a year? You know? 1 million? How many grams? There's millions of microplastics, but it adds up to every year, the average American is ingesting as much as 1 credit card. All of us. That's in our water, it's in our food, it's in the air even, right? It's in our clothing. So this is amazing, Howard, because if we had a test where people could actually see that this was, how much microplastics, because right now, like you said, they can't do anything about it, right? We're all being under this assault, but we don't know how bad it is, and it could be affecting people's health, and they don't even know it, right?
Oh, it definitely is affecting their health. My book postulates that the body responds to environmental contaminants with an inflammatory response. doctors diagnose this inflammatory response as the symptom of diseases such as autoimmune disease, heart disease, Alzheimer's disease, obesity, and in fact, if the doctors were able to diagnose the cause of this inflammation rather than just the body's protective reaction to the microplastics, then the doctors could treat the cause rather than treating the symptom.
Right, and that's really the holy grail all of us should care about these days, is what's called root cause medicine, which is this idea that you go after the root cause. And this is the book, the MMM theory, right? And I'll just read the New Paradigm in Medicine, the Inflammation Treatment book, revealing the root cause of disease, its prevention and treatment. So this is part of your work around this idea of like environmental toxins essentially being one of the main sources of inflammation. And I don't know if you've heard of this, but I work in longevity. Anyone ever heard the term inflammaging? Right? So this is actually a term now that essentially aging is just the accumulation of inflammation over time. And so I know at Rejuvenation Science, you also look in a little bit into longevity. Tell us a little bit though, right now in this raise that you're looking for, you said you're going to develop this test. So tell us a little bit more about the test and how it's going to be used.
The test actually exists already, but only in academia. What we are developing is a test tube which is metallic, which is a vacuum tube which will pull the blood out of a vein using a metallic needle so that there's no plastic contamination during the blood draw process. And then that blood is frozen and delivered to the lab where it is then analyzed.
I mean, that's so obvious, but I honestly admit I didn't realize that. Like, I was just thinking, yeah, they're going to go take a syringe and draw blood, but if you draw it with a plastic syringe, that's not a good measurement.
Just like when you drink fresh water out of a plastic bottle, or inhale fresh air and you're in a room that's full of plastics.
Wow. Okay, so you had to come up with this specific approach where there's like a metallic system to. So you still need a phlebotomist, though, right? This is not a home test, right?
Most nurses could do it, but
right.
it's done in clinic.
It's done in clinic. So this would be something like I'm in my functional medicine doctor's lab, or maybe even eventually it's in hospital systems, and I could use this test, draw my blood, send it to the lab, and then get a report.
The test does have to be sent in under cold conditions, so it's not normal for you to have that kind of ice at home to be able to draw it yourself and send it.
Okay, and tell us a little bit more about how. I mean, this is something that if every single person we know has microplastics in their blood, right? So I mean, I know investors don't like when the market is everybody, but I guess in some ways it is. But how do you see? Where do you see, like from a investment and business development standpoint, you're going to get this test? Who do you see as sort of the early customers that are going to start taking advantage of this service once it's available?
As I mentioned before, anyone who's diagnosed with an autoimmune disease, and there are about 100 diseases which are classified as autoimmune, which includes lupus and inflammatory bowel diseases, arthritis is now being considered an autoimmune disease, rheumatological diseases are autoimmune diseases, as well as heart disease and Alzheimer's, and even obesity could be considered a disease of microcontaminants, but it's not called an autoimmune disease. So there's a large
It's almost like anybody who, because a lot of times people say I've gone through all the tests and everything is normal, but I'm still suffering.
Well, then you haven't gone through all the tests because they haven't looked for the cause of this inflammation. They found that you have the inflammation.
Right. So this is kind of a great path for people when they're in a little bit of that, like more of a last resort. So you're raising money. Are you talking right now publicly about some of what you're expecting or what the offer is, or is that something people should come talk to you privately at your booth?
I can talk about it a bit. There are 3 tranches which total $9 million. The first tranche, or all 3 tranches, are a 8.5% convertible note. First tranche with a discount of 20% when converting to the stock. Second tranche 15%. Third tranche 10% conversion. And we've staged it out over time so that we have the amount of time to build the marketing to our current doctor clientele, increase marketing to new groups of doctors, and to outsource and then build out the lab for the microplastic testing.
Okay, wait. Well, I mean, that sounds fascinating. You're even going to build the lab, so you're kind of going to control the supply chain to a certain degree to be able to distribute the test, have a lab to analyze the results, and then reporting back to the patient and clinician.
Under the auspices of this new theory of medicine that I put in the book.
Okay, so I think we're out of time. So I'll tell you what, Howard, that sounds fascinating. I'm really excited for this test to come to the market. And so if anybody wants to learn more, the investors, where do they go to, other than the booth here, if the people on the Zoom, how do they find you to follow up?
They can find us at the booth where I'll be signing books if you're interested. Our website is rejuvenation-science.com for our practitioner website. Our consumer website is maximumvitality.com, and you can find us there.
Okay, thank you, Howard. Appreciate your time today. Thank you so much. Give Howard a round of applause, please, everyone. Okay, so it's time to, Brad, do you need to do anything, or do we just keep going here? All right, so we is Rex coming back up? I think it's his time. He'll go. Oh, he's right there. Here he comes, the man himself. No? We have you for a solo presenter, no? Okay, so then if we're jumping, it's Hawk Media next then, Brad. They're not here? Okay, so go down the list. Who's next? Luke, Pearson, and Ben. Luke and Ben. Going once? Going twice? Luke and Ben, here they come. All right, they're in the house. Okay, perfect. All right, so you're gonna present. You guys have a fancy presentation with the beautiful wall to make. Yes, because you guys, these are tech guys. They were showing me they got some cool tech stuff going on. So, okay, well, on that note, we're talking a little bit about longevity and health and wellness. So maybe we'll take a minute. Actually, you know what? Let's talk about mental health. I was just talking to somebody about this right now, a moment ago. So anybody know right now what's the self-reported average of Americans right now that have either depression or anxiety that they feel like is actually at the point where they're really struggling with? What percentage of Americans are struggling with that right now as a group, is overall? Anybody know what that number is? A couple different numbers. It feels like it's 90, but self-reported it's 50% across all age groups. And when you go to people under 30, do you think it goes up or down? It goes up by a lot. Yeah, it depends who you ask. It depends on the study. They say somewhere it's between 60 and 70%. Now, right now, I'll just give you my personal opinion for a second. We're in an election cycle, right? Why is this not the number one thing being talked about, right? That 60 to 70% of our young people are self-reporting that they're in some form of mental health challenge right now. And also, again, the health crisis that we're facing overall. So I really think it's important for all of us, wherever you're watching or whatever you're doing, really practice some time to take care of yourself. It's a bit of a crazy world right now. Make sure you take care of yourself. You find your own place to balance your mental health, your physical health. You really, if we're talking about investing, who's the number one person you should be investing in? Is obviously yourself. So make sure you're doing that. That's my little public service health message for a moment. And again, I'll just plug ours for a minute as well. If you want to learn more about how to take care of your own health, please join us next weekend at the Healthspan Summit. And with that said, I think these gentlemen are ready to take it on. This is probably going to be one of the most visually beautiful presentations, I'm guessing, because these guys are such pros at what they do. So get ready for the team from Cartel and Spatial Studio to take us on this guide. And let's get a few more people over here, because this is going to be a gorgeous presentation. So do me that favor again. Let's be really loud on this one. Give them a big round of applause. Here we go.
Thanks for the hype man handoff there. How's everyone doing? I was going to say let's give it up for AI, but there was like a little tepid response before. But hopefully we'll get you guys excited. If there's anyone over there who wants to hear about the coolest AI company, feel free to walk over. Any second? Yeah, we got some good round of applause. My name is Ben. Hello, everyone. We're coming from here. This is our office. You all are in right now. So you may have been watching the presentation for the last little bit. If you have, feel free to pretend like this is your first time. So we call this AI headquarters. Luke, we're probably gonna have to fly through this pretty quick. So raise your hand, just so I can get a sense. Someone did this earlier. Who is a founder? Who's in the startup space? Anyone? Founder? You got founders over here. Are there any investors at all anywhere? This is an investor-less audience. Awesome. Not a single investor. So forget everything you're about to say. We'll just have some fun. So what are we doing here? We are disrupting creative agencies in the content creation process. We are reinventing it. Hi, Hayes. By connecting the world's best AI artists with talents, brands, and cutting-edge data, we're streamlining collaboration and unleashing AI's full creative potential to produce extraordinary content faster, cheaper, and better. This is some basic AI stuff. Raise your hand if you're familiar with AI tools like Luma, Runway, any of the bands. Raise your hand if you know what Comfy UI is. One guy. Those are on our side here. Okay, this is gonna be new for Royal. Pretty basic stuff. With AI, you can take a video like this. You can say, this is a really dope style, I like this. I wanna make it vibe with the video, and one click, you get an output like this. But, as we continue on this journey, the real goal is getting Brokeback Mountain level of cinematic quality and emotion. Look at that emotion. Anyone know who that was? Atreyu, Neverending Story, nobody? This is cinematic motion. So, that's emotion, right? Yeah? Yeah? This is AI. This is not real. Everything that you're looking at in this scene right here was generated. And it was generated quickly. This is where we're headed. So, this is what the landscape looked like a couple years ago. Here's what the landscape looked like last year. And this is what the landscape looks like now. Makes your brain hurt to be able to process the amount of companies that are playing in the AI space right now and to have half a clue of what's going on. We are helping to disintermediate that. The best AI is a synthesis of art and science. It is not just a text prompt. For those of you who I asked, do you know what Comfy UI is? This is what Comfy UI is. It looks like that scene from A Beautiful Mind where visualize everything on a wall and it's like trigonometry and stuff. This is what the best AI artists in the world are using. This is not simple text inputs. So, next slide, if we can get there. Do we have volume? So brutal if we don't. This is one of the coolest Adidas ad campaigns I've ever seen. It is also not done by Adidas. It was done by one of our AI artists, and it was done in days. This scene that you were looking at right here, is anyone here in live production? Do you have any idea how much this would cost if you wanted to go out and do it? A lot of money, right? Yeah, days. Days. One person, days. When you know how to master AI art, we have the best AI artists in the world, this is the kind of output that you get. Think in your head that this is where we are now, and this is the worst AI is ever going to be. Keep that idea in your mind. Today is the worst AI is ever going to be. That is the Snoop Dogg video that was released 3 days ago. It's incredible. It was also done by a group of awesome AI artists called the Door Brothers. It's their latest release. Every single thing you see in this new video is AI. It's created by two brothers. These are the kind of people that, oh my God, if it's this easy, it's not this easy. But what it does is if you know what you're doing and you know the tools that you can use, you can create videos and images like this faster, cheaper, and that's it. If you are in a creative agency business, and I apologize if there are those of you in the audience who is used to charging $100, $500, $1 million, probably good to start thinking about a new line of work in the next few years, because what's happening with AI is going to completely disintermediate that. So what do we do with Spatial Studios? If you guys ever got the tour in the back, we have millions of dollars of Hollywood VFX equipment back there. Something called 4D, 3D, and 2D capture. Things that you're used to seeing in Hollywood films. Someone stands there, it's A pose, T pose, if you guys have heard those, kind of going in and out here, but if you've heard of those terms before, we are taking all that stuff that used to cost $50,000, $100,000 a day, we're giving it to brands and we're giving it to content creators for $500 a month to go get scanned, and they have the single highest quality data set that you can have. You're going to get a complete data package. We then work with our other division called Cartel, and Cartel are the best AI artists in the world. So if you are an influencer, if you are a creator, if you are a brand, and you want something like that Adidas video, you make a 30-minute pass there, we commission it with a Cartel, and you're done. This is going to completely revolutionize the creative industry, which, mind you, creative is between $50 and $100 billion a year in the US alone is spent on media production, the creation of media, for ads, for campaigns. That market is going to be disrupted by AI. So, we can make an infinite amount of these once you've done it. This was a guy named Jay. These are images of Jay. Jay did not go to the safari. Jay did not go get chased by a shark. But we created all those images in a custom model that we built that's called Allura, and we were able to animate every single one of those images. And because we have the highest data set, we get the output that looks like this. Again, how long do you think this took to make? This took an hour and a half of that guy over there who's bored, who decided he wanted to go make all this to make our presentation better that no one's listening to except you guys, and I love you all for being here, so thank you. Next slide. Anyone know who this is? Any hip-hop fans? Yachty. This is little Yachty. He did the dopest walkout ever at a concert venue. Went out there, it's super dope, right? Jay, our old friend that we scanned in here, is now doing the walkout. And not only is Jay doing the walkout, he's like, dude, I need a new outfit. Okay, we just changed his outfit. This is the kind of stuff that's like, holy shit, you guys can do that? It's like, yeah, not only can we do that, we can make Jay go anywhere he wants, whenever he wants, and frankly, speak French. And if we had audio, you could hear Jay talking to you in French, and Jay does not speak French. I do not speak French. Although I did a video of my little 5-year-old daughter speaking French, and it was about the cutest thing you've ever seen. We can take this asset of you and put it into a video game. If any of you have heard the term Unreal, do you know what the Unreal Engine is? Unity, maybe some, Unreal Engine is a gaming engine. It powers most of the video games that you guys use. When you have high fidelity renders like we do, we can build a game character for you and put you inside a game. There's Ty Dolla $ign's a rapper, I don't know if you guys know who he is, but he plays a lot of GTA, and he's like, dude, I want to get like a super high-res scan and get in GTA. Well, we can do that because we have the highest end scan equipment. Take it from Spatial, we put you in the game. This is our wonderful marketing launch video that we're going to be announcing next month. LA Tech Week, come back and see us. But it gives you a little overview about what we're doing. For Hollywood's Elite, we did a cool thing with the sign. So what do we do with Spatial Studios? So just again, to walk you through it real quick, next slide. We capture 1D. There's something called a knowledge graph, and you'll all hear that term, maybe the first time most of you have heard it, but what a knowledge graph does is essentially learns who you are. It learns your voice, it learns your information, learns your background, and we can effectively replicate you into a chat avatar. You can have conversations with yourself. My father just wrote a book. I uploaded the book, created a knowledge graph, and you can now speak to him through your chat GPT model, as you like to call it, but with a full knowledge graph. We do body scans, 3D face, body motion, and emotion. As you saw in that earlier slide, emotion is extremely important. There's something called a slot machine, which is effectively a lot about what you're hearing now. When you text prompt, you get an image and you're not really sure how to control that image, where the output of that image is. Our team uses things called control nets, things called LoRa's, IP adapters, things that are
highly scientific, but allow you to essentially transfer these high-res images into the AI campaign. This is insane. I wish you guys could understand this. $500 a month. If you wanted to spend, if this were a year ago and you'd say, hey, I'd like to go do a 4D capture, we'd send you a bill for $50,000 for a half day, and then we charge you about a $5,000 or $10,000 increment. It's now $500. We also do corporate and scaled memberships. We build you chatbots. When you do a scan, we build a LoRa for you. A LoRa is essentially the model that you just then type anything you want to be doing into, like those images you saw before, and they will appear, and you'll be done. This is our animation. You can have fingers touching, you can have hands shaking, but obviously we are merging the idea of AI with creators. Obviously that's not real either. That was something that we also generated. Keep going. This is Cartel. I would encourage you, if you're all bored and you want to look at some amazing future stuff and wonder where the world is headed, go see any of the Cartel artists, go to the site, look at all the work. You can actually view it in 3D and in 4D. We have some 3D objects, 4D objects. We've built an amazing back-end infrastructure that if you held your hand out, it would actually show you the media asset in AR. A prior speaker said doesn't think AR is that important. I happen to think it's very important. If you all watched the last Meta announcement last night with Zuckerberg 2 days ago, to see those new lenses that they created. We are moving to a very advanced world that looks nothing like we use now. It's all about form factor, and once they can minimize form factor, you will get ubiquity. So I do encourage everyone to go to Cartel, check it out. Do we have a creative brief example? So in the spirit of AI, I wish we had some audio here. Creative briefs, if you've ever submitted a creative brief or been on the receiving end of creative brief, it can be a very large, cumbersome, laborious task. Just tell us what you're doing. We have an entire AI bot. You just speak it, tell us what you want. That'll ask you some questions. It will probe into what you're looking for, and it will build out an entire creative brief for you. So if you were to scan that QR code, it will go there, and feel free to submit a brief. We'd love to be able to work with you. Next slide. All right. This is when I do a little bit of a dance. So together between, it's kind of hard to explain. I worked in 1997 for Mark Cuban at broadcast.com, if any of you have heard of that. So I was there to kind of witness the birth of the internet. I was sold one of the first pieces of media ever to be on the internet, so I saw that change. You've heard this in the speech also a little bit ago. Crypto was an awesome disruption. I think decentralized, a lot of things are going to become very important in various different lines of work. AI is by far and away the single most important and probably last technological shift you all ever experience. If you understand what AGI is and agentic AI, we're about probably 3 to 5 years away from unbelievably smart machines that are going to create absolutely amazing things. We are taking the people that are the best in the business with that, with the highest end capture, and bringing it all together. There are an infinite, when I say infinite, an infinite amount of possibilities of what you can create. Virtual avatars, this is actually a really funny song, wish we had audio for it. But you can create dancing, magazine covers, product marketing campaigns. There's an AI that just got announced today that you type in an idea of what you want, it creates an entire product image for you, it sends it off for manufacturing, and it'll be ready to go. The world is accelerating at quite the pace. But we are at the leading edge of design, graphic design and branding for it. So these are the kinds of partnership, metaverse characters, media partnerships, tech partnerships. If you are a creator, this is an absolute must-have, or if you're a brand. Let's keep going to a couple other examples. Gaming characters, I think this is great. The merger of AI and gaming is incredible. We now have AI-powered NPCs. So you could theoretically become a character, we could power an NPC script and you can interact. So that was me trying to get it all in 12 minutes. I did want to leave a minute or two for questions. This is Spatial Studio. You're in Spatial Studio now again. If you want to get a tour of the back, you can check it out. Cartel, if you want to go book an AI artist, we can take a booking now. I think I got a minute left, a minute or two. Are there any questions? I'd be happy to answer them. Yes. Yes. So you own the data, we just simply house it for you, so we're not using any of your data to train any models. So security is one of those things that's like you secure your bank account, you know? It's like you have a password for it, it's not like it gets out, there's no real issue with it. So security is not, we're not using your data for anything except for anything you commission. You own your name, image, and likeness. We're not training anything on it, so it's really yours. Well, we would purge it. Yeah. You'd probably, yeah, I mean, purge it, we'd want to be a big waste for you. Hopefully, if we're not delivering enough value for over, $500 a month of it, we're not doing our job. So, just to answer your question. Yes? It depends on point of entry. So if you have an immediate project, you want to use one of the best AI artists in the world, you can just go to Cartel right now, submit a brief, and we can spin you up. If it's a human-based asset, so if you have a actor or talent or an individual that represents your brand, you would want to go through spatial and we would go do a scan. Even if you have a product, we can actually scan. We have a whole product section, light table, green screen. We'd be able to shoot it with all the different training data and backgrounds, and we could then take your products and we can import them using Cartel. 2 more questions, time? Yes? Absolutely. There are a lot of companies out there right now that use AI in terms of CAD replacement or expediting CAD plugin processes. I would do research on it. I have a buddy who's in that right now. But yes, AI is revolutionizing the design process. Happy to have a sidebar because that's not what we do specifically, but I could give you a point in the right direction. One more? Last one? Hayes, you want to throw a friendly at me here because we're up here? Luke, is there anything you want to say?
Where do I sign?
Where do you sign? You sign right here. Here's the QR code. Luke, why don't you say something?
Yeah. Obviously, Ben is really good at this. I basically would just like to let anybody reach out to me. I'm the CEO. Basically, it's one company that holds these 2 entities, and we're happy to help anybody out. We're just coming out of the box, so always looking for money, obviously. So just keep us on.
Cool.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that's one of the things. So as I was saying, we were a creator venture studio, and as a creator venture studio, we incubate a lot of these businesses that are at the intersection of AI, entertainment, tech, right? It's all converging here, basically in what is the heart of Silicon Beach. So now I'm going to present to you one of the companies that we internally have built, and it ties into Spatial Studio. So this is the body, that's the body. I'm going to show you the soul, right? And so the soul is something we call Hollo.ai, and Hollo is so the idea of Hollo is that we can create, claim, and monetize your AI twin. And basically the idea of an AI twin, well, first with AI, you have to talk about, what's the problems of AI. So how many people are afraid of AI? Okay. How many people are embrace AI? Okay, so it's pretty tech. And how many people have used ChatGPT or any of the AIs? What have you done with it? I'll ask you.
Website content, product marketing stuff.
And is it game changing? Is it something that's adding? Yep. Okay. Okay, great. And how about you? Okay, great. And would you say that it's changed the way you approach and do business? Yeah. So what we're trying to do with Hollo is to bring that to the next step, because one of the things they call prompt engineering, which is like, how do you prompt it, right? Like if you try to say, ChatGPT, write me a book, it probably can't write you a book in one prompt. It takes a lot of different prompts and building, and so what Hollo is about is to build across that, and it's also to look at what are the challenges, and the SAG strike that happened, actor strike that happened about 9 months ago, was about one of the pieces was about AI. Is this going to steal my identity? Is somebody going to abuse it, right? And so 50% of people are still afraid of AI. That's why this is obviously a much more tech-oriented crowd. So you're on the other 50% that looks like you're embracing AI. And so what we've created is the ability first to create your AI twin. And we can do this in a minute. You can take a picture, you talk for 20 seconds, and it creates a visual and voice representation of you, right? And it will think like you, talk like you, sound like you, but it can talk in 29 languages in your voice, right? But we also had to attack, well, now that it can create it, what if somebody steals it, right? And so essentially we introduced this idea of your AI sovereign identity, which is you create your AI, and we basically do something that banks do called KYC, which verifies you with 2 IDs. So now we know that's your official AI, right? And then we register that on the blockchain, and now everybody can see, okay, that's your AI, right? And that AI it sounds like it talks to you, and it can basically be kind of like your assistant, right? And it can also create content, it can help you in business, right? And like I said, the onboarding, it's as simple as taking a selfie, entering name, recording your voice. And like I said, if anybody wants to try that, we can do that. Here, a few of you we actually have captured, right? And what it will create is not only that, but something we call a Hollo page. So that's kind of like a link page that links to your socials. The only difference is that your avatar is talking to people, and it's responding to people. And you see these 2 buttons here. There's a call button and a chat button. They can actually chat with you, and they can actually call you and have a conversation, right? And because it's verified, they know they're talking to you, right? And not somebody else who's copied you. And so it records, right? And it records that on the blockchain so that we know it's you. We have something called Officially AI, so everybody can see it. And then there's a marketplace that, believe it or not, your digital doppelganger can actually make money for you while you sleep, right? So it not only can help you, but you can actually make money with it, right? And people could come into this marketplace, and you can set a price. If you're an actor like in SAG, we align to the SAG price. So SAG does have an AI VAT rate now, because they've had to address this in the strike, right? And we're working with them as well as all the different agencies. And the idea is that once you make that twin, people can actually hire you. And what would they use your AI twin for, right? You might ask. Well, they can use it for a call, a kiosk, right? In entertainment, you could be in a movie, animation, a game, right? Metaverse, right? Voiceover, right? And again, that's so. The so is kind of your personality, your knowledge, your emotion, your voice. And then why we have spatial here is that they're the body. So if you haven't seen it, go back there and check it out, because that's capturing you with up to 120 cameras. There's 3 systems back there, all in 4K. So imagine 120 cameras capturing you in 4K, but that's your body. That's what you look like. And then when you combine it with your soul, you get this fully, looks almost real character that can talk like you, sound like you, act like you. And that's changing, for example, movie making, right? So now once you're scanned, and it takes about 45 minutes to go through this process, you can be placed in a movie, an animation, a game, and you don't even have to be the one there. We can put you in any environment, any action, any motion. We can prompt the conversation. And since everything is moving the game engines, it's going to be, you could say, okay, I'm going to hire these guys, they're going to be cowboys, and these guys are going to be Indians. You guys act like cowboys, this is how you act. This is your Indians, this is how you're going to act. and basically go at it, and then we're just gonna move around our camera and film you, right? And that's where movie production is going, right? Now, one of the other things that we're doing is, so once you've created the twin, by the way, creating the twin will be free. We're actually launching the consumer version of this app during LA Tech Week in about 2 weeks, right here. And you'll be able not only to create your twin, you'll be able to buy a physical number that people can call, and it can be your assistant. It can answer your phone with your voice, right? It can take a message. It can book your calendar if you connect it to your calendar. So it's kind of like Calendly, but with your voice. And if you don't believe me, we're going to go call somebody here because we're working with a lot of different people. And I'm going to call somebody here and talk to him about his AI twin, right? So.
What's cooking, my friend?
Yo, Snoop, what's up? We're in the Creator Space LA. Say hi to everybody.
Hi, what's good, fam? Big ups to everybody in the Creator Space LA. It's your boy Snoop D-O-double-G, and I'm right here chilling. Just got back from that Paris Olympics thing, but you know, I was more about getting my own gold in the cannabis game. Know what I'm saying? Now, let's talk about the fun stuff. What's on your mind, homie?
Well, in fact, we were doing this cannabis investing forum, and now we're at the LA Investor Conference, but it's all about cannabis, and I know you love cannabis. Like, why do you love cannabis and that business?
Alright, my dude, let me get into it. Yo, cannabis is life, you feel me? It's not just about getting high, it's about the culture. It's about the vibe. It's like I always say, when in doubt, puff it out. This industry is boom, man. And I'm all about investing in the future, making moves, and getting rich. You know what I'm saying? I've been through the streets, I've been through the struggle, and now I'm repping the DOGG. I'm all about cannabis because it's the real deal. And I'm here to make some noise and change some lives, you dig?
Okay, and I'm going to go and just to prove that we didn't program this. So Claude, tell me what you do.
Fractional CMO and growth strategy.
Hey, Snoop, I'm here with Claude, and he's a fractional CMO, so marketing guy, right? And so, hey, say hi to Claude.
What's good, Claude? Hit me up, my man. It's your boy Snoop, and I'm loving the fractional CMO action you're bringing to the table. That's what's up, man. You're helping us cannabis entrepreneurs keep it real, keep it tight, and keep it 100. I, for one, am all about that fractional game, letting the pros help us navigate the chop. Claude, I got love for the bottom line. You feel me? Say hi back to Claude for me.
Okay, so you get the picture. So that could be yours, by the way, but that's basically our callbot, and it's going to change the game because you heard that the response is less than a second, which is what human interaction is. It has an emotional inflection. It picked up on all the things he would say, D-O-double-G, fascism, you know, all his different famous clauses. He even knows that he went to the Olympics, right? And, you know, you can hit him up, you can call him. That's a physical phone number that I just called, right? And so that's where it's going. That's going to be the next level where AI can help you, because imagine now that taking phone calls for you, being your assistant, you could set up a whitelist of who you want to screen, who you want to forward, it's who you want to schedule, right? It can also do code calls. So, you know, we had another company that we're incubating here, which is an insurance, right? Which essentially we are cold calling and warm calling and selling insurance. And it can go through the whole quote process, you know, ask you about, you know, if it's term life, you know, what are you looking for? What's your budget? You know, what's your goals, right? And go and do the whole onboarding. You know, we have another company that's doing ticketing. We have a company that's doing a weather app. They're going to do it with weather personalities, where they give you custom weather from known weather personalities, right? We have doctors giving virtual consults, realtors selling houses, right? This is not just celebrity. I mean, celebrity's cool. Don't get me wrong. Talking to Snoop is cool, but it's about a lot of real world business, and we're here. If you've seen all those tropes in movies like Her, we even have one called Afterlife, by the way. I was just with Suzanne Summers' husband, or widowed husband, and we're going to bring her back, right? Jimi Hendrix. So we're working with a lot of estates, but that is not just for, like I said, celebrity legends. It's for like past loved ones. It's for even for people that haven't passed yet, like grandparents who want to preserve legacy for, they're probably young grandkids that will grow older and they might not be around, right? So there's a lot of preservation in that, right? There's also a chatbot, so that's the call bot. The chatbot is also another thing, and like I said, it talks in 29 languages. So it's you talking in Spanish and Chinese, and that's all the gate. And we only need 20 seconds of you recording, right? That's all we need, right? And we only need one picture, right? Now, if you go through the process that we have here with spatial, that's going to be a much more professional, high-level one that you can actually use and plug it into a movie or game after you've done that, 45 minutes, right? And it's good enough for that quality, right? So there are different levels of quality, but this is good enough for like regular use, right? And there's a dashboard that you can actually go manage and check out and see. So you can manage what your AI says, check what they said, even see how they were talking to other people, right? And AI tracking. So one of the things that is going to come up is, what if somebody steals my AI and goes and creates something? Or like one of these celebrities, they go create something and there's going to be this problem we call he said, she said, AI said, which is, you said that. Oh, no, I didn't say that. Well, it's something that looked like you said that, right? So we've put guardrails in place. One of the guardrails that we've put in place, well, we already verify you, so we know that you're real. But every AI generation, we actually mint, it's an NFT, and this is not to sell, right? Not a collectible. This is actually a provenance or a tracking authentication that tracks a creation. And it will introduce new types of business models. For example, let's say you're a creator and a brand wants to hire your AI and they want you to create content with your AI, but they don't want to pay you up front. They want to pay you based on the views you make, let's say on YouTube, right? Well, your AI can create the content, it can be posted on the YouTube, and because there's a fingerprint that we put on there, we can track every view, and if you're getting paid by views, then we can pay you, or we can track and make sure you get paid by views. So that's one of the ways we can track it. And if it goes into a court case, because this is going to happen in the near future, is that, oh man, your AI, oh, I didn't say that. Oh, she said it. Well, I can prove the AI said that. Well, again, that fingerprint's going to protect you because it's going to say, well, that was AI generated, right? And so these are things we're going to have to think about, right, moving forward. And so we have something that we're also launching called AI Protect, which is to protect your AI, because let's face it, people are making deep fakes, deep voices. The AI tools, there are going to be a lot of different AI tools out there. How are you going to protect your identity, right? And so not only do you have the official one, which we know is officially generated by you, but all the fake ones, because they don't have the fingerprint, right? We can track and we can scan all those sites and we can say, oh, that doesn't seem like a real you. What do you think? And you can take it down. And so that's how, and this is especially important if you're a politician, a celebrity, right? This is going to be very important, right? And that's where the watermark comes in so that we can protect that. And you also get kind of this API view, which the idea is, if you're a developer, you know what an API is, but that means that other developers could use you. And to give you an example how that works, we're working with an app that has 20,000 doctors, and they want to make twins of all the doctors, right? And, well, once they create it, they need an API to interface what they've created, and that's kind of like an API view, right? And so the weather personality was another example of that, and so this is going to be something that you're going to have to think about with your AI identity, right? And then, now that you've created it, well, how can I make money with it? So we've created something called AI side hustles, and AI side hustles are ways that you can make money with your AI. And how can you do that? Well, we'll have something like, the first thing we're going to roll out is something called Insta Merch. So if you ever thought you wanted to be in merch, and we have a lot of creators, we have a lot of NI athletes that actually want to do that. I think Jared's here, he's from the NFL alumni, shout out to Jared, right? So an NFL player is concerned about his NIL rights, right? And so if you have your NIL rights, and how do you protect now with AI? It's going to go out to the future. So for us, you can create your merch by just chatting with a conversation, and it will take a minute. You'll go like, hey, I want to create merch. It's going to say, okay, what kind of merch do you want to create? Well, I want to create some hoodies. Okay, what kind of hoodies do you want? Here's some hoodies. Okay, I like number 2. Okay, what would you like to put on it? And you could either upload an image or tell it what you want. I want a picture of me in front of this huge audience, and then there's like a unicorn in the back. Okay, great. Here's a picture of you. Here's what it looks like in a hoodie. Oh, that's great. How much do you want to sell it for? $59? Okay, great. You ready to launch? Yes, it's that simple. It's launched. It's 1 minute, you don't have to fulfill. But that's just the first one. It will be able to write a book for you. It will be able to create a e-learning course for you. It will be able to create memberships for you, right? And it will be able to create that in minutes. And like even the book, it's a ghostwriter. So remember I said you can't write a book with just one prompt? You can't. It's this ghostwriter, and it sounds like a real person, is going to interview you in about a 20-minute sequence, right? And it's going to ask you about 50 to 100 questions, and it's going to sequence like, what's your early life? Tell me about your milestones, right? What made you who you are, right? And it's going to write that book, and then it's going to help you, if you're ready to go with it, publish it onto Amazon, Kindle. By the way, your voice, 29 language audiobook in your voice, ready to go, right? And you'll be able to offer it. And so it's not just about creating your AI, it's how do you make money? Because the number one thing that people search for with their AI is, how can I make more money? And creating an AI twin is cool, but making money is cooler, right? Right. And then other ways you'll be able to make money is advertising, right? So this is especially good for creators, where we're going to allow them to make money. They'll be able to make somewhere between $2 to $10 per thousand, which means like if you get 1 million views, it's $2,000 to $10,000. It's about what you would make on YouTube. And now but instead of videos, it's people chatting with your AI twin, right? And we're going to have different business models, right? So like I said, it's going to be free, but if you want, and that's going to have some ads, right? If you don't want ads, then it's going to cost a little, not too much, right? And that allows you to also build buy your own phone number, right? So for about $10, you could have your own AI phone number, a physical phone number that can call you. And you could actually buy many of them. You could buy one to take messages. You could buy one to code call. You could buy one to, talk to your family, which is different than talking to business, right? So you can have different alter egos, what we call it, and be able to buy and do that. And on the side hustles and advertising, we share revenue with you. So you can make money on that. So these are ways you can make money. And it has a wide reach of different people that it can approach, musicians, influencers, health, sales, right? These are all different categories. And there are things out there like Linktree does pages, Replica and Character AI, they do characters. These guys do avatars, but nobody gives you like a host of stuff like calling, your own phone number, your own page, verification, marketplace, side hustles, etc. So that's kind of what we're bringing to the market. And that's kind of where we're looking at the personalization and the monetization. So that's me. I'm going to just roll fast here. We're actually, by the way, raising $5 million for this. Awesome. Yeah, we're we'll stop on that slide. Sorry. And so just to give you a background of our team, I created something called Google Ads or AdSense. Right? So we were the first major exit out of Silicon Beach, so I can talk about Silicon Beach because it was one of the first companies to sell for over $1 billion, right, to Google, right? And I've done 6 others, right? So I created one of the first online video platforms in Hollywood called Dave TV. And I've run this venture series, so we're incubating a lot of ideas in here. This is about, getting creative, business, right? And then we have a bunch of guys that have been in the space, right? You might see one of my partners, Sylvia, she's walking around. She's part of our talent management side. We manage a lot of talent, right? And then Steven, who's been through 4 exits himself, right? And so we have a very seasoned team building next generation ideas, right? And it's not about just the novelty of AI now, it's about making money, right? So that's my time, and come up to me if anybody would want to create an AI twin, because we can create it. So the proof's in the pudding. Like on the VC panel, it's like we can show you decks, but proving is believing. And by the way, I'm just going to show you an example of another product. This is another product. This is called 2XL. This is going to be one of the hottest products during Christmas. We've already pre-sold 300,000 of these. And it's our AI brain. We're not the toy company, but we created the brain for this. And this is going to be for kids, 5 to 12. And it's going to be, kind of think of it like Wikipedia, but in a nice toy that is very friendly to kids and very personal and has all the guardrails, right? So it's gonna steer away. We actually tested it. It answered questions like, well, my mommy and daddy are getting divorced, what should I do? Like things like this. And it can answer it in the correct way, right? And so it's guardrailed against all these different things that we've tested around it, right? And that's kind of part of what you're seeing. So this is gonna be, the next, what's called Gen Alpha, that's the name of the next group after Gen Z. So that's right now, anybody 14 and under is called Gen Alpha. Just like Gen Z didn't grow up in an age that didn't have an iPhone or a smartphone, Gen Alpha will not grow up in an age that didn't have AI. And that's where we're going, right?
So would you like to take two
Thank you.
questions? Would you like to take 2 questions?
Okay, so any questions? We're launching October 15th here at LA Tech Week, here in this facility. And then we're rolling out features throughout Q4, but the twin and everything will be able to create. Like I said, I can create one today for you. Right, so, yeah.
Any other questions? One more question anywhere? Yep.
During LA Tech Week, you're launching here on October 15th, and you're having.
Yeah, I think it's going to be October 15th. We'll tell you the date. If you're in the list, we'll actually send you out some information, because we're actually doing. This is kind of the headquarters for LA Tech Week. We've been the launch party for LA Tech Week the last 2 years with A16Z. And during LA Tech Week this year, we have events from Monday to Sunday, 7 days. And there's different events. There's going to be events about AI. We're going to grant open spatial studios here. But there's going to be creator economy, right? AI focus, right? So there's going to be a whole host of different events throughout the week, LA Tech Week, but 7 days we're going to have different events going on.
Okay, all right. Rex, give Rex a round of applause. It's a real great example of, I think the last 2 presenters really shared a lot about what's happening sort of in the future of this creator economy, new ways that things are being generated with AI. And next up, we're going to dive, kind of continuing along this theme a little bit with a marketing team from Hawk Media. So this sounds like they got some fans in the room. So we're going to have the team from Hawk Media come up. I'm going to let there's 3 of them, so I'll let the moderator get us started and introduce that team. So sounds like they have some fans. So make some noise, ladies and gentlemen, for the Hawk Media team. Here they go.
How's everybody doing? I'm not the moderator. I'm just the guy sitting in the middle. I'm going to give it to this guy. He's a moderator.
How's it going, everybody? All right, let's get started. My name is Zach Chira, I'm Marketing Manager at Hawk Media. I'll introduce these 2 gentlemen over here. We got B. Scott Taylor. He's the head of revenue at Hawk Media and a managing partner at Blue Skies Venture. And then we got Gian Rustam Adabi, also known as G. He's the head marketing and partnership at Hawk Media. And today we're going to be talking about building marketing and sales funnel in a modern age.
That's how you're going to sell all this stuff, right? I mean, this is really cool, but how are you going to differentiate AI? And how are you going to differentiate all the different companies that are going to be selling this stuff? It comes back down to sales and building top of the funnel and all that. I'm not going to take your thunder, I'm just saying.
I appreciate that. Well, I mean, we can start off big. So, what has been the biggest challenge in building marketing and sales teams in 2024, and how has it affected cold outreach in 2025?
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Since the pandemic, one of the things I've noticed before and after is that now my LinkedIn messaging and now my inbox are just filled with hundreds of messages per day, and no one knows how to have a real conversation. I think the last 2 times I actually converted off cold messaging was once when someone invited me to an activation for a cannabis lounge. Now, I don't use cannabis, but it was a cool night out for me and my wife. But there was multiple activations. There was a way for me to discover this sales rep's product in a way where we could actually let our guards down, be face to face, and have a real conversation, human interaction. And the other time I actually bought something cold is when someone had actually done the research on me and actually invited me to ComplexCon and invited me to go sneaker shopping with them. We got to hang out for a couple hours, and then 3 hours into the conversation, into relationship building, he actually ended up turning me on what he was trying to sell me. And so it's really interesting because nowadays when I go out into like a marketing sales environment, I get all sorts of digital outreach and I see all sorts of online ads, but anytime you have to bring a human into the conversation, it's like they almost don't know how to have a sales conversation with me. It's really interesting.
Yeah, it's a trip. When I look at all this technology, and it's funny when people start talking about the internet, I started a company called Move.com back in 1997 when nobody knew what a hit or a click was, let alone how to even track who's coming to your website. So I've been around technology for a while, and I've been around the progressive part of technology. This AI stuff is wild, and it is real, and it is going to be a sea change, very similar to what the internet did, very similar to what an ATM card did, and it's going to continue. There's going to continue to be sea changes, but it all comes back to, well, how am I going to sell this? What's going to differentiate my AI between everybody else's AI, and how do I get the deal versus the other guy selling AI? And I'm telling you that what I believe after being in sales and building teams over the last couple of decades, it's not sexy, but it's going to come back to relationships. It's literally going to come back to who's going to get me in the door. And what am I going to have to do to create that personal relationship with somebody who's going to go, there's 1,000 AI companies, why should I pick yours? And you're going to say, because my boy works there, or because I know a guy, or I know this woman who I trust, I do business with her, and that's why I'm going. And so, even though the ubiquity of digital marketing, we're a digital marketing agency, we're one of the biggest in the country, and we work with some of the biggest brands in the world, creating really sophisticated digital marketing campaigns, and that's real. But I'm telling you today, when I was listening to these AI, talks, and about all this synthetic reality, I started thinking that, what is it? CZ? What is it called?
Cubic zirconia.
Yeah, the cubic zirconia. There's a big market for that, but you know what? I like diamonds. You know what I mean? Like, I like real stuff. I don't like to talk to a real person when they're not even in this country, let alone talk to a bot. And so I just think we need to temper that. And I think that it's important that if you're building a sales team and if you're building an AI team, that you can't discount the fact that interpersonal relationship is ultimately going to get you the business. So don't lose sight of that.
Well, I'm glad you brought up the personal connections, because you brought up a couple of changes in mind, but how do you balance the digital outreach with those personal connections?
I just talked, you talk.
Well, I think it's important to have both, right? Like, digital advertising is efficient. It's really effective. If you have a really sexy creative, you can get someone to stop scrolling, right? I think email is always going to be, just with the generation that I grew up, the best way to probably reach me if you have something important outside of a phone call. But I think there's always going to be a place where a human connection is required, right? Especially when people have questions, when they don't understand what you're selling, when they have way too many competitors looking at them, they have analysis paralysis, and they need a human rep to actually walk them through why you should pick their solution as opposed to the 10 things where the features and benefits and value proposition seems the same. And then I also think anytime you're selling something big, right? For me, like, even when I'm looking at leasing a car, right? Nowadays, most of that journey happens online. I see an online ad, I go to the website, I look at the specs that I want, I pick the features. But still, I'm not making a giant multi-$1,000 purchase without talking to a human rep and without getting in front of a human before adding my signature. You know, so I think there's always going to be that balancing act of like, you're always going to need human interaction at some point in the funnel, whether you sell a consumer product or whether you sell software. And I think the other part of it too is creating loyalty, right? It's like, for me, it's really easy to have a non-human interaction, to go online to Shein or Temu and buy a $5 product. But for me, I like the experience of going into a Nike sort of outlet, right? Or a Nike sort of store at a retail location and actually engaging with the rep and asking questions, because ultimately that drives a bigger order value, right? When a human rep can come up to me and be like, wow, did you think about pairing this with this? Or you know what would go perfect with this is this. And you have that on Shopify and BigCommerce.
And there's a difference between when they do that virtually and
You
when
have
they
that on
show
Shopify.
you. Amazon's done a great job with predictive analytics and things like that. So I think what you're hearing is balance is really important. The balance of digital and in real life, talking to a real human, I think that's what we're really saying. There has to be a balance. And depending on the product that you're selling, you'll find that balance.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Let me see. So Gen Z and Gen Alpha, as they enter the workforce, and they have less in-person network experience, how can businesses bridge the gap between building a stronger team?
Well, this is really interesting. As somebody that's hired thousands of people over the years and trying to build teams right now virtually, it's really tough. Anybody that's got a sales team, you're trying to sell a product, and you don't know even who the people are that work for your company except that you've interviewed them online through a Zoom call, it's pretty tricky. And G and I were talking about this the other day, and we thought, instead of hiring somebody that went to Tulane with a political science background and maybe I know his dad or her dad and they got the interview, maybe that's not so important. What might be important for me as I try to prospect and build a network is how many people does this person actually know intimately to get me deals? So it's kind of interesting to think about social media influencers and the fact that they've got certain followers and an engagement rate when you're trying to sell a product. But what if we start looking at recruits on the sales side based on the amount of people that they can connect us with as a business to sell to? So that network becomes really interesting. So we started kind of riffing about that back and forth. So I think there's going to be new intrinsic value with people and the people they know to get deals.
Yeah, I think especially in sales roles, client success, account management, you can hire someone who has all the technical skills and hard skills, but you'll still have to invest months and months and months into training and developing them. Whereas if you hire someone who already has the social skills and brings in a network, maybe you're cutting down time to hire and time to proficiency 6 months. And time is money, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I like that. So you think hiring will start validating Cannabis' personal network?
I think it's possible. I think it's possible that people will start hiring based on somebody's personal network. Why not? I also think that communication's tricky. Like, we're talking about, speaking of robots, Wikipedia, when people start talking about their kids, going through a divorce, and I'm going to talk to the robot about, my dad is like fooling around with my mom. It's just like, it's tripping me out. It really is. I think that because of COVID, we already don't know how to talk to people anymore almost. We're like used to drinking box wine and stuff. But like, we're gonna have to get back to the basics. I've literally been in meetings where a client is going through a really tough time and the person interacting with them didn't know how to just say, I'm sorry. Well, if you start out a sentence with, I'm sorry, you probably didn't buy my product to be having this conversation with me right now about why it went sideways. We don't even have the skills to do that anymore. I'm assuming that when I hire people, you're gonna know how to communicate. Well, we have to kind of go back to some of the basics. And I think if you're an employer, don't discount that, because you're gonna lose business because the people that we're hiring are relying on bots and AI to do the responding, and people aren't gonna feel the same way than talking to a live human that says, I'm sorry. You can say I'm sorry 100 times with a bot. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. It's not the same. So I think that we can't lose track of the human element.
Any VG? We're almost done with the 13 minutes, so I got one more for you. How does technology enhance in-person sales interactions, and how can companies use both effectively?
Yeah, so I think, especially with roles that require communication, I don't think robots are ever going to fully take over. I think robots and technology and AI shouldn't replace the role of a job like sales or customer success or account management, where it's based on developing relationships. I think you can automate it, enhance it, and make it more efficient. But I think you'll always need humans.
Yeah, I think we started talking about AI. We came up here to talk about building a sales funnel, so we're kind of addressing how it relates to AI, which isn't really what we're doing, but we kind of defaulted to that. But I think that in the end, CRMs have done an amazing job to help organize salespeople, which traditionally are really unorganized, and they're frenetic, they're crazy, and they're emotional. So I think technology, being able to organize, repurpose, sequence emails, follow-ups, those type of automations I think are super productive. But again, it starts with the human. So with all the cool things that we can sell, it's going to start with the relationships, I think. So I think that's all we got, right?
Yeah, that's all we got.
All right.
So thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Any questions for anyone?
Any questions, anyone? Hawk Media?
All right, thank you very much.
Well, actually, here, I'll ask you one, because you were just talking about funnels, right? So what is, right now, right, because the world's changing, because like we said, AI, marketing, all of this stuff is changing. What are you seeing, that are good funnel pathways that are like driving the highest conversions in the work that you're doing right now? So if you're a business owner here, or you're watching, and you're thinking, I'm trying to build a funnel, because everyone's trying to convert something, right? Whether it's product, event, service, whatever it is. What is the pathway, are you finding good conversions from Meta to a landing page to this? Like, what are the funnels that you find? Like, name some names here. What actually is working?
That's a great idea. G, go ahead, because you do this for us, and you were the head media buyer at Hawk for years with amazing success.
Yeah, paid social, paid search, affiliates. I would say it's always important to have your email and SMS set up so that you can capture all the demand that you're creating. And then just really, really great website, mobile optimized, great product description pages, everything to capture that demand. You potentially can, if you're a software company and if you have a product-led motion. A lot of times, like a free offer or like a 2-week trial or a free demo is good enough to get them in the door so that they can self-select and continue on their own. If you're a software company and you're a sales assistant, usually the demo is the best way to go so that you can connect with a human being and they can walk you through everything you need to know before you go off to the races and figure it out yourself. So.
I'm a partner, by the way. Friend of Eric.
Thank you.
Where are you in your adoption, building for clients using tools? I know you've probably mapped out all your flows, your standard operating procedure. Where are you in revisiting everything to look at what tools you might use at every step of the way, like for building a funnel for a client? Are you at the point where you've mapped out your flows and you're testing, A/B testing, like email for a client versus generated manually versus automated? Where are you yourself in digital transformation with AI internally?
So I'm not understanding the question. You're saying how are we leveraging AI versus building ourselves in terms of the marketing that we're doing?
For your clients, where are you leveraging AI as an agency within the work that you do?
Yeah, so that's really interesting, right? So like I can give you the example of something called GoCharlie, which is a generative AI tool. We have Hollo.ai, which is more of a proprietary analytics software that we use, but we invested in GoCharlie, which helps us not only partner up with them, but build an offer specifically for our clients who need generative AI, right? Because they don't have a content production team or a copywriting team. So for us, it's kind of based on who needs it, right? Like we don't necessarily throw it onto all of our clients, but that example is someone who we invested in, we partnered with, and we create offers specifically for our clients who need that service, who don't have the human personnel to actually tackle that on their own. So I would say we're pretty far advanced in it, but it's select. It's based on who needs what at the time.
Right, so you guys are a bit more of a bespoke agency, right? Which is good, because I think the model, because we're so much of this talk about AI, like when you relieve the human out of the equation, I think you lose some of the bespokeness. You lose literally the human element, right? So that's very cool. Okay, Hawk Media, ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause. Just drop the mics on the chairs, because Reginald is coming up next. Reginald, it's you and your boys. Come on up. So we're going to have now Reginald Grant, the co-founder and CEO of eSports Instruction, and he's bringing up some of his former football, NFL, and Any NFL, any football fans in the house? All right. Well, I think it's the end of the day, guys. They're wearing thin. There's not a lot of energy in the room here. All right. Who's a fan of the NFL? Who likes to watch football? Make some noise. All right. All right. So here we go. I know we're in the home stretch, ladies and gentlemen. Day's almost over here. So are those goodies? Are you giving away stuff? Then you're gonna make friends real fast. All right.
Win an NFL jacket.
Who wants to do business? Come on over and you can win an NFL jacket. Look, they're gonna come. They're gonna come running now. Here they go.
Who wants to do business?
All right. All right, Mr. Reginald, I'm going to turn this over to you to introduce your gentleman here, and welcome to the stage. Here you go.
Thank you. Welcome everybody in the house. Reginald Grant, former New York Jet, along with Jared Bunch, president of the Los Angeles chapter of the retired NFL players. We're here to talk about the business interest and opportunities in the sports lanes and other lanes. This morning I was at the retired NFL players Congress Factory, downtown Los Angeles, the largest manufacturer of licensed jackets outside of China. We have a couple of those jackets on display here today. We also are in multiple kinds of industries across all kinds of sectors. I am a business strategist, and I'll let Mr. Jared Bunch, again, former New York Giant, first round pick of the Giants back in the day, actor, president of the Los Angeles chapter of retired NFL players, talk a little bit. Jared.
So I'm glad to be here. Once again, my name is Jared Bunch.
Yeah! Giants.
New York
I got
Giants,
issues.
New York Giants and the Los Angeles Raiders when I was playing for them. And also graduate of University of Michigan, the current national champions in football, okay? Now that we got that done. I'm also, since retiring, I am in entertainment. I have been performing in commercials, television shows, movies, and I am now the president of the LA chapter of the NFL former players. That just means if you ever signed a contract, you ever played for any team, whether you made it to the first game or not, if you signed a contract, you are a former NFL player. And you are eligible to become a part of the program. And the program is an alumni. It is a former player. You signed a contract, whether you played one day or not. So I am the president. We also have about close to 40 chapters around the United States. California is the largest. We have LA, we have San Diego, we have Orange County, and we have Northern California. All of us work together, and we also do a lot of things with other chapters in other states. When I say this, I'm saying it because that means there's a lot of people who are former players who are looking for partnerships, looking for relationships in all genres of entertainment, all genres of business, period. So if you're looking for someone, please just step up. You never know, you won't find out until you ask. And to my left here is one of my partners, because he is the secretary, more than the secretary of the chapter.
Yeah! If anybody can hear me, listen, I know there's people sitting in the back. I'm more of a communal vibe guy. I would love for y'all to come up here, talk to me. I would love to see the whites in your eyes. Can we get a couple of you? Yes, absolutely. Even back there. Y'all can come chill. Come talk to us as well. All right? Please, anybody under the sound of my voice, come to the stage right now. Everybody under the sound of my voice, that means you. We made eye contact. You gotta come. Yeah, okay, here we go. Yes, that means you as well. That is a beautiful dress. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely, come on through. We're gonna come on through. We're gonna be talking. Absolutely. All right, thanks. Get warmed up. There we go. You too. Come check us out, y'all. We're gonna come up here and get a little communal vibe. Do not hide behind that corner. Thank you so much. What's your name? Megan, thank you, Megan. There we go. We got a couple more out here. I sound like an auctioneer. There she go. Okay. This is beautiful. All right. Anybody else? Come on through. Y'all are more welcome. This is family, okay? If y'all don't know, I'm a very informal person. My name is Brandon Myrie, hailing from Cincinnati, Ohio. I went to the University of Alabama. I went to the University of Pittsburgh, where I graduated, drafted by the Broncos, and played with the Packers. And I am a storyteller, y'all. Anybody loves stories? As business people, you gotta be on top of your stories. You have a story, okay? I do documentaries, I do feature films, I do commercials, I do all sorts of things, okay? And we win awards, okay? We tell amazing stories. So, but for business, no matter what business you're in, there's a couple of things that you have to understand. As football players, if you don't take anything away from what we say today, I want you to take one thing away. As football is the best team sport because not everyone touches the football. You have to know your assignment. And some of the easiest, best work that I have done post-football career is with football players because we get it. You give us the vision, what is the game plan? And what do we have to do? And we get it done. So understand that team building, that's one thing I would love to talk about today, Reggie, is building teams, all right? Building teams and knowing your story. Because I'm a story guy. Whenever we talk about anything on a movie, a TV show, whatever, I'm like, what is the story first? And as a business owner, they're buying your story. Remember that. They're buying your story. What is your story? I'll tell you a little story about me and y'all can understand who I am and why I'm so excited to be here. One time I was in 7th grade, 1990 something, okay? And my mom,
7th grade.
she was one of those women that if I was looking at two pair of shoes and they were exact identical pair of shoes, but one had a little color that was $80 and one had a color that was $40, she's like, oh, these are beautiful. The $40 was beautiful, right? Well, she bought me two pair of shoes. They were Nikes, but they were like 2 for $25. I go to school and I'm playing basketball on the basketball team in them. And when I get off the basketball court on the way home, they started talking about me on the bus. The next day, I'm wearing these same exact shoes. Before I get on the bus, I pray, I say, God, please don't let them talk about my shoes. I get on the bus, and I had this big duffel bag for a book bag, and I put it in the middle of the aisle, and I stuck my feet in front of it so that the guys in the back of the bus couldn't see my shoes. The bus pulls off. It makes a turn. It makes another turn. Nobody said anything. I said, thank God. It makes one more turn, and all of a sudden I heard somebody say, and Brandon, all of a sudden it was like a movie, y'all. I kid you not. That book bag slid out from behind my shoes, revealing my shoes to the whole entire back part of the bus. They started to go to work on me. They said, your shoes look plastic. You'll go outside, they'll freeze. You'll kick a rock, they'll crack and break. They went in for the next 10 minutes on my shoes. I walked off that bus, felt defeated. I was probably 12, 13 years old. Not even 10 years later, 11 years later, I was a rookie for the Denver Broncos. And it was customary for rookies to sign shoe deals. And I had signed with Nike. And I went to Nike, and I could go to any Nike town in the country and pick out any pair of shoes I want. I go there, I'm walking out with baskets, boxes full of shoes. And I flash back to that time in 7th grade. And I remember thinking, I am getting paid to wear shoes that people pay for. And not even 10 years ago, I got laughed off the bus for wearing shoes that now people pay for. I got emotional, y'all. I kid you not. If you couldn't tell already. I got a little emotional, and I called up my Nike rep and I was like, yo, how can I donate a portion of my shoe money to kids so that they can feel like I feel as an adult going out there and being able to grab whatever they can grab. The reason why I kind of tell that embarrassing story is because you can go from one day getting no after no, getting talked about, getting ridiculed, to the next day living a life beyond your dreams, y'all. So when I tell you, you can go from nothing or a little something to something, it is possible. And any advice that I give you today is something that I will take myself, okay? I won't give you advice that I won't take myself, okay? So the fact that you guys are here means that you are dreamers, means that you have goals, means that you are willing to invest in yourself, means that you see a better way forward, not only for yourself, but for other people if you're entrepreneurs. Because the more people you help in entrepreneurship, the bigger your business goes, right? So it's not like you're here for selfish reasons. Y'all are not here on your own accord. Because think about this. If you got $10 million, do you think the world would be a better place or a worse place? A better place. Okay, who else? A better place? A better place? Exactly. Because you guys are here to make this world a better place. Okay? So I want you guys to be confident. I want you guys to be excited. I want you guys to have that passion because you guys are doing something that's swimming against the stream. In life, and I'm gonna shut up, I promise, eventually. In life, I remember thinking about this. As soon as you're born, your clock starts, meaning you start to die. Literally, life is being stripped from you from the time you go into this world. Something is being taken from you. So you as a business owner, me as a business owner, I want to give something good to the world. I want to impact people through my stories, right? That is adding something to people. That is contrary to the nature of life. So you're swimming against stream. So that's why it's so tough, but it's worth it. Is it worth it, y'all? I don't know. Is it really worth it? Is it worth it, y'all? Yes. That entrepreneurial spirit. I'm Reggie Grant, and again, you have access to Jared Bunch, the president of Retired NFL Players, which can give you access to across the country, across the world. Again, we have many, many business interests and opportunities and doors that are open. You need a branding partner, a marketing partner. We manufacture, we're the largest manufacturer of licensed jackets outside China. I am part of a CD cream. Cedric here has got Fit Spider, which is a mobile app. We have Mark Armstrong in the room, who's got his new no hoop basketball thing. He's going to be a big phenomenon. There's all kinds of opportunities for you to engage with somebody. Reach out to Jared, connect with the chapter. We've had meetings here where we brought in 40 of our guys, from guys that retired a year ago or 6 months ago or 2 years ago to old guys like me that were retired for decades. So you have access, there's opportunities. We are all entrepreneurs doing our thing, but there is opportunities to connect the dots, and we all know it's always about people. Jared?
That is true, and I want to say this and make it clear. If you don't talk to me or my brother, if you don't say anything, there will be no chance that we will ever work together. If you don't say hi, if you don't say hey or whatever, no chance. Take the chance, You never know what will happen. I have come up with business opportunities with people there was nothing going on. And just because of whatever it was, someone dropped a piece of paper and I picked it up, and from there, a big business was started. So what I'm saying, the reason why I'm saying that is because you never know. Have a conversation with myself, have a conversation with Brandon, have a conversation with my brother, because you never know.
They say that the definition of intelligence is finding the connection between two unrelated things, right? And somebody who worked for Bill Gates had said once that, you know, if an average mind is a spreadsheet of 100 by 100 cells, right? Bill Gates is like 995,000 by 234,000 spreadsheet. And he's able to take something from this cell way over here and find something from this cell way over there and make that connection to have an aha moment. So what I'm telling you here is these guys are absolutely a major connectors. So you guys might have a business that you might not understand how, you know, it fits with an athlete, a former NFL player or what have you. He is the president of our local chapter. But imagine, have that conversation and imagine what is possible for your business. You know, I hate to say the think out the box cliche, but just think about what is possible for your business. You know, it's there. So
Conversation leads to the deal.
More than a physical thing. More than
Thank you very much. Have an exceptional day!
Thank you. Thank you guys for coming by.
Who's first?
Thank you, gentlemen. All right. All right, look at this. You're already making friends, gentlemen, with that inspiring speech. They love you. Let's hear it for these guys. Give them a big round of applause. Thank you so much. So, you guys are still standing. I know it's getting late. We ran a little bit late. We started off with some technical issues, but I think we're just about done. So, next up, we have Annabella. So we are going to enjoy our next speaker, and I believe might be the last, or maybe one of the last speakers of the day. So she is the founder and CEO of Club Annabella. And she's going to talk about her journey from top model to connecting with sovereign wealth funds, family offices, VCs, private equity firms, celebrities, and royal families. All right, and is the pup going to join you for the talk? Yes, all right, so we got the, all right, could I just have some hand on the stage real quick, just to move this, please, for our next speaker? All right, Annabella, we'll turn it over to you. Here you go. Give her a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Probably a lot of you already know her or came here because of her, so give her a big round of applause. Here you go.
Thank you so much. First of all, I want everybody in this room right now, stand up and clap for yourself. Everybody stand up, and I want everybody to clap for yourself for showing up. You guys put the effort to come to our amazing live event that was organized by incredible Brad Turner, that he put so much effort. And I want you guys to understand that you, by showing up, you put so much effort to change your life, and that's a big deal. So I want you to know, before I start my spiel and my little surprise, I want to invite Brad Turner because he is my mentor, and he worked days in and day out. He worked so hard to put this event together for all of you. We're at the Los Angeles Investor Conference event, and I have with me Mr. Brad Turner. Everybody clap your hands for Brad.
Thank you very much, Annabella. I'm glad you're here. It's really great. So I met Annabella at an event, networking, and she actually did a live stream for the first time with me on TikTok because we were overlooking Beverly Hills at the Beverly Hills Hotel, and that's where our journey started. I've learned a lot about her, and that's what she's going to share tonight, is her journey from top model to actually she's going to share that she's in the middle of closing some major financing for her company. So I look forward to hearing your story.
Thank you, and thank you so much, Brad, for putting this amazing event. So everybody, shout out to Brad Turner. Thank you so much. So I want to thank each and one of you for coming to this amazing event. Woohoo! Woo! I feel like swinging. Anyway, I have a little something in my hand, okay? And that's how I'm going to start. And what I want to do with it, one second. So I got a little surprise. So if you think that I am the universe, I am your universe. And I tell you, hold on one second. Oh, okay. I got something from the bank in my hand. And I tell you, it's yours if you want it. Right? I'm the universe. I'm Wonder Woman. And I tell you, I have money in my hand for you. What would you do? What would you do? I have money for somebody here. What would you do? Here we go. Mazel tov. Yay. Hallelujah. Here is a smart woman. Come here. Tell everybody what is your name.
Susan Treadgold.
Now, Susan, what did you do when I offered you as your universe money? What did you do?
I gracefully accepted it.
Exactly. So the universe always provides us a lot of blessing and opportunity into our life every single day, and you know that, right? The problem with people, they don't see it and they miss opportunities every day. What did Susan did, that's what all of us need to do as an entrepreneurs, as investors, and as an innovators, is take action when opportunity present to us, or we're going to miss it. So from all the people here in the room, Susan stood up, came to my stage, and took the money. Thank you, Susan. What a hero. That's a woman. That's a powerful woman. She doesn't waste her time, and thank you so much for being a good sport. Basically, my company, Club Novella Corp, we love helping entrepreneurs. I started the company in 2018, and it was the goal to change people's life. People were going through a hard time during COVID, and I said, I need to help people. So I started to help people, and then I started to open club online. Jay was one of my members, Jay Nashban, Ronnie Davis, some of you guys were here. I don't know Thomas, Mr. Thomas from Sweden. I think he was in my club too. I had club, and I still do, from all around the world. People came to see my club and to get help. Entrepreneurs, investors, celebrities, millionaires, billionaires. And then I saw how much people need help. And I opened a company called Club Novella Corp. We love helping entrepreneurs and support the animals. And we're all about helping each other level up, helping each other scale up. We provide capital, connection, consultation. And I'm very honored to say that I'm building an amazing team behind my brand. And I'm actually flying overseas to close a major deal that will change not just my life, but all of our lives. Because at the end of the day, I'm all about helping as many people as I can, support the animals. That's why you see Julia, she's always with me. Julia, come here. Let's ask Julia a question, hold on. Julia, am I a good mom? Julia, sit. Hold on. Julia, sit. Okay, am I a good mom? And what is the big plan for us? What else? So Julia, she represents the voice for the animals, and on the side, because I'm a humanitarian activist, philanthropist, I do a lot of humanitarian work to support the animals globally, to support world peace, the Jewish community, and Israel, because right now we all need to become one. We're all one big family, and I want you guys to understand the power of unite. All of us need to unite as one and really care for one another. Step outside the comfort zone and reach out to help somebody else, because at the end of the day, we all should treat each other the way we want to be treated. We need to be nice to our animals because they're pure and precious. And we need to be nice to our neighbors. And we need to be nice to each other. So that's what my brand is all about, Club Novella Corp. We love helping entrepreneurs. And I'm so grateful for each and one of you for coming to this wonderful event. We're at Los Angeles Investors Summit conference event. And we're so grateful. Brad Turner worked hours and hours for months, day in and day out, to put this amazing event together. So again, I'm giving a shout out to Brad Turner. He's my mentor and he's one of a kind. And guys, go to clubannabella.com, get the funding that you need, and let's scale up your life. Thank you so much. I love you guys. I'm Annabella Gutman. Woo! Thank you. And this is Julia. Thank you. Hi, Instagram. So we are live on Instagram. Let's see how many people are on my Instagram. Let me see. Okay, so let me just show you guys where we at on Instagram. Thank you so much. Who is our next guest that want to come to the stage and say hello? Our next guest. Who is our next guest?
Just give me 1 second.
Okay. So this is, I'm just showing the Instagram people where we at. This is Los Angeles Investor Conference. I have almost 1 million followers on Instagram, and I want to thank you guys on Instagram for watching my live video. Thank you so much. And I'll join you soon. Hold on 1 second. Okay. So I see that I have extra time, so I'm going to keep on talking because I love talking. So how are you guys doing tonight? Yeah! Okay, so basically what I'm trying to do in my business is really build a fund that help other entrepreneurs. I'm building a large fund that will provide capital for startup businesses, existing businesses, and people that have a dream. And I want to work with those people to help them build up the brand globally. And with the power of the connection that I have, I'm connected globally with the A-list of the best of the best of the best. I'm so grateful for my relationship with so many people that I'm looking forward to help as many people as I can. And don't be afraid to ask for help, because at the end of the day, if you don't ask, the answer will always be no. So you guys need to know that if you need help, ask for help. And even if the answer at the same moment is no, eventually it will be yes. Never give up on your dreams, never give up on your hopes. I came from nothing and I built myself over and over so many times, and today I call myself the real life Wonder Woman for a reason, because I really became very powerful woman that started to write articles about me that I'm the real life Wonder Woman. And this is just the beginning for me and for all of us. So I want to thank everybody here. Again, if you go to clubannabella.com, you're going to see everything that I can do for you. And I'm looking forward to meet you guys in person. You can send us an email. And I'm going to invite the next guest. Okay, so sure. So I want to bring Jay. Jay, come here, darling. Get over here now. We have more time. I'm going to embarrass some people here. Anyway, Jay is an entrepreneur. He's my good friend, and we do a lot of business together. He loves animals. He has like 20 dogs in Mexico with his mom.
7 or 8. Yeah.
7 or 8. So Jay, first of all, tell everybody about Annabella Gutman. What do you know about me? Because we worked together for many years.
Annabella is extremely dynamic, and if you have any investment opportunities, she has a forum with many people. I don't know how many come, but a tremendous amount of like-minded people. Whether it's investments or precious metals or different types of commodities, all different types of things. Annabella has a forum where I understand, I've been told that there's like 100,000 people that pass through per day or something. You can meet like-minded individuals, and it's quite interesting, and see if there's opportunity. I was on a panel with Napster and some, when it was in its day, and some people that made movies. And somebody said, how do we make a movie? Some guy made a famous movie with Kevin Costner, and they said, how do we do that? Because he had never done that before. In his first movie, he had Kevin Costner in it. I think it was 4,000 Miles to Graceland or something. And he said, who in the audience has been a grip in the movie industry? I don't know anything about movies, but who has been a producer? And different people raise their hands. And he said, okay, now everybody, you guys get together in the back room afterwards. You have everybody that makes up a movie. That's pretty much Annabella. She does that in the commodities and investment industry with a lot of people, a tremendous amount of people. So it's a great opportunity when you get to know Annabella that you get to know other people, other like-minded individuals. And she moves very, very quickly. So, and she's very protective of knowing the deal and understanding how it works. And she's very good at that. She invited me here today, and it's a pleasure to see you again.
Oh, thank you so much, Jay. It's been such a good friend and associate of mine for many years. So shout out to Jay, everybody clap to Jay. And I care about people. That's why I opened my company, because I actually want to make a big difference in the world, and I want to make a difference in all of our lives to be better than ever. Because we are starting a new world. I don't know if you guys heard about the new world, but this is a new beginning for all of us to start something new and be grateful and start to achieve. Oh my God, I can't talk. What's happening? Okay, so our next guest is, ladies and gentlemen, who is the next guest?
Oh, are we ready?
We are ready.
Sorry, doggy. I didn't mean that. Hurts your ears. It's extra loud for you. I know. Are you done?
Yes, thank you so much.
Let's hear it for
everybody.
Annabella,
God
ladies
bless
and
you.
gentlemen, please.
I love you all. Peace and love. Thank you so much.
Yes, Annabella and friend. All right, so this is the closing panel of the event, I believe. So come on down, everybody. If you can hear my voice, come join us. This is a big closing panel, and this is the big one. This is the big one. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for making it to the end of our Los Angeles Investor Conference. Who's at least learned something today? Make some noise. So, and I know this is people here for different reasons. Some people are looking to invest, some people are looking to learn, some people are, here for different reasons. So we want to thank all of you for being here with us here today. My name is Elias Serjan. I'm going to sort of just do a quick closing to say goodbye, because right after this you guys are probably going to run, but I believe it's the bar. Is the bar staying open? Yes, Rex, the bar is still open. And we're doing dinner. Okay, so the party happens after this.
There's performances.
Yes. Oh, there's performances. Okay.
I think there is. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll ask, because some of the people that are talking about it here.
All right. So there's a party after. So Rex is your host, if you haven't already met him, and they're going to have some performances, some dinner, some drinks. So stick around, have some fun. But now we're going to have our closing panel, which is about fueling creativity, smart investments in the creative economy. And Rex, you're going to moderate this one yourself.
It's a big panel. So.
It's a big panel, so you're going to take it on. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I'll let Rex take it over. Take it away, Rex. And where's our panelists? We're looking for Sylvia, Mark, Quentin, Dimitri, Scott. All of you, come on up. Come on down. Here we go. All right.
Oh my goodness, hello.
Okay, take it away, Rex. It's all you.
Test. Is this on? Can you hear me? All right, good. Because everybody else can. I couldn't hear anybody else. We need to hear. Whoa, look at that.
Thanks for coming in the chair.
It's a core workout.
This is a trippy. These are trippy chairs. It's okay. I'll do this. I'm good.
Okay, we're gonna get the last panel started. And this is gonna be an interesting one, because we're gonna talk about the creator economy. And the creator economy is all about creators. And we have a whole match of different people in the creator economy, right? And is Mark gonna come up? Okay, and we have one more guy coming up. Oh yeah, and
That's all right. I had him go get Mark.
Anybody want to listen to the creator economy? This is the last panel. And a bunch of interesting things.
I'll start beatboxing.
Go bring him.
Yeah, let's do it like a boom box.
Yeah, go bring him.
Beatbox.
As you bring him, let me.
Who was on stage before this? Not open.
He's coming. Sylvia.
He's the host.
Oh, you. Yeah. Okay.
There was one person that was on stage. Okay, thank you. That helps.
The throne. Okay, you guys.
I'm not looking for him. I was looking for digital things, which is the machine in the back.
You got yours, and then you're gonna share Sylvia.
Looking for something specific.
Me and Sylvia will do it.
Okay, and we're gonna get started, right? So this is about the creator economy, which we're kind of in the heart of creator economy.
What is that?
I think it's an economy about creators.
Oh, okay.
No, but it's about actually creators and how they make money, right? And how do you tie all that together? And we have a panel of different people from different walks, from a creator like Scott, right, of Pink Floyd fame, and to music, to law, but he also a bunch of big YouTube, also music influencers, right? And creators are not just one. They're not just, you can say celebrities, you can say influencers, athletes, but these are all creators, right? So I'm going to have everybody on the panel introduce themselves and tell us what they do in the creator economy, and so we're going to start with Q over there, Quentin, right?
Hi guys, so my name is Quentin Gatto. I am a 28-year-old A&R and I guess you'd say manager in the pop and house market. And my claim to fame is in 2019 through 2022, I was representing, well, I guess longer than that, it'd be 2016 to 2022, I was representing Arizona Zervez, who had the viral sensation global hit Roxanne. And basically, we made music industry history by doing that. We were completely independent whenever the song completely took off, and we just utilized the music platform TikTok. And we basically used the fuel and the internet, I guess you'd say traction, from TikTok and utilized it all the way to radio. And we did all the PR, we did all the marketing, we did all the radio campaigns, we did everything from A to Z between 3 people. And resulting in that, we were completely independent when all of that took off, and all the music labels were sitting there just like choking themselves over trying to sign us. So we used that leverage and we signed the biggest new artist deal in music industry history in 2019. And what was really key about that is he was able to own his masters. Like completely. He was on a 90-10 split for 2 years. And that's like unheard of, completely music industry history. And so like we were able to retain our independent spirit while being partnered with a major. And we just took it all the way. And now he's independent again, owns all of his masters 100%, and he made millions of dollars. And then we took that traction and we ran and we did Justin Bieber projects, we did 24K Golden, we did DaBaby projects, all the way to even a couple Sia tracks, which was cool, because I also manage producers as well. So that's a little bit about me. I'd love to pass it off to my
So you're a manager?
Yeah, manager, pop A&R.
Pop A&R, okay, great. Yeah. Nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you, brother.
Bravo. Bravo, man. Good job, right? Getting something done now today, especially in a day when you can't sell music. There's no place to sell music, right? Where do you sell music? You can't, right? It's all about selling the relationship, the experience, and all the things there. But anyway, my name is Scott Page. Kind of my background is I'm kind of mostly known for my days as a saxophone player with Pink Floyd. So I play rock and roll, but truthfully, I've been a serial entrepreneur. I'm on my 5th company right now. I've had a NASDAQ company. I've been through this, mostly in the technology space, bringing it together. My expertise is really in the Web3, the token world, basically around NFTs, meme coins, and all that. I truly believe that tokens are they're going to eat the world. Everything will be tokenized, and that changes the entire the entire landscape, and creates a freedom for the people like we've never seen before. So I'll talk all about Web3, about that kind of stuff. Right now, currently, we have Synthopia. You can check that out at synthopia.world. It's an NFT project that's been doing pretty well. We've sold out 3 collections. We're getting ready to do a 4th. We're getting ready to launch a biosynth token. We've traded over about 1.34 million so far this year in secondary market trade. So I love the concept of NFTs because, like I said, it creates a whole different way that you can own stuff. We're also launching this next week. We're going into pre-sale on Shiba Wings token, and that is based on a company that I'm partnered with out of Australia, which is a fast food chain, which we're tokenizing, and we're getting to launch a whole series of franchises. That token's launching coming up next week. And then tomorrow night, I have an event here called My Moon EXP. I was lucky enough to be one of the artists chosen to put their works on this hard drive that went up on an Elon Musk flight, went up, landed on the moon. It's on the moon, and I have a whole circular economy that I've designed around NFTs and how you build new business models on top of these things. So anyway, I'm a tech guy, been in this space for quite a bit, music and tech, and that's my background.
Sylvia. Thank you, Scott. Extraordinary Scott here.
My name is Sylvia Hernandez, and lucky enough to have a few businesses with partnered with Rex Swan here. I'm a talent manager, and I rep everything from traditional actors, influencers, athletes, and musicians. And what I found in this industry is that we used to see everything from like on NBC and ABC, right? That's where we would get our content. What I've been preaching to my clients is that you are now the brand. With one of my clients having 20 million followers on, across social media, she sells a lot of products for other brands. But what I've been trying to do is educate my clients, saying, guess what? You are the brand, you are the value, and how can we help you become like a tech mogul? Because in what I've learned from Rex, is an amazing human being, is that in entertainment, whether it's music or TV and film, you can 3x your situation. When you become a tech mogul, you can 10x or 100x. So being partners with Rex here, we're launching Hollo, which is he spoke about earlier, Hollo.ai, and we have our brand ambassadors like Ray Lewis. So I basically help kids or entertainers that are trying to pursue getting into TV, film, or commercial the traditional way. So I help them get onto those platforms. But what I've also done is, from the ground up, is work with like celebrity children or celebrities, and just giving them the information that, there's many ways to, not just whether you're an athlete or musician or actor, figure out other ways to monetize, and because they are literally the brand. So that's just in summary, a quick little spiel about what we do here.
Hello? My name is Mark.
Sylvia.
Saying something?
No, it's you.
My name is Mark Spratley. I own a record label starting from I have a PR marketing agency that represents artists, influencers, athletes, brands, products, etc. Operates as an agency and marketing PR firm. We have a Snapchat agency with my partner over here. Over 200 plus clients, monetizing, maximizing artists, influencers, etc. Beyond that, I used to do management for plenty of artists, starting from the ground up with a lot of artists. The Baby had 10K followers, DDG's transition from YouTuber to artist, Love Foe, Smokey Margella, a lot of people primarily in the rap, hip hop, R&B realm of music. We broker catalogs for many. Basically what we do is what the essence of this spot is, creator space, is maximizing and optimizing influencers, artists, and teaching them that there's more revenue than their, regular terms of revenue, if that makes sense. But beyond that, we dabble into many other things, many other ventures, but marketing, PR, etc. is the forte of what revolves everything. I throw mansion parties, events across the country, many other things, and everything basically runs full circle. I'll pass it over to you.
So, my name is Dimitri Hurt. I'm an entertainment attorney and talent manager. I started off in the digital media space. The company is called MPM Partners, Multi-Platform Management Partners. Our claim to fame is finding people that are, who we believe are the best of the best in the digital space, and transition them over to traditional media, whether that's TV, music, film. And we've successfully done it a good 4 or 5 times. We have, selling out arenas to multi-platinum records, and on the law side of things, to represent the likes of Incredible, which is Nick Cannon's music division arm, to representing some of your favorite rappers that get into trouble on the criminal defense side. So we, it never happens. And family law stuff too. You'd be surprised. These guys get into all types of trouble. So I think we're uniquely situated. I'm uniquely situated in that I get to see a lot of different things, from the talent side on a management level to the legal side of the issues they get into, that regular folks get into, as well as, of course, the complex deals that they enter into, from the record labels, production deals, and the likes. So that's my spiel.
Okay, so it's a wide array of different people from different faces, and I'm gonna start with Scott because this is a transition of, I mean, Pink Floyd. You were kind of coming up with it in the I would say late '80s, early '90s, right? And now you've kind of transitioned into Web3 entrepreneurship. How has technology, and specifically social media, changed what it's like to be a creator?
Well, first of all, yeah, it was a lot different back in the day in the 80s, and so I've been through all the transitions. I've been part of all of them, right? Because I got really heavy into technology back in 1990. I did my first CD-ROM called Music Bytes, which was music for computer users for their PowerPoint presentations, and you didn't even have speakers in them. And then right from that, I saw my future, and I actually was, one of my proudest things that I've ever done was I produced and directed, along with my business partner, the world's first interactive musical cartoon. And it ran on a 386 25 megahertz machine with 4 mega RAM, baby.
I used to sell those.
Dude, you remember that? Remember going to CompUSA, getting all those things. So I've been around through the text. I went through the traditional music business, then got heavy into that, and then just really dove heavily into the tech market, mainly in the games and educational stuff. I produced all the Monty Python stuff for many years, about 18 years I worked with the Pythons, and through that time I started to see the shift. Social media changed, because I remember going to the Pythons at the time and saying, hey dude, we got to give away your content, right? And they were like, no way, these are our jewels, how are we going to do that? Well, then I talked them into it, and we had a little thing on their site that said, please steal my media. And we basically built campaigns, built the Python army. So social media basically allowed us to now have a direct connect. I always talk about Twitter as being a 24-hour cocktail party. And I believe the game has shifted now. Instead of going large, you go small, right? It's all about building a hive. If you want to survive, you can build a hive. That's what I love about NFTs and stuff, in the sense that I went to an NFT project, actually a meetup, and a girl gets up, she says, I'm 19 years old, I'm a photographer, I love photography. I get up, I eat, drink, sleep photography 24/7. I'm gonna be the best. I got into NFTs 9 months ago, and now I pay my rent, I live 100% off my NFTs, I pay my car payments, and she said I carved a bit of the smart contract off for my community center, and I said I've already given them 2.5 ETH, which was the equivalent to $10,000. So the point is the technology, social media, all this is now making it actually possible, because it's real-time, two-way, direct-to-connect, direct-to-consumer. Again, why NFTs changed the game? Because it's the greatest direct-to-consumer business model there is. Got a friend of mine, nobody knew him, rap dude, came out, did it, sold his thing, $2.5 million in a very short period of time. Like in 5 minutes, he sold his collection out. So there's all new ways, because you can't really sell music. What I try to tell you is, where am I going to sell it? I can't sell downloads. Streaming business is horrible for 98% of the music business, right? So everything has shifted from the tech side. So like I said, I've lived on both sides of the tech in the real world, and there's no question that all of this technology is really giving the power back to the people, back to the person to be able to handle it, right? So it's changed a lot, the big thing, for the good and for the bad.
And I'm going to transition to Sylvia, who kind of came up, and she specializes in children, and her kid, who's very talented, kind of came up, started at 4. Tell us the journey of your kid and how that's changed, because he didn't start with social media, it was about talent. Now it's about social media. How has that changed?
Correct. So he started in the traditional model. I was, as short as I am, I was an athlete, so went to school with Marion Jones, 5-time gold medalist, played basketball with her for 2 years until she moved to Thousand Oaks. So sports was everything. I lived, breathed, and everything. It was sports. Having a boy, thought he was going to play sports. But no, he could sing before he could talk and dance before he could walk, if that makes any sense. So a lot of family members, his godfather was a Grammy nominated, his name is Tevin Campbell. His mom said, Sylvia, don't live vicariously through your son in sports. He has this gift, so I devoted everything, time, money, everything into what you would do in anything, in a sport or coding or whatever you want your child to be, you invest in their, what they want to do. So I did that. Spent the $400 at 4 years old with one of the top vocal coaches on the planet. His name was Nick Cooper, who was like vocal coach on American Idol and Masked Singer, currently vocal coach to like Usher. So he was in, camps with like Chloe and Bailey, who, Beyonce took them under the wing. Zendaya. So he was in acting, dance classes, and vocal classes Monday through Friday. So it was an investment, and it was a hobby at the same time. So at 5, he was in his first movie with Cuba Gooding Jr. 6, he's worked with Ariana Grande, with the people who produced So You Think You Can Dance, that family, and American Idol, the Lithgow family. And by the age of 10, he had touched every thing that you could do in the entertainment business. A lot of it was, grit, grind, and all the audition process. What used to be where you had to have the talent to book the job. So we were in the midst of that, and then the transition shifted to where I remember it was one of the biggest commercials that he did. It was for a platform called ABC Mouse, and all the top kids in the industry, whether it was from acting, dancing. I said, there was 500 kids at this audition. I said, there's no way. I looked at him, I said, son, there's no way you're gonna get this role, because, there's a lot of kids, because it was the first time that they said they wanted you to add your social media following. I said, honey, you don't have any social media following. And there was kids with like 1 million, 2 million. And, but at that moment, it was 500 kids at that audition, and then the callback was 250, same thing. I'm like, you have no chance. Just look at it as an opportunity to, take a class from Nappy Tabs, who is like Jennifer Lopez's, choreographers. Well, I ended up booking the job, and I seen the transition from like, talent and hard work will get you certain jobs, but at the same time, we look at the Addison Rays of the world and the Charlie D'Amelios who are getting television shows or these, movie roles because of their numbers. So I started seeing, as I became an agent and then manager and then owning my own firm, is that in these casting calls, they're asking for social media numbers. And I'm thinking, but gosh, I know there has to be a fine balance, because you have a trained actor or singer or dancer that is, literally putting their heart and soul and dedicating their, hours into becoming great at what they're doing. And then you have someone that has the numbers because they're famous on TikTok. But what happens is these producers and directors are understanding that, yes, they have the numbers and can bring numbers to their, movie or, eyeballs to it. But at the same time, they have no training. They just have that TikTok fame. So what does that translate to? That translates to a lot more money in production costs, because they don't know what stage left or stage right is. They don't know, they're not ready for set. They're used to, just looking cute or, not downplaying the social media, because it is alive and well. And so there has to be a fine balance. So I know that's long-winded, but it is, you have to do both. And that's kind of my thing. I used to say, son, your resume will get you in the door and, what you've done in your life. But now I'm preaching, no, what are you doing on TikTok? What are you doing on Snapchat? What are you doing on Instagram? So it's finding that fine balance, and we've been in that transition of that.
And that transitions over to Mark.
Yes.
Who, of course, is on social media. But Mark has brought a bunch of basically online first stars that have transitioned into mainstream media. So, and it's like The Baby and BDG. So tell me about that, and like, what did you see in them and how did you transform them?
DDG was actually the biggest artist coming into music, not necessarily music.
And he was like a YouTuber first.
Yeah, DDG was primarily a YouTuber first. So DDG had 1 million, 2 million subscribers on YouTube already, but he wasn't embodied in the music industry yet. So we did a whole transition of a Take Me Serious campaign for DDG. So most of the time in the music industry, if you're a YouTuber, an influencer, it's very hard to translate that to your music. So we did a good job. I mean, he's multi-platinum now. many.
So that's the other way, right? So one is from traditional to social. This is from social to traditional.
And there's both sides of that. You know, we've had artists like DaBaby. I was with DaBaby at 10K followers on Instagram. Through all of his incidents, all of his trials, tribulations, everything, you know, we were there for him. And, you know, predominantly most of my career has been from the ground up with artists, you know, where you're at 5K followers, 1,000 followers, 10K followers. And we're really bringing everything you need to the table to actually take your career to a next level, whether it's media, features, artist relations, narration of the story, anything you would typically need. But DDG was, you know, somebody that actually came in with a following, 1 million plus followers, subscribers on YouTube, etc. Now he has 5 million plus on one channel, 5 million plus on another, you know, multi-platinum, like I said. But there's not too many creators that transition into the music world and have success, or success on a long level of success. You might have one hit record, you might go gold, you might go platinum, diamond off of one record, but to keep them actually balanced in the music industry, consistently having success, is hard. You know, to my knowledge, you know, I know there's newer creators that are making more like pop, rock, all of that in the YouTube world, but rap, R&B wise, like DDG, Queen Naja are a few of many that have been able to successfully transfer over from the influence side to the music industry. So my partner and I, you know, he brought me in on the situation and we just made magic happen. And DDG's, you know, it's a funny situation because, you know, music world makes good money. Influencer, social media side makes even better money if the client is openly and willingly down to do stuff, you know. But he makes great money in that YouTube, Snapchat.
Like what does he make? Like, give us an idea.
I mean, he's well off, you know. On high notes, like for our Snapchat agency, he's made high 6 figures a month on Snapchat. YouTube side, 6 figures a month in his primes regularly. Artist side, he's, you know, platinum selling artist, gold multiple times. He makes great money on the music side. And, you know, my partner could speak better on it, but we came into a position where, because he had that leverage social media wise, we were able to come into a partnership for him where he had the leverage. It's not coming in where, oh, I work for the label. No, it came into a partnership where you have all this influence on YouTube and across social media space where we become partners. And I think he's one of 4, other than like Russ, 21 Savage, and a few others that have the particular deal that he has. So because of that, or because like how Quentin mentioned, independently, Arizona Zervis was able to become top 5 Billboard charting artists before they signed a deal. You get a pretty nice situation with that. And I can't speak for every artist or influencer that, you know, 3 years from now, 5 years from now, where they're at. You know, often the times, and I'm sure many of you, if you work with influencers or creators, etc., people have their moods, their times, everything like that. So they're not always creating content. They might leverage themselves over to the bigger bag, the easier bag, but we've done a good job at truly optimizing, developing, and popping off countless artists, not just 1, but 2, 3, 4, 5 artists. Beyond my PR firm that represents plenty of notable clients. But DDG, DaBaby, certain of those people, we was really there from the ground up on a personal level with these artists. You know?
So Dimitri, speak to like working with creators easy? And what are you looking for when Is it the numbers? Is it a certain personality type? Like, what's your criteria?
You know, I would say it's a talent in knowing which talent are going to go. A lot of people are biased by their own opinions of what they like, but it is truly a talent to know who's going to go. And I really pride our company in knowing who's going to go, the best of the best in that specific division, that specific field. Like whether it goes from streaming, which is something else that word hasn't came up yet, but streaming is the new thing. One of our guys, his name is Flight. He's the number one, well, he was the number one black streamer in the world at one point. He's now probably like number 3. The guys that are number 1 and number 2 grew up on him though. They're fans of his. So whether it's streaming or whether it's on the YouTube side, DDG is a legend. Everybody, any black creator or Latino creator knows who DDG is. And because we're really good at identifying who's gonna go. Same thing on the Latin side. We found the biggest Latin star in the world. He was at 50, 60,000 followers. Now he has like almost 200 million followers and selling out arenas. So there is a talent to knowing who's gonna go. And then on top of that, I know that we are unique in that we're able to, we have a formula and our people follow the formula and it works. It's about it being a credible transition from the digital space to the traditional space. And I think that was the second part of your question. The first part of your question, I can't remember what you said.
Was it difficult working with creators?
Oh yeah, it's difficult working with creators. Well, absolutely. They're working with creators or entertainers. I'll be honest. I'll tell you guys a secret. I actually have taken a big step back from working with creators and focusing a lot more on the law firm. In the beginning, I would say we started off 80-20 with 80% being the legal stuff, 20% being working with talent, like good talent management. Then it flipped to 80% being lawyer stuff, 20%. I said it backwards, actually. I'm sorry. Yeah, 80%, 20, and now it's flipped back, and that's because there's a lot of babysitting. Working with content creators or entertainers requires an extreme amount of patience. It's a what have you done for me lately situation when maybe yesterday you made them $1 million. So it's pretty, you got a lot of people in their ears. It's a pretty rough gig. I've been doing it since 2013, so I'm 11 years in. But the benefit of being around and having a track record is now the floodgates are open. We get people every day with millions of followers that want to work with you, and now we have the luxury of deciding who we want to work with now. So, it's like a double-edged sword dealing with these folks.
Okay, and I'm going to go over the queue now and just talk about A&R because that's your specialty, and how is A&R, how do you do A&R today, and how has that changed, would you say, from what it used to be in like trying to bring up an artist, blow up an artist, get them charting?
See, that's a really good question because I'm still only 28 years old, so when I came into the game, it really hasn't changed too much. It's all about intuition and ear, honestly. When it comes to A&Ring, you kind of need to just rely on your intuition and just know what you know. And just stick to it. Don't let other people's opinions kind of veer your intuition, because it's really just like off of what Dimitri was saying. Is like you kind of just have the knack for knowing or you don't. It's either you do or you don't. There's no in between. There's no gray area. It's just kind of a gift. It's really just honestly a gift, and it's like you either got it or you don't. And really, I guess there's not a huge difference because A&R and the gist of things is artist relations. So it's like relationship hasn't changed. The relationship is one of the things that thankfully hasn't changed in the music industry. Relation is everything, honestly. If you don't have relationship, you're not gonna have anything. And when you're A&Ring, it's all about the relationship with the artist. It's right in the title. Right in the title. It's right in your face. So it's like
I would even say, just to throw out, this is the relationship economy we're going into now.
Exactly.
The game is shifted. It's all about these smaller groups, hives built around the relationship. It's a different game now, completely.
So I guess that's really just like, it hasn't really changed much. It's like, that's the one thing that you can always, I guess, rely on in the music industry, is that relationship is everything at the end of the day. And like, just being transparent, true, doing good business, and really just like, the one thing that is missing in the music industry is genuine care. And I think that like, that's where A&Rs like myself can really make a difference. Is like, I care for the human being that I'm working for. Is I know like, I'm working for you, you don't work for me. I work for you, how can I help you? Is, I guess, the key to being a good A&R, is just making sure that you can add value to their already prospering situation.
Okay, and I'm going to leave with a final question and to all the panelists, and that is, how do you think AR, all this stuff in the back, all the latest different technologies come, and how does that affect the creator economy and what the creator can do moving forward, and how it's going to affect how they create content, how they make money? I'm going to start with Scott.
I think humans are designing themselves out, to be honest, just truthfully. I mean, the stuff, the way AI goes, our project, our Synthopia project, is 100% AI. We did it that on purpose because we wanted to learn, to get up to speed on it. What's about to happen, folks? It's about to get real. Like, we have no idea. And I mean, my business partner happens to be one of the top AI guys on the planet, one of the top CTOs in the world, has one of the #1 successful AI companies in the insurance space. He just sent us a note, said to all our engineers, you guys got 18 months and it's over. We can now set the code, tell the code, it'll write the code, it'll check the code, it'll do it. This is gonna change. Look at the music. We just cut 2 albums worth of material over the weekend. 2 albums worth, right? And now I just blow over the top of it, add my 2 cents. It's changing the game big time, right? That's why it comes down to relationship, around experiences, because what you can sell today is you can sell the relationship and the experience. That's really what it's about, right? That's the thing, people want that. So, you know, it's about to get really crazy. I mean, I think we're about to see, because look at everybody here is in the entertainment business, right? We're all in the media business. You're on social media every day, pumping your company, creating content. You got all these tools making it more and more, making it happen. And so, you know, it's really going to be interesting to see what happens over the next couple of years.
Sylvia, since you're starting with the seedlings coming up.
So, as I mentioned earlier, I'm really focused on children. I do rep a lot of adults, but what I've been preaching, some of the celebrity, so I manage a couple of cool children that she's like on the tabloids all the time for good stuff. Her name is Eris, and she's the daughter of T.I. and Tamika. And the last year, we've been, her father, super smart and creating his own content, producing his own content. And for the last year, we've been, you know, speaking about obviously all ownership. So creating her own animation projects or her own live action series where we now can produce it ourselves in-house in our back room here or throughout here. We have writers, which we really don't need all the writers, but basically we can create the content at in the quarter of the time and for a quarter of the price. And what I like to say is, I have an 18-year-old. Attention spans, again, TikTok, Instagram, you know, they're always swiping up or swiping down, however they're swiping. We have to keep up with that. So with that being said, people are thinking, oh my gosh, Rex and I went to a symposium at UTA, and I always talk about this. Again, when we were developing our Hollo.ai, it was during the strike, the actor strike, and a little nervous because, you know, it's like that was what part of the strike was about. But with our ethical AI, we're able to create content quicker and, you know, more cost effective. So people are thinking, oh, a lot of jobs are going to be, you know, cut. Of course, but there's also a lot of jobs that are going to be created. So, you know, like at UCLA, they have all this AI stuff happening, new courses. So it's just keeping up with the times. I'm going to be 50 in January. I'm keeping up with the times, and I have, again, having an 18-year-old understanding that the demand of content and also the different ways that we can, we understand that like Apple and Hulu, all these platforms are there, right? But we necessarily, the Disneys of the world, you're having general meetings with the top execs at Disney. My kid is going in there saying, not give me a job, it's like, what can I produce and give to you? But I'm not gonna get the $3 million that you wanna give me for being an actor. It's like, I'm gonna create the content, and can you give me 10 millions to license it, not for you to own it? So that's kind of where we're going, is like the ownership and understanding that these are talents, our creators have the value, and they have now more control. So that's kind of what we're excited about. Yeah, it's a little scary, but it's also taking the power of these athletes, entertainers, actors. You guys are the ones working. They're working so hard, and these execs. I mean, last week, 3 across the world, not just in America. These big CEOs are stepping down because they're getting these large amounts of money, and the creators and the people that are actually doing the work aren't getting it. So I'm excited about where we're going, and I truly believe that the people that are doing the work are going to be able to be rewarded.
I would say AR, AI is amazing. It's a huge resource for the content creator economy. Legally speaking, it raises a lot of issues with name and likeness, and it's kind of scary that it's so good that it can be so bad. But as far as it pertains to the creator economy, I think it's amazing because it allows a creator to be in multiple places, to service pretty much all of his or her fans at the same time. It allows them to build a connection with them in a deeper level, and a quicker level, and everybody feels as if they know the creator that much better because of the AI interaction, the AR interaction. So I'm very happy, excited about it. I use it even in my law practice to do some stuff. I think it's amazing, and I don't want to say afraid, but I'm kind of afraid to see how much better it's going to get, because it's pretty damn freaky already.
It's coming, buddy. We write all our contracts now. I'm just going.
To me, I mean, AI technology makes life easier. We've always had technology in our lives. It just continues to develop. I'm a 90s baby, 91, so I've been fortunate enough to grow up with cassettes to CDs to, you're illegally downloading music to your iTunes to streaming to everything. So I feel like I grew up in a pocket where I was able to experience a lot of different changes within the music industry. But for me, speaking on a music label, management, PR, marketing aspect, AI makes life easier. Even with this spot, creator space being a hub, and we have our merch room, we have our volumetric, the AI aspect, the tech aspect, the film movie aspect, the music studio aspect. We've created a one-stop shop for anybody to monetize and maximize their career, make life easier for all of us rather than having to outsource to so many different components. So we've built a nice machine here, but it's all about, the story of my life is keeping up with the times, and I feel like I'm still pretty young. I'm not, young as I used to, but you gotta keep up with the times. I used to be a blog writer in the music industry as well. The blog era was heavily populated 2012 to 16, where if you were on these XYZ blogs, music websites, you were gonna blow up as an artist. We're not in the blog era anymore. It's influence, it's streaming, it's so many different aspects, but AI essentially, what you would take 10 minutes, 30 minutes is making it 45 seconds, a minute, 5 minutes worth of time. So with what we have here, as far as the systems over here, it just makes, to me, it makes life easier, but it also brings more value to any situation. We already work with many creators, influencers. Now instead of just doing music or ads, Google AdSense, sponsorship deals, pitching them to film in movies, we could actually create our own motion captures, our animated series, and it just makes life easier. You know, you just gotta, to me, keep up with the times in anything that you do. You know, I don't think that's just a music component. I think that's with everything in life. Yes, it's gonna take jobs away from many. If you're in the music industry, you see all these layoffs from Atlantic to Warner to all the major music labels, but it's keeping up with the times and being able to, you know, many of the people said on this stage is relations is everything. You know, so as long as you keep nurturing these relationships, staying up with the times, you're gonna prosper, you know. And you can still prosper, not to cut anybody off, but you're gonna still prosper if you don't keep up with the times. There's ways too, but you know, AI just makes life easier and makes capabilities much easier, for sure.
So Q, you have the final word on AI and technology.
Alright, so I got the final word, so I guess I'll just sum it up at this point. So, I mean, everybody kind of hit every point that you possibly could at this point. Me being last, I guess I would say the most important thing is just the word utility. Is that it adds utility to whatever you utilize it for. So it's like, it's there at your use it. I don't see why you wouldn't want to utilize something that helps you out. Utilize it. It's the future. Let's get with it, baby.
Okay, that's it. Thank you to all the panelists.
Yeah, I said it all. I said it all.